The anxiety over Clark's fate was something Ron couldn't ignore, because it was exactly what Clark himself feared. "I don't know what to say about General Zod," Clark admitted, his voice low. "But from the start, he hasn't been trustworthy. He threatened the entire planet just to force me to reveal myself." Zod had never approached Earth in peace. His first move had been a broadcast demanding Clark's surrender, backed by the threat of planetary destruction. Now, the world was turning against Clark, blaming him for bringing danger to their doorstep. And truthfully, Clark couldn't refute it. He had been the reason Zod arrived. "I could be ordered to hand you over at any time," Ron's warned, a trace of guilt in his voice. "Then why are we even talking?" Lu Yuan asked flatly, unimpressed. "If your hands are tied, what's the point of this little Q&A? Ron sighed. "I need to be here, don't I? Earth knows about Clark. Now it knows about you. 2 aliens, maybe 3 if I count myself, hiding on Earth without warning. We need answers." "You're mad we told Louise and not the government?" Clark asked, gently shaking his head. "That wasn't part of a plan. It just happened." Lu Yuan chimed in with a smirk. "I only got here yesterday. Spent the last 100,000 years on the Earth next door." Clark gave him a quick side glance, silently begging him not to start joking again. "I never wanted to reveal myself," Clark explained sincerely. "It wasn't out of malice. My adoptive father once told me the world wasn't ready for someone like me, that my presence would only cause fear. It was a truth that shaped his whole life. Jonathan Kent had raised him with humility, caution, and a sense of responsibility. Had Clark not landed on the Kent family's farm, his story might have gone very differently. In another version of his life, he could have been seized by the military as a child, imprisoned, experimented on. There were even timelines where Superman turned into a villain. Not all Clarks were lucky, and yet he remained steadfast in his kindness toward Earth. This planet had been his home for 33 years. Until recently, he hadn't even known he was Kryptonian. Now Zod had arrived, and with him, Lu Yuan, a being claiming to have lived for over 100 millennia. Clark glanced at Lu Yuan again. He still couldn't fully grasp who, or what, Lu Yuan truly was. Lu Yuan simply shrugged. "Everything I've said is true." Just then, a soldier approached and whispered something to Ron's. The general's face tightened. "The president has issued the order," the soldier said louder now. "You're to hand them over." Clark and Lu Yuan exchanged a look. They weren't surprised. Without a word, Lu Yuan casually lifted his hand. Shattered glass from earlier floated back into place, reassembling perfectly under his psychokinesis. The gesture earned some startled looks, but no one protested. After all, he was an alien. The interrogation room doors opened. Clark and Lu Yuan stepped out, Louise following closely behind. Ron's and a team of soldiers formed up around them. Escort or guard detail, it was hard to tell. Meanwhile, General Zod's people had been notified. As the trio exited the facility, a Kryptonian spacecraft descended from the skies. From the ship stepped a tall woman in sleek black armor. "I am Farah, she announced coldly, adjutant to General Zod. By Earth's own decision, I've come to retrieve our kin." She looked at the group, her sharp gaze landing on Clark, and then pausing in surprise when it landed on Lu Yuan. "Why are there 2? She asked, confused. "The order was to bring back Kal-El." Clark stepped forward calmly. "I'm Kal-El," he said. "I'm the one Zod's looking for." Farah nodded, acknowledging his bravery, but her eyes lingered on Lu Yuan, puzzled. Lu Yuan, for his part, was more interested in their ship. He studied it with curiosity, arms folded, chin resting in his hand. "This is what Kryptonian ships look like these days," he mused aloud. "Kind of looks like a giant flea. I remember when they looked like elegant discs. Is this really the direction our aesthetics went?" Farah turned toward him sharply. "Who are you?" Lu Yuan finally gave her his full attention. "Tell me, what generation of Zod is your general? Is he a descendant of Alice Zod?" She froze. The name clearly struck a chord. "Ask him if he's ever heard of Lu Yuaner," he added with a faint smile. Alice Zod, his childhood friend. A beautiful, brilliant girl whom he'd once teased for having a name fit for a protagonist. Fate, however, had played a cruel trick. Their story had never been meant to end in a happy reunion. Fiora was at a loss for words. Faced with Lu Yuan's unexpected question about General Zod's ancestry, her mouth opened slightly, but nothing came out. Finally, she muttered, "You can ask General Zod yourself." She truly didn't know how to respond, and Lu Yuan's nonchalant confidence only deepened her confusion. Who was this man? An awkward silence settled over the group. "Tough crowd," Lu Yuan muttered under his breath, scratching his cheek. He had fully expected to deliver a dramatic, attention-grabbing line, but the mood didn't land the way he imagined. Was that too much? Fiora recovered her composure. "Come with me. General Zod is expecting you." Without hesitation, Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and floated toward the ship, literally. He hovered up the ramp, ignoring the boarding stairs entirely, and glided inside like a monarch inspecting his vessel. Fiora watched him go, expression unreadable. She wasn't surprised. Earth's gravity was weaker than Krypton's, and even without solar radiation, a Kryptonian could still demonstrate immense physical prowess here. During their voyage to Earth, Zod's squad had already absorbed enough yellow sunlight to feel the first waves of power rising within them. Still, because of their armored suits, they hadn't undergone full adaptation yet. Clark and Louise followed aboard, while Fiora gave a subtle order for the ramp to close. Inside the ship, Lu Yuan paused, his demeanor shifting. His eyes narrowed as he took a deep breath. There was something unusual about the air. Kryptonian, or rather, a synthetic Kryptonian atmosphere, laced faintly with trace elements of kryptonite. He frowned. No wonder Kryptonians were weakened on their own world. Not only were they under the influence of the red sun, but they were unknowingly breathing a slow, constant toxin, a world poisoned by its own air. It was incredible they survived it all. But now, with Earth's atmosphere flooding the ship and diluting the kryptonite levels, the danger had diminished. Clark didn't seem affected. Then came a surprise. Fiora brought Louise along. Maybe she sensed the emotional bond between her and Clark. Or maybe it was just insurance. Regardless, Clark and Lu Yuan both knew the truth. Zod was after the Codex, the genetic blueprint of all Kryptonian life, hidden within Clark's body. The irony? Zod himself probably had no idea what the Codex looked like or how Jor-El had embedded it in his son. He would need time, leverage, persuasion. Inside the ship, Lu Yuan became noticeably more focused. His curiosity took over. He wandered into the cockpit, inspecting control panels, running fingers along glowing instruments, asking pointed questions about the ship's functions. The pilot broke into a sweat. Somehow, he had to answer. It was as if Lu Yuan's presence demanded obedience. This was deeply unsettling. These were Zod's elite soldiers, conditioned for loyalty, trained for war. Yet now they found themselves explaining systems and protocols as if speaking to a superior officer. Fiora didn't understand either. She watched Lu Yuan warily, unable to piece together his identity. "The ship's design is impressive," Lu Yuan mused aloud. "Sleeker than what we used 100,000 years ago, but less robust. Back then, our star killers could decimate entire civilizations with one coordinated strike. What you've got here, it's not bad, but it's no command dreadnought." The crew exchanged anxious glances. 100,000 years ago, they broke into a cold sweat. Fiora cleared her throat and said carefully, "Actually, this isn't a military vessel. We were imprisoned in the Phantom Zone. This ship was originally a prison transport. It's not state-of-the-art." Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks. "Phantom Zone," he repeated, his voice dropping. The air grew heavy. "You mean you were exiled there?" His tone was suddenly cold. "Only traitors to Krypton and its people are condemned to the Phantom Zone." "What did you do?" Silence felt like a guillotine. The warmth in Lu Yuan's expression vanished. His posture stiffened. One moment, he had seemed like a jovial elder with a child's curiosity. Now, he radiated something else entirely: command. Judgment. "You were soldiers. What was your oath?" Lu Yuan's voice thundered. "To protect Krypton, to protect its people. And now you tell me you were cast into the void." The crew froze in place. Even Clark and Louise stood in stunned silence, sensing the raw authority in Lu Yuan's voice. Fiora was suffocating. Her helmet, designed to maintain stable breathing even in space, felt like it was collapsing inward. She struggled to speak. "General Zod can explain," she managed barely. Lu Yuan's eyes burned with intensity. "Zod? Even if he carries Alice Zod's blood, if he has betrayed our people, I'll deal with him myself." He turned toward the viewport, face stony. Alice Zod, his childhood friend, his once promised. They had sworn to defend Krypton to their last breath. The memory of her would not be tarnished by descendants who turned their blades inward. To betray your people, to raise your weapons against them, that's not patriotism. That's disgrace. The command deck fell, deathly silent. At that moment, Lu Yuan no longer felt like a guest. He was the ship's master now. "Take me to Zod," he said coldly. "I want to see for myself what kind of general he's become." Without a word, Fiora signaled the pilot to accelerate. No one dare question him. Not anymore.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Why is Lu Yuan so strong? Of course, who is he? What was he once? Don't care about others, doesn't he have the confidence and cards in front of the Kryptonians? Certainly not. This is like the resurrection of the first emperor, whose absolute domineering is something no one can deny or dare to contradict. Lu Yuan was farther than Krypton, and at least for a certain period of time, his status was no different from that of the first emperor. What's more, he is still the absolute ruler of a planet. He is the leader of the military, the absolute leader of the army. When he was there, even the old guys and the elders didn't dare to contradict him. If there is something about conspiracy theories, maybe the reason why Lu Yuan ended sadly at the beginning may be political. He killed his most loyal subordinates with his own hands, and the battle with the Apocalypse New Protoss also wiped out Krypton's military power, and in the end he was left with only one bare commander. Then he had to leave. Even later, the reason why Krypton took another path may also have a direct relationship with Lu Yuan. The House of Elders no longer wanted to see a military leader appear, and then it became what it is now, using the code of life to decide everything about the Kryptonians. But this is self-destruction. So, Western, politicians or all that mess, really. Not to mention, it is simply the existence of anti-intelligence quotient, which can no longer be explained by the decline of intelligence. Lu Yuan sat in the main control room of the spacecraft and looked at General Zod's mothership, which was getting closer and closer. Clark is now gradually beginning to believe that perhaps this ancestor is really the ruler of Krypton from 100,000 years ago. Fiora was absolutely loyal to General Zod, but now he didn't dare to say anything. Even Roar had difficulty breathing, and he didn't dare to contact Zod secretly in advance. The pressure on the pilots was the greatest, and even when they entered the hatch of the mothership, they made a mistake and slammed into it. It's outrageous, this thing has an automatic return operation. How did they hit the mothership head-on? Even far from the hatch, Lu Yuan turned his head to look. Several drivers were about to cry. The eyes of this ancestor are going to eat them. If I don't kill you this time, go back and learn from scratch for me. Lu Yuan no longer had the amiable appearance before, and even said clearly that if the crimes they committed made Lu Yuan think they deserved to die, then he would kill them. No surprises. Lu Yuan is so strong, in front of you, he will execute you, and you have to be careful not to resist. Strange to say, these people have weapons, but no one dares to resist. Finally, the spaceship stumbled back to the mothership. There was a team of soldiers waiting to greet him outside, and he wondered if the driver today had drunk fake wine. How does it work? Did you bump into it? Fortunately, the mothership is strong enough, otherwise if it is hit by one of my own people, I will not be laughed at when I say it. However, before they could come up to escort Carol, when Lu Yuan appeared, they immediately fought a cold war. They even had hallucinations. Could it be General Zod? No, they had never seen such a terrifying aura even in General Zod. Lu Yuan came down first, and then he noticed that the entire mothership was full of kryptonite components, including gravity that also imitated Krypton's magnetic field. Boom! Lu Yuan threw his cloak hard, making a huge amount of sound. He's going to be pissed off, idiots. Grinning his teeth, his face was blue, Lu Yuan scolded, "Take me to see your stupid boss." Silly boss? Those terrifying soldiers who didn't know Lu Yuan looked at each other. A man asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "I'm your ancestor, lead the way," Lu Yuan almost exclaimed. Although he said he was leading the way, he had already strode in. No, wait, the group of people couldn't understand the situation, and they quickly chased after them. In the spaceship behind, Lu Yuan left so quickly, and went straight to the control room of the mothership with a whole body of anger, to find Zod to settle the account. Fiora and the others looked at each other, and couldn't help but grow roar. Has that ancestor finally left? It was Clark and Louise's turn to be dumbfounded. What's the situation? They looked at each other. Clark asked Fiora, "Am I still going to see General Zod?" Fiora was so reluctant that she never wanted to face that person again. But as the deputy commander of General Zod, and also Zod's most loyal subordinate, how could she escape? Definitely, gritted his teeth, Fiora asked a few men who were really trying to take Clark and Louise, chased the direction away from Lu and got off the spacecraft. But when they took a few steps forward, they found that many of the hatches inside the spacecraft were destroyed. What happened? Obviously they did not hear the sound of being destroyed. It turned out that Lu Yuan was walking too fast. He didn't wait for the Kryptonian soldiers behind him to help him open the hatch, and slammed into it. One solid hatch after another was smashed by him. It wasn't even too late to make a sound, because with Lu Yuan's powerful strength, these hatches were destroyed silently. Lu Yuan went straight to the main control room without any obstructions. It was a huge amount of space, and there were tight instruments around. Not only the main console was here, but also the situation outside the spacecraft could be observed from here. Right in the middle, stood a middle-aged man wearing a black tights and also had some kind of special emblem on his chest. 577 He is Zod. As mentioned earlier, Zod is a surname, and it is also an ancient family, even comparable to the L family, and was also a soldier at the beginning, and has been the most important military force on Krypton for generations. And that emblem is the family crest of the Zod family, and it also has their own special meaning. That is loyalty. As a military family, the Zod family dedicates everything to their loyalty to Krypton and its people. General Zod heard the sound and turned around subconsciously. As a result, his vision was covered by a red coat, and he felt light on his body. It turned out that Lu Yuan rushed in front of him unceremoniously, grabbed Zod's head and lifted him up. The surrounding soldiers reacted one after another and rushed over to rescue Zod. But Lu Yuan snorted softly, his body exuded a terrifying aura, and the aura alone stunned everyone and dared not move. Lu Yuan pinched Zod's head and said, "Let me see what good things you have done." With that said, Lu Yuan's spirit forcibly broke into Zod's brain, and he casually flipped through his memory like a book. Lu Yuan finally knew what Zod did. As a general, Zod betrayed Krypton. He launched a rebellion. But Lu Yuan didn't pinch Zod's head, but fell into silence. Lu Yuan finally knew why these guys were exiled to the Phantom Zone. Although Lu Yuan has seen movies, can watching movies in the past life be the same as what he experienced now? One is an outsider who even goes to the movies with a pastime with popcorn and coke. But now for Lu Yuan, everything that happened is real. This is the real world to him. Once you have a dream, you can forget it. But what happened in reality can be forgotten. So Lu Yuan wanted to see what Zod did with his own eyes. As it turned out, he saw that Zod led his own army in a rebellion, and they had indeed betrayed Krypton and his people. According to Lu Yuan's character, he would like to pinch Zod's head. But he didn't do that, not because of his childhood sweetheart, but because Lu Yuan saw the decline and even decay of Krypton from Zod's perspective. The House of Elders has been preserved since 100,000 years ago. Even if Krypton goes to another development path, only the House of Elders is still preserved. And those immortal things became the main factor in the destruction of Krypton. Krypton has already entered the final stage of extinction because of its unlimited development resources. Zod noticed this, so he launched a rebellion, and he was going to destroy the Council, which is the House of Elders. But Zod failed, and his biggest failure is that although he wants to destroy the Elders' house, he still intends to continue to use the Code of Life to control the Kryptonian population. It is even up to him to control who should be born and who should not be born. He takes all decisions and masters in his own hands. To put it bluntly, Zod's solution to Krypton's problem is just a change of position, not a real complete change. But I have to admit that Zod's actions are indeed for the continuation of Krypton. Including now, Zod is also to revive the Kryptonian civilization. Moreover, Zod is the child of Zod's family. He has dedicated his loyalty to Krypton. As long as he is a Kryptonian, he is always more protective than hostile. Not to mention the plot of the comics, many times he hopes that he can join forces with Superman to reproduce the glory of Krypton, instead of becoming an enemy with Superman. Even in the plot of the movie, Zod wanted Jor-El to join forces with him more than once, including when he first met Superman. He also hoped to win over Clark by peaceful means. Definitely, his attitude towards people on Earth is a big problem. Zod even wants to reproduce the Kryptonian civilization on Earth, then he will definitely capture the Earth. But is this a problem for Zod? Who is a Kryptonian? Is he really a traitor to Krypton? Maybe Zod is an enemy in the eyes of the Earth, maybe he is an out-and-out traitor in the eyes of the Krypton elders. But from Lu Yuan's point of view, how do you view it? Pa. Lu Yuan let go of his hand and let Zod fall to the ground. Seeing that you didn't shame the Zod family or discredit Alice's glory, I'll spare you once. Lu Yuan still spared Zod. Actually, it's time to call Drew. His name is Drew Zod. All Zod family members can be called Zod. Just like calling Al, I don't know whether to call Lu Yuan or Carl, but consider until everyone is more familiar with Zod's name, let's call it that. Who are you? Zod didn't realize until then, and when he looked at the familiar battlesuit again, he immediately knew. You are from the L family? You are Kal-El? Joel-L's son. You are his son. I am his ancestor. Lu Yuan was so angry that he became the son of countless generations of grandchildren. Zod was taken aback. Isn't it Carl? Who is this L family? At this time, the surrounding soldiers also came alive, and they were about to come forward to rescue Zod. Fiora finally caught up, and let her men lead Clark and Louise in. General, he is Kal-El. Fiora introduced the real Kal-El. Zod is even more strange. Who is he then? Everyone looked at Lu Yuan, including Clark. Lu Yuan snorted softly, looked up, and said to the main control room, I am Lu Yuan Air, the Supreme Commander of Krypton, the third seat of the House of Representatives, and now open my authority. OM. The entire main control room suddenly began to operate quickly, as if something had been activated. Those operators startled roar, what's going on? We lost control. Even Zod looked at Lu Yuan in surprise, how is that possible? He never knew or heard that Krypton had such a Supreme Commander. Lu Yuan was a little proud. This is the spaceship you drove out of the Phantom area, even if those guys want to erase my existence, even if they want to clean up all my information from history, but they didn't think about it. Will you keep my authority? As if confirming Lu Yuan's words, a voice of mechanical synthesis sounded in the main control room. Welcome, Mr. Lu Yuaner, the Supreme Commander of Krypton. All the members of the Phantom District Prison extend their highest regards to you. How about all the staff? Are they all dead? Lu Yuan squinted at Zod. How they escaped is self-evident. The main control room is just an intelligence system and has no self-awareness. With Krypton being able to explore space 100,000 years ago, or even to colonize the entire universe, this is nothing. Including voice control system, automatic operating system, etc., it has already been completed. The technical level of the real Krypton is something that the Earth has never dared to imagine, and even now, it is still inferior to that. So Lu Yuan had to issue the order himself, get all my information and let these ignorant juniors know who I am. While talking, Lu Yuan made a chair behind him, a mighty throne, and sat down like no one else was there. Some people may doubt, does this spacecraft really have so much information? Some, including in the BVS plot, Luthor still got the information about Doomsday from this ship, which is very outrageous. It's just that the information on Doomsday that Luthor got later has been changed. After seeing Lu Yuan's power and invincibility, Krypton has banned anyone from contacting Doomsday's related information, but it was changed, Li Xiaoxiao, to write down the original manufacturing method just in case. Therefore, Lu Yuan is already the only special existence. Even if a new day of destruction is created in the future, no one can reach his level. Having said that, since Lu Yuan gave the order, the intelligence system began to report the identity information about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan Air, born 100,000 years ago in the Krypton Air family, has made countless brilliant achievements in his life, helping Krypton defeat the old enemy Dekozam, and protecting Krypton from being attacked. It is also the expansion of the entire universe. The proposer of the colonization plan is also the actual executor, and all the Kryptonian infrastructure equipment left in the universe is now executed by Lord Lu Yuan Air. At the same time, Mr. Lu Yuan Air is the patriarch of the Air family, and he has become the Supreme Commander of Krypton, and has been given the third seat of the Supreme House of Representatives. P.S. I'm sorry, I drank too much last night. I drank too much, and it broke. So I will stop here today, and I will study and adjust the status and update tomorrow. Because the complete information of Lu Yuan was kept in this spaceship, when Lu Yuan opened the retrieval of his own data with his authority, everyone in the main control room heard it and was dumbfounded. This is an official certification, and it is the Krypton Intelligence System's personal annotation of Lu Yuan's identity. He really came from 100,000 years ago. Master Lu Yuan made countless major contributions to Krypton in his life. He even led the Krypton army to defend Krypton and defeated the enemy many times. In the end, he even died in a tragic battle. The entire Krypton people mourned for this proposal, especially to promote Lord Lu Yuan to the #1 seat, and give him lifelong honor. Lu Yuan tilted his head. That's all. Doomsday? What about the enemy of that fierce battle? And say he's dead? Lu Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. It seems that there is still something. Lu Yuan realized that his information was still being manipulated. Even if you don't mention Doomsday, he just left, who confirmed that he is dead. Even the expressions of the people around were startled. Zod stood up silently and looked at Lu Yuan. Are you a member of the Presbyterian Church? Bullshit. Lu Yuan squinted at Zod. His face was not good looking, because he noticed that someone was secretly stumbling him, and someone was secretly plotting himself, but he has not really confirmed until now, and he doesn't even know who it is. This is a shame for him. He still claims to be a wise general. Isn't this mental retardation? Co-author, has he always had enemies hiding in the dark? No wonder he also vaguely felt that something was wrong. As the head of the L family, is it really such a big sin to marry a daughter of the Zod family? So Lu Yuan's tone was not good, and he directly scolded, idiot. If I didn't join the Presbyterian Council, do you know what I would have become? I will become the Emperor of Krypton. With Lu Yuan's status at that time and the army in his hands, he was a dictator. Even the general of your Zod family was my deputy at the time, and he almost became my wife. How powerful do you think I was back then? Lu Yuan was very rude. Because whether it is a descendant of the L family or a child of the Zod family, he can be regarded as his own descendant. If the ancestors taught you, would you still be polite? Impersonate yourself directly. General Zod was very helpless and whispered, you can call me Drew if you really can't. If every Zod general had a name, it would be really difficult to distinguish whether Lu Yuan wanted to marry Alice Zod from 100,000 years ago or Drew Zod now. He definitely thinks too much. Puff. Suddenly, Clark, who was obviously supposed to be the main party, but now has no sense of existence, vomited, spewed a large amount of blood from his mouth, and fell to the ground with his knees soft. As a Superman, he is also known as a body of steel, but at the moment is powerless, not as good as an ordinary person, and he falls to the ground so weakly. Louise was beside him, and she let out a startled roar. "Clark? How are you? What's wrong with him?" The last sentence was to ask Lu Yuan, "Aren't you his elder? What happened to Clark?" Clark's appearance at the moment was exaggerated, his mouth was full of blood, and he was so weak that he couldn't even suck roar smoothly. But Lu Yuan didn't move at all, he knew what was going on just by looking at it, and said casually, "Don't worry, he's fine, he just grew up on Earth, so he is no longer suitable for the climate and oxygen of Krypton, it will be so." Hearing this, Fiora pouted subconsciously and said, "I can't even breathe the air in my hometown, it's just..." "What? Do you want to say that he is a traitor to Krypton? Do you want to say that my descendants of Lu Yuan and the descendants of my L family are traitors to Krypton?" Lu Yuan was not happy, and a terrible aura erupted from his body again. Behind the cloak also no wind automatically. The usual Lu Yuan is actually very unpretentious, and he doesn't even look like a powerhouse at this level. Many times, for example, he doesn't care about the dog blood sprayed on the internet before. What if it was someone else? As long as the heart is cruel, those trolls will die. Even if Lu Yuan wanted to do it more cleanly, the deaths of those trolls would be forgotten. No one can remember them, truly existentially erased. But Lu Yuan didn't do that, nor would he do that. Instead, he chose to leave by himself, give the Earth a buffer time, and then find a chance to come back. Even if it's not too troublesome to act in a play, he doesn't care. But there are also some things that can't be said. Lu Yuan has many inverse scales, family members, friends, home stars, and so on. You say that his daughter is not good to try. Especially Fiora, who is a Kryptonian, dares to doubt himself or his family descendants. This is now, otherwise Lu Yuan would have to punish him. "Stop arguing, Clark's condition is very bad, how can I help him?" Louise didn't care. For some reason, seeing Clark in such pain, she just felt the same way, and even Lu Yuan's strength was not enough under the excitement. Feared. Lu Yuan nodded in his heart. He heard Druzid say from the side again, "Don't worry, as long as he gets used to it. After all, this is also the air of his own hometown, and it won't really hurt us Kryptonians." "Is that really the case?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly and waved his hand. Roar. A gust of wind suddenly blew inside the entire spaceship. The wind was caught off guard, and no one reacted. And quietly, Lu Yuan completed the change of the air, replacing the air in every corner with the oxygen of the Earth. Wait, why is there still kryptonite in the spaceship? Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Only when he glanced at the internal structure of the spaceship did he realize that some walls were even inlaid with kryptonite. No wonder that the spacecraft has been filled with air that is almost the same as Krypton. Lu Yuan felt strange that Krypton had already perished, and the air on the spacecraft must have been used up long ago, but why is the air in the spacecraft still almost exactly the same as that of Krypton? It turns out that these bastards are using kryptonite to create poison gas for themselves anytime, anywhere. Are you crazy? Lu Yuan immediately ingested all the kryptonite, and then crushed them one by one in person. Turning around, Lu Yuan shouted before Druzid was angry, "Are you crazy? How long did it take Laozi to travel all the way from Krypton to Earth on the other side of the Milky Way before passing through? Bathe in the sun to master the power that makes Kryptonians become Superman. In the end, you still dare to bring kryptonite with you? Are you courting death? Why does kryptonite appear on Earth in BVS? So it was you who brought it." So far, Lu Yuan has really confirmed one thing. 100,000 years ago, there must have been a group of people who had secretly targeted him, and even tried to bring down Lu Yuan at all costs. In fact, Krypton is not held together in a group, although Krypton has already achieved the unit of planetary civilization. However, many things are still unavoidable. At that time, Lu Yuan's power was too powerful, and he himself admitted that if he did not join the Elder's house, then he would become the Emperor. But that is not in line with Krypton's own civilization and tradition. So Lu Yuan will never become Emperor. But he was even more indignant. "I once brought prosperity and strength to Krypton, and even brought infinite possibilities and future to Krypton. As long as the Kryptonians shine the yellow sunlight, even if it is an artificial yellow sunlight, the Kryptonians will all of you can become Superman. But you actually bring Kryptonite's biggest weakness, which is kryptonite, with you." Lu Yuan couldn't believe it. "You guys are so stupid, have all the things I left behind have been destroyed by others?" Lu Yuan was shocked and angry. What did the Krypton Star, the group of people he didn't notice back then, do? Why so stupid? Krypton was originally qualified to compete with Apocalypse for the new Protoss, but now, did you actually play with yourself? Really, these people? In the face of Lu Yuan's anger, no one dared to speak, all of them were silent. Even Druzid, who was supposed to be the Supreme General and Commander, lowered his head now, like a child who made a mistake. The reason is that others don't know and have never heard of Alice Zid's name, but as a descendant of the Zid family, it is impossible for him not to know. Even if I don't know much, I have indeed heard of an ancestor from ancient times who made great contributions to Krypton and even fought to protect Krypton. It was the most tragic battle in Krypton's history, and the ancestor of their family took the lead in the battle. In addition, Lu Yuan's identity has been confirmed. Facing such an ancestor from 100,000 years ago, it is very stressful. Don't you feel your own changes when you shine the light of the sun in this solar system? Lu Yuan continued to ask. Yes, our bodies have been strengthened, because the sun is younger than our fixed star. Darkseid wiped his cold sweat and said his findings. It seems that Alice also left some clues back then, so he also knows that the yellow sun is of great benefit to the Kryptonians. But Darkseid didn't know that although Kryptonians can become Superman, kryptonite is the most fatal weakness. This thing can kill you, especially in the Kryptonian environment. The air is rich in kryptonite. You are courting death. What kind of environment have you been in? Lu Yuan recreated kryptonite in his hands. Just getting close to Darkseid made it difficult for Roar to suck. Fiora and the other Kryptonians looked at each other. Besides that, after Kryptonians become Superman, various super abilities will appear, including strengthening of the 5 senses. You need to experience these yourself. Lu Yuan's tone softened again and told the benefits of their becoming Superman. At the same time, sudden changes also require them to adapt slowly, because the sudden strengthening of the 5 senses will make the living habits of many years unsuitable. Any bells and whistles, that's really scary. Even the sound of an ant crawling can wake you up from the night, not to mention the noise of a car's horn. Even Lu Yuan wouldn't always turn on his super hearing, otherwise he wouldn't have to listen to others, and he would be annoying. So you should get used to it from now on. Since you are soldiers, this is the strength you must master. As a soldier, Lu Yuan actually has the majesty of an army boss. Even the tone of voice is very military style. Yes, Darkseid no longer dared to refute and contradict, and was instantly convinced by Lu Yuan's audacity. But there is one more thing he needs to explain. However, I hope you can help me find out the code of life that Joel L put on his child, which was taken away by Kal L. Since you are still alive, I hope you can lead us to repeat the glory of Krypton. If it is you, I think you must also want to see Krypton come back to life, right? Although Darkseid was convinced by Lu Yuan's audacity, he did not forget his mission just like that, and he still mentioned the code of life. Oh, then can you tell me what you think? Lu Yuan didn't rush to say what he thought, but asked Darkseid, do you want to use the code of life to resurrect Kryptonians? I have seen that code. It does contain all the Kryptonian genes. Do you want to do that? Yes, Darkseid's eyes flashed, and he said excitedly, as long as there is a code of life, we can revive the dead Kryptonians. There is even an excellent new Kryptonian option in front of us, Earth. We can transform Earth into a new Krypton. And then let's die together. Lu Yuan interrupted Darkseid unceremoniously, his eyes full of disappointment, and a sneer of disdain hung on the corner of his mouth. Darkseid frowned. He was also a little disappointed with Lu Yuan, and asked, what? Don't you want to see Krypton revive? I am definitely responsible. You don't have to question this point, and you are not qualified to question it. Don't worry, I will bring back the glory of Krypton again, but it's definitely not your stupid idea. And the code of life? I think it's the code of death. Come on, Lu Yuan sneered, showing disdain for the code of life. All Kryptonians were unhappy this time, because now, except Clark, all Kryptonians were cultivated by the code of life. Definitely not Lu Yuan. They will never allow others to insult the code of life, not even Lu Yuan. After all, he is a character from 100,000 years ago, but if there is no code of life, how can Krypton persist for these 100,000 years? Yes, Lu Yuan's identity has been proven. He is indeed a big shot 100,000 years ago, and he once desperately guarded Krypton. But for the past 100,000 years, the code of life has been helping Krypton. So they all showed dissatisfied expressions and glared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't care, and snorted coldly, the code of life, I know what it is, because the genes of all Kryptonians are engraved, so even if they die, they can regenerate at any time, which is equivalent to resurrection. Since you know why, someone asked. Lu Yuan interrupted directly, do you think this is a good thing? The most important role of the code of life is to control the new population according to the needs of the society, and to set up the responsibilities of this life in advance for the new life. But what qualifications do you have to decide a new life? The future of life. It has to be said that the code of life can indeed help a highly civilized society cultivate new life. When a civilization is overdeveloped, problems related to future generations will gradually appear in trouble, such as the birth rate of newborns, or excess birth rate and so on. Having too many kids is a problem, and having too few kids is huge amounts of trouble. But the life code will plan a child's future life and destiny from the very beginning, and maybe even the child's future marriage and family will be clearly arranged. You relied on a broken code to fix the future of Krypton in an embarrassing position, neither rising nor falling. Have you ever developed higher in the past 100,000 years? You have sealed your own upper limit, and you have even been controlled by the code. You can't even escape. 100,000 years ago, we almost set foot in the entire galaxy, and even other galaxies have passed through 5 or 7. 100,000 years in the future, you can only wait to die on Krypton. How dare you tell me that this is the future of Krypton? Why do you decide the future of the Kryptonians? Why do you decide what the Kryptonians will do in the future? If I want to be a scientist, but the code of life only makes me a soldier, why? Even you told me, who will decide who is born and who should not be born? Do you want to be emperor? Lu Yuan questioned Darkseid. If Darkseid just wanted to revive Krypton, there would be no problem. After seeing his memory, Lu Yuan had let him go, which was equivalent to agreeing that Darkseid had almost destroyed the Presbyterian Church. That is to say, Lu Yuan recognized that he did not betray Krypton and the people, but just destroyed the rotten elder's house. However, it is impossible for Darkseid to repeat Krypton with the Code of Life, and he is likely to control the Code of Life himself. Who should be born, how many lives should be born, and what new life should be born, it's up to him to decide. Who does he think he is? Emperor? Lu Yuan sneered, so you have selfishness. Darkseid was silent. He may be considering Lu Yuan's words, or he may not agree with Lu Yuan's words. The reason why it is not approved is because in the current situation where Krypton is almost extinct, the Code of Life is the only way and means that can immediately revive the Kryptonian civilization. Only the Codex can produce a large number of newborns at once, and only the Codex can reproduce those Kryptonian genes that have been remembered. Only the Codex can bring the dead Kryptonians back to life. So he doesn't answer, but doesn't approve either. Even if Lu Yuan is right, what he said is reasonable, but so what? Do you only rely on these Kryptonians in front of you to reproduce? Are you crazy? Even if a person has 10 children, how many generations will it take to repeat the glory of Krypton? There are so many technologies that need to be developed and so on. So even if Lu Yuan's hype, it doesn't make sense in Darkseid's view. Lu Yuan seemed to see it too, and couldn't help laughing secretly in his heart. As expected, he was indeed a descendant of Alice, and he was indeed a child of the Zod family. They were all stubborn. Then let me tell you another good news. In fact, you are not the only survivors of Krypton. In fact, I noticed a piece of good news. Kandu City has survived, including the residents of Kandu City. You know that Kandu City has almost all of the population survived intact, including all the technologies of Kandu City at that time. Lu Yuan finally revealed the news about Kandu City. Even Lu Yuan looked at Clark, who had recovered, and said, including your parents, they should also be alive, if they are still in Kandu City. Kandu City used to be Lu Yuan's territory and the residents of the L family. It stands to reason that everyone from the L family would live in Kandu City. What's more, Kandu City is also the most important city on Krypton and the city with the longest history. There should be people with heads and faces. What you said is true. Darkseid was the first to express his joy. The other Kryptonians were also pleasantly surprised to roar each other. Although Clark felt a little strange, he was equally excited. Is Kandu City really intact? There are millions of people there. Krypton is saved. Krypton is saved. Darkseid was so excited that he almost burst into tears. I have to say that he would rather launch a rebellion than be branded a traitor without even being understood. But what Darkseid wants to do most is to save Krypton. Especially in the past 33 years, according to Clark's age on Earth, the wandering of the universe made him feel more and more lonely. That's why he was so excited when he heard the news about the tribe. At the beginning, Lu Yuan was still underestimated. How could such an important city have such a small population? In fact, the real number of Kandu City is far more than a few million, and the resident population alone has exceeded a few million. This will be a particularly important turning point, and Krypton can get a refresher with this group of survivors. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan let go of Brainiac. So I want you to give up the code, and let the Kryptonians really get a new life. Everyone can decide their own future. They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. They can live whatever they want. Love freely. Freely decide whether to have children or not, and have infinite future and possibilities, and I have already planned. I will find a new home for Kandu City, including you. Lu Yuan made a decision. After reading Darkseid's memory, Lu Yuan had already had an idea why he did not hesitate to say so much, and he had only been talking since the meeting, and no longer planned to use force. Because Lu Yuan already has an idea, that is, I will find a new home for Krypton survivors and a planet full of life, and I will also build a younger sun for Krypton, all of which can be done. However, I can't always help them build the new Krypton. I want you, General Zod, I order you as the Supreme Commander. Before the new Krypton has finished its new life, I want you to lead your 2.0 soldiers to assist in the reconstruction of Krypton. Home, can you do it? It turned out that this was Lu Yuan's final verdict on General Zod. He thought so, although he would get the survivors of Krypton into his almighty universe, he could also take care of the new Krypton himself without being threatened. However, while abandoning the code, it will also increase some uncertainty. Again, when people have the power to self-determine, including being the bad guy is also their freedom. At that time, complete security is required. And the group of General Zod happened to be the most in need. Kandu City has enough scientists and other people from all walks of life, and a small number of warriors, but I need elites like you to assist in the reconstruction of Krypton. What are you going to do? Lu Yuan did not force them, but waited for them to choose. In fact, if Lu Yuan wanted to kill them, it was actually more convenient and simple. Don't mention a look, now just a thought, all almighty universe level and below must perish. As long as Lu Yuan is willing, just one thought is enough to make a person cease to exist from the beginning. What the original Transcender can do, including what he cannot do, he can do. This is because Lu Yuan has not yet begun to grasp the power of origin that DC God promised Lu Yuan in advance, otherwise he will only be stronger. In fact, Lu Yuan has not integrated those things, including the power of OU axing to make the lamp ring and the emotional spectrum of the Legion, including the power of the Omega effect, and even all the power of origin of the Wall of Origin. He now has detached power in himself. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't want to kill Druzard, so he would rather waste his saliva. After all, this is also one of the few survivors of the tribe, and it is also an important force for the revival of Krypton, so it cannot be wasted so much. 06 Tell me your choice, whether to follow my plan and follow my instructions to revive the Kryptonian civilization, or continue to follow your own ideas, based on the code, to create a failed civilization that will only go to extinction, said come on. Lu Yuan has completed his previous persuasion stage, and the next step is to see Druzad's choice. He wouldn't keep talking like this all the time, because they were Kryptonians, otherwise there wouldn't be many BBS if they could do it a long time ago. Druzard subconsciously looked at Aphira. Aphila is his assistant lieutenant and his wife in the comics, and once had sons and daughters with Druzad. In a certain publication, Druzad even wanted to marry Clark with his daughter, so as to achieve the effect of marriage, and then everyone would revive Krypton together. In a certain comic book plot, there are many Kryptonian survivors. This Superman army once gave Darkseid a headache. But the Kryptonians couldn't really integrate into a group, and even editors wouldn't dare to do that, otherwise they would be almost invincible. Even Druzad is more often courting Superman. So Ophelia is also a detached status. General, let's stop here, Aphila suddenly persuaded Druzard. Druzad was a little surprised. He knew that Aphira and his subordinates were loyal to him, and they would rather follow him to make a rebellious rebellion. He also knew that Fiore would never betray him. She was afraid that I would kill you, Lu Yuan claimed to be a wise general in the end, and he could guess from the worry in Fiora's eyes that she was afraid of killing them, especially Druzad. But is General Zod afraid of death? Not afraid. But Fiora was worried that he would not be able to die properly. If they were facing the enemy, they were naturally not afraid of life and death. But now it's different. Fiora continued to persuade, General, we must focus on the overall situation. Why don't we rescue the survivors of Kandu City first, and then make plans? Lu Yuanxin said, do you think I am dead? He even blatantly said that he should first appease and fool himself, and then take a long-term view. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, okay, then you first settle down on the moon and take the time to get used to the senses of becoming a Superman. There are still many things to get used to. I'll have to wait a few more days to arrange what the new Krypton needs. Planet. The almighty universe has already started construction, and the first thing to be built is the complete galaxy that Krypton needs. Lu Yuan is not in a hurry, he can make a new Krypton home right away. Just take this time to let Druzard and the others complete the transformation of Superman. In this way, the original crisis was solved so easily? If not, Lu Yuanxin said that he really wanted to fight. Except for Kandu City, the entire Krypton seems to be the only ones left. It would be inappropriate if they had to fight to the death. It was originally because Druzad and his party wanted to snatch Earth as a new home for Krypton. But now Lu Yuan has actively promised to give Krypton a new planet and a perfect solar system, so naturally there will be no conflict in this regard. There is also the Code of Life, which was simply worthless by Lu Yuan. Since there are still millions of survivors over there, Druzad also thought that it might be better to rescue people first, wait for everyone to gather together, and then study the future development in detail. If the complete Kandu City and so many survivors can be rescued, it will also be of great benefit to the revival of Krypton. In fact, Lu Yuan and Druzad have a common goal, that is, everything is mainly to revive Krypton. In fact, they did not have any conflict originally. Including Druzad's attitude towards Clark is not bad. It is said that he and Joel L., which is Clark's biological father, are still friends. Lu Yuan was amazed, saying that the relationship between the two families is very strange. Although the children of each generation are opposites at the beginning, they will end up being more or less sympathetic to each other. There is also a deep friendship between the same sex, and there is always a spark of love between the opposite sex. It's just that every time the L family and the Z family want to combine, they will be hindered in various ways. Lu Yuan wanted to go back to 100,000 years ago to see who was behind the scenes, and to see his childhood sweetheart again. However, Lu Yuan already has a wife, and he may have promised. What's more, with Lu Yuan's current strength and realm, once someone, even someone supreme, wants to travel through time and space to kill Lu Yuan, who has not yet risen, he will immediately sense it and rush over, fighting. But only if it is Lu Yuan himself, he can rewrite his history, or even change his own settings. A bad influence may change your current existence. That would be more than worth it. The most important thing is that the childhood sweethearts of those years died in his arms in the end. The army of 100,000 Doomsdays was Lu Yuan's most loyal and trustworthy subordinates, and he was also the first group of soldiers who became the Superman army with him, including his childhood sweethearts. He also said that General Darkseid had been his second in command. Therefore, Lu Yuan is also a bit unable to face it. Maybe there will be a chance to resurrect Alice later, but not now. In this way, Lu Yuan temporarily placed Druzard and others on the moon. He also warned them not to disturb the Earth anymore. As for how to give Clark's identity next, or give an explanation about the identity of Carol, It's quite simple, as long as you let General Zod say a good word when you leave later, and promise that the Earth will come to help when there is a need in the future, let Clark serve as a bridge between the two civilizations, and let him become a friendship ambassador, then that's it. The most critical thing now is actually how to arrange the revival of Krypton. Things seem to be settled here. Lu Yuan's original plan was actually to destroy this group of people who dared to fight the only descendant of his family, even if they were the only survivors of Krypton. There are only so many people left. But so far, only Clark is a descendant of the L family. It is impossible for Lu Yuan not to be biased. But in the end, he still couldn't do it, and he recognized what Darkseid had done. This also shows the problem. Lu Yuan also despised those rotten elders. It's just that he didn't agree with Darkseid's method at the same time, so he arranged them on the moon first, and when the new Krypton was ready, he took them to rescue Kandu City together. It was only when they returned to Earth that they still faced accountability from the General and others. The Kryptonian spaceship has left, but what happened before will always have to be explained to the Earth. Although Zod and the others have gone to the moon according to Lu Yuan's instructions, there are still many things to learn. But what happened before? Shouldn't you give someone an explanation? Don't worry, we will not become the enemy of the Earth, nor will we threaten the safety of the Earth. On the contrary, when the Earth is in danger, because of the existence of Superman, Krypton will become the protector of the Earth. A solid shield. Lu Yuan looked at Clark when talking about Superman. In this movie universe, it was Louise who first said the title of Superman, which is also the stock of the DC universe. Since this was created by Louise for Clark, Lu Yuan thought about it, and simply handed it over to Clark. And he himself was moved by a thought and changed into a new battlesuit. I saw that Lu Yuan's dark blue battlesuit suddenly turned white, and he still had no underwear to wear outside, but the belt turned pure gold, and the shoes, wrist guards, and the S on the chest and the back of the cloak also changed. Glittering gold. Also dyed a circle of gold around the edge of the cape. If you have seen the old Superman pretended to be by Worldcaster, it should be very impressive. It's just that Lu Yuan is naturally younger, and his body still exudes a sacred brilliance. He ceded the title completely to Clark. Because Clark is the Superman of this world. Do you think we can be at ease just because of your words? But the General expressed his doubts, and he didn't hide it, he directly expressed his concern. General Zod had threatened the whole Earth before, how could it be possible to dispel worries and doubts with just one sentence? Besides, you said at the beginning that you doubted that General Zod would stare at Earth. The General looked at Clark again and raised Clark's concerns at the time. Clark was right. At that time, General Zod really wanted to take action on Earth. This was a ready-made option that could be immediately prepared for the revival of Krypton. Only later, because of Lu Yuan's relationship, General Zod had to give up. Clark didn't explain the reason, thought for a while and said, it's because they found more news of Kryptonian survivors, it's an intact city, so they need to find a way to rescue them. A more suitable planet for our survivors. I think Earth is suitable, right? The General let out a cold snort, and with more nervous eyes, locked onto the two Kryptonians in front of him. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, but instead of revealing the true identity of the General, he toughened his tone and sneered, Tisk, you have to know that sometimes a big fist is the truth. I know your worries, you are worried about Krypton. The massive invasion of the stars. It just shows that the Kryptonians have the ability to lay down the planet, so if the Kryptonians don't do that in a day, it proves that we have good intentions for the Earth. Just because Krypton has that strength, not doing that proves that the Kryptonians really have no such plans. With our strength, there is no need to be so humble. If we are your enemies, trust me, General, as long as I shoot at the core of the Earth with a heat ray that exceeds 20 million degrees Celsius, do you know what that means? Lu Yuan said. His eyes slowly lit up with golden light, and he stared at the General who was disguised by aliens in front of him. Ron's, Martian Manhunter, he is pretending to be an alien, and his real identity is also an alien. But seeing that he was really considering the safety of the Earth, Lu Yuan decided not to expose his identity. The General was shocked. He definitely knew that 20 million degrees Celsius was the temperature of the core of the Sun, and he understood what would happen once this temperature was projected to the core of the Earth. That is no less than sending the Earth to the core of the Sun. Even for a moment, it is enough to evaporate all the water on the Earth, and all the life in the world will be roasted to death. It is far more than that. The core of the Earth will collapse and the Earth will be finished. Lu Yuan showed his strength. I can blow up the Earth with one punch, but I won't do that. You know why? Because I like this planet, so I will protect this planet, even if it is my people want to play tricks on this planet, and I will stop it myself. This is his promise, and it doesn't matter whether he can make the General trust him, and whether he can let this matter come to an end. The atmosphere of the scene was a little stiff for a while, and the surrounding soldiers clenched their weapons with anesthetics in their hands, and there were even higher-scale armed equipment in the distance. As long as the General gives an order, a war between humans and aliens may be staged. Clark and Louise also secretly broke into a cold sweat, worried about Lu Yuan's recklessness and strength. I mean, he's too strong, isn't he, to threaten to destroy the Earth? In fact, Lu Yuan knew very well that if he didn't do this, the Earth wouldn't be at ease. If he didn't, Li Zhaozhao, make a threat first and then express his goodwill. This is what is called a big stick followed by a red date calamity. What about the whereabouts of General Zod? After all, the human general played by Ron Rong softened first, lowered his tone, and began to inquire about the whereabouts of General Zod and others. Krypton's spacecraft had already appeared in front of people all over the world. It could be seen in the sky within the Earth's atmosphere and even on the ground, but it had to be seen within the city limits where it was staying at that time. Then an alien spacecraft always needs an explanation. They are on the moon, waiting for my next instructions. By the way, I don't seem to have said it yet. In fact, I am the real Supreme Commander of Krypton, and the only one who has unified all the military teams in Krypton's 100,000 years. Supreme General, so please show some respect. Please call me General Lu Yuan, or Commander Lu Yuan. I'm very handsome, Lu Yuan said with a condescending expression. Everyone was speechless. In fact, there is a reason why Lu Yuan chose such a strong attitude. It is also very simple to say. It is derived from its own strong strength and invincible belief. I can blow up your world with one punch, and even one look can destroy the Earth. Then as long as I do nothing, I am the kindest. Otherwise you are gone. It's that simple, rude, and so straightforward. But it is the most direct and effective. Different from the attitude he chose when he first arrived on Earth in the Marvel Universe, Lu Yuan is very strong here. Why is there such a difference? First of all, he just woke up from a 100,000-year slumber, and he has not even had time to adapt to the power that he has reached the fifth dimension. If he had known that he could rewrite reality at will, then he would have chosen another way to come here. Marvel 2. Do not believe? Marvels can be restarted later, and we can come up with a fan version of the What If series, if Iron Man is Lu Yuan, if Lu Yuan is the big boss of Avengers Alliance, or something like that. Another, at that time, Lu Yuan didn't plan to stay in Marvel for that long. He just wanted to find a way to return to DC and went back. U-577 didn't think too much at the beginning, he just found a way to fool him. Who would have thought that it would last so long? And now, in front of the younger generation of the family, Lu Yuan naturally can no longer choose to compromise. Even though this is Earth, which has extraordinary meaning to him, Lu Yuan is still strong. In the end, it was clear that the conversation could not go on. But there was no way. Lu Yuan obviously couldn't come up with any evidence that the general could give him what he wanted. Can't arrest Zod and his party? That Lu Yuan is not crazy. Anyway, Zod and the others have gone to the moon temporarily. They also need to adapt to what Lu Yuan gave them. From the light of the yellow sun, they can draw power to become Superman and the body of steel, as well as the corresponding power and so on. They also have a lot to do. The only thing you can do is to believe that we are good people, believe that we will become the superhero of the Earth, and protect the Earth, that's all. We can't give you any evidence other than that. We can only give you this promise. Lu Yuan he left a sentence at the end, then gave Clark a look, and asked Clark to follow him with Louise, and quickly flew away from this military base. General? What to do? The soldiers asked the general. The general was also helpless and said, I can only report it to the president, Mr. President. General, do you believe what he says? Do you really think he can easily destroy our world? Someone else asked. The general was helpless. If my intuition is not wrong, he can really do it. Besides, they still have an army, and I don't know how to stop this army with the power of the Earth. Nuclear weapons don't work either. Obviously I don't want humans and aliens to be buried with them, and if it's really useless, then we will only be destroyed. Well, let's stop here. As for what to do with them in the end, let the president decide. Well, the general side, that's all. On the other side, Wayne Manor, Bruce has been paying attention to this matter. And that night, it was officially announced that the alien Carol had met with the tribe and reached a friendly agreement, after the news that the aliens had temporarily left. Afu, do you believe they are really willing to leave like this? Bruce asked suddenly. The housekeeper Afu brought a glass of hot milk. When he saw Bruce holding a bottle of wine and a wine glass in his hand, he couldn't help frowning and complained, the wine cellar in the manor is almost empty. I don't want to go down there. The first generation of Master Wayne will prepare the grapes before they grow up. But it is not certain whether there will be the next generation of Master Wayne. I really don't know why I have to worry about this kind of thing with you. Bruce looked at Alfred helplessly. Although the biological parents, the older generation Wayne and his wife, have passed away for so many years, but as the housekeeper Afu who watched him grow up, he obviously took the place of his parents. Is this forcing him to marry him? Afu didn't care at all. While replacing the milk glass with the red wine glass, he said as usual, I know so many famous ladies, even a young woman, I recognize. Young master, you really should bring a few girls home already. Enough Afu. Bruce reluctantly stopped Afu. I really don't know what the old man is going to say next. But it's strange. I said earlier that this version of Bruce is the big one. If there is no plot connection between Director Ja and Director Neo, then Bruce doesn't need to consider childhood sweethearts. But he is still alone for so many years, it really makes people wonder if there is a problem with his orientation? That's definitely not the case. In fact, in the past few years, although the movie universe has not been explained, it has been explained from the side that Batman has always been secretly guarding Gotham City. Bruce is really focused on his superhero career. So there was a famous scene. In a certain comic plot, the three giants who met for the first time, Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman, at that time, in order to gain mutual trust, Wonder Woman lassoed the three of them with a mantra, and wanted to simultaneously say their true identities. Wonder Woman says her name is Diana, Superman says she's Clark, and only Batman says she's Batman. He's already going to be enchanted. So Bruce fell into deep thought, and suddenly said, if he wants to be an angel, if the gods descend from the sky, should the devil arise from the earth? If the opposite of God is the devil? Master. Afu's hand trembled, and he looked at Bruce incredulously, and saw that he was playing with the mark of a bat flying darts in his hand. Bruce did it all over again. The Wayne family will fall, Alfred continued to warn Bruce with a deep meaning. However, Bruce seemed to have made up his mind, grabbed the flying darts in his hand, and regardless of the sharp edges that had cut his skin, he said to Alfred, I may need something that can imprint on people. Afu looked at Bruce so worried, but in the end, he chose to give up and indulge. I know, but I still hope you can understand that it's best not to overdo it. Otherwise, the Wayne family, Batman, is really going to fall. So far, Gotham City has lost one Dark Knight and one more Mad Bat. Batman, who once believed in not killing, began to brand some prisoners. Batman started picking out some damned people and letting them fend for themselves, and there would even be someone in there to do his mission. Although Batman didn't do it himself, he did start hunting. Lu Yuan still doesn't know what kind of changes these aliens have brought to the Earth. The first is that Batman starts to get aggressive, and Gotham City feels this most clearly. To be honest, although super criminals were afraid of being targeted by Batman before, they have never been so afraid of Batman as they are now. Because in the past, at most, they were only arrested, and the most serious one was being sent to Akamu Lunatic Asylum. But now, once branded by Batman he will die. From this day on, Batman broke his no-kill principle. He started hunting, he became a beast with rage, and he also became a hunter. As long as he is staring at him, no one can escape. Only at this time did the criminals begin to fear, and some even left Gotham City quietly. From this day on, Gotham City will truly be peaceful. It's just that this peace is not peace, but a superficial peace that was forced under Batman's terror and under his threat. But in fact, even those ordinary people are terrified. Because when a superhero begins to be unrestrained, not even self-restrained, this is a terrible thing. No one knows whether the current Batman mask is a broken smiling face or a serious face that looks like a punishment officer. No one knows. There is even a big and no small thing happening, with human beings realizing that the Earth is not alone, and human beings are not the only exception, when aliens really exist in the universe. Someone started to investigate secretly. Alexander Luthor, Lex Luthor, is one of them. He secretly investigates the identities of the two Kryptonians, and because of this, he will find more superhumans with magical powers. Definitely this is a later story, let's not mention it for the time being. Including those superhumans, they also began to prepare secretly. A lot of people have a hunch that maybe something will happen between them. But for Lu Yuan, these and those things don't care too much. The reason why Lu Yuan didn't find this was actually related to his own laziness. Lu Yuan turned off his super cosmic awareness, and turned off almost all super abilities related to the five senses, such as supervision and super hearing, which must be turned off, otherwise it will be annoying. This made him not suddenly become an ordinary person, but he really couldn't predict many things. But that doesn't matter. Lu Yuan has been busy with three things recently. The first is Clark's question. Clark. Because it is on the Earth, when Lu Yuan called Roar Clark, he called Roar by the name of the people on Earth, that is, his name on the Earth. This also shows Lu Yuan's recognition of his identity as a human on Earth. You have a lot to learn, Lu Yuan said to Clark in front of him with a serious face. At the moment they were on the Kent family's farm, Lu Yuan not only reprimanded Clark, but also seemed very dissatisfied. The reason is that Lu Yuan discovered that Clark had never been trained, and he didn't even know how to fight. Clark shook his head with a wry smile and explained, it would be terrifying to fight someone with my power. He definitely won't fight. Think about using his power to fight other children. What terrible results would it be? Lu Yuan snorted coldly, this is not an excuse. You already know that you are a descendant of our L family. Do you know what the L family stands for? Apart from hope, we are the Asgardians of Krypton. A family of soldiers, even if they become scientists, must know how to fight. So is this the reason why Joel L almost defeated Darkseid as a general even as a scientist? Clark wanted to refute that he didn't grow up on Krypton and the L family. He only had one name on Earth, and that was Clark Kent. Can't blame Clark either. It's hard for anyone in his position and origin to feel a sense of belonging to Krypton. After all, I grew up on Earth since I was a child, and I only listened to what others said, including my own life experience, and I have no memory at all. This made it difficult for Clark to accept his identity as a Kryptonian, and even his family background. But Lu Yuan didn't give him a chance, and said very strongly, I will make you willing to accept my training, boy, prepare yourself mentally. After that, Lu Yuan turned around and was about to leave. Clark looked at Lu Yuan's back and had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, Martha's voice came from inside the house. Clark? Mr. Lu Yuan is invited to come in and prepare for dinner. No need for Mom, he's gone, Clark replied without looking back, still looking at Lu Yuan's back, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. Clark is very worried. What should he do if Lu Yuan is going to threaten the Earth? He had seen Lu Yuan's powerful aura, and even Lu Yuan's strength. Lu Yuan had almost crushed the General Zod in a face-to-face encounter. Clark has no confidence. If it was him, would he really be Lu Yuan's opponent? What's more, the other party is still an ancestor-level figure. Lu Yuan left the Kent family farm by walking on both feet, making changes while walking, and quickly put on a platinum shirt. In order to give Clark the definition and identity of Superman, Lu Yuan finally gave up the most classic color matching and changed to a white shirt with pure gold color matching in some places. He called it the Platinum Tabard. SHH. Lu Yuan soared into the air, turning into a white light and hitting somewhere in the metropolis. In order to find someone, Lu Yuan turned on his cosmic consciousness, and immediately found his target. Ron Wrongs. Lu Yuan had locked his breath before, and now he is looking for the human general that Martian Manhunter pretended to be. Lu Yuan didn't care that Ronan and Wrongs were talking with some big shots at the time. He broke the wall and broke in, and came to a place similar to the parliament. Everyone was stupid at the time. I know you are discussing how to deal with my problem. Lu Yuan didn't do any preparations, glanced at everyone in the room indifferently, and said, don't do those meaningless things, no matter what you think. Yes, I can only guarantee that I have no ill will towards the Earth. It turned out that the meeting these people held today was still discussing whether to monitor the two Kryptonians. Lu Yuan actually broke in on purpose. Sir, we don't even know your true identities, how do you ask us to explain to the people? Someone asked strongly. Lu Yuan smiled, then you can arrange one for me. You can also monitor me if you want. I plan to open a bar in Gotham City. You can arrange for me, from bartender to waiter, even if you use your agent. Also, everyone almost vomited blood. Have you ever seen such a shameless person? Lu Yuan is too strong, so strong that people are speechless. You mean, we find a place for you, and then pay you to open a bar, and even all the staff have to be arranged by us. Some people feel incredible. How are you embarrassed? Lu Yuan snorted softly, you even have to pay the salary. The man put his hand on his forehead, he thought it was too much, but he was still naive. The others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Lu Yuan disapproved, looking at the crowd with his arms folded, and said, aren't you discussing how to monitor me? My identity was arranged by you, and the place where I opened the bar was found by you, including the staff. It's all your agents, what else do you want? Am I already cooperating enough? Don't go too far. Who is too much? Everyone wanted to spray him, but they didn't dare to 593. After all, there is still an alien spacecraft on the moon, and it is difficult for them to guess whether the Earth can withstand the technology of Kryptonians. It was definitely unstoppable. Even if Darkseid and his party reluctantly made the prison spaceship in the Phantom Zone into what it is now, it would be enough to flatten the surface. It is no exaggeration to say that General Zod even intends to transform the Earth's environment into Krypton. If so, the people of the Earth will perish. Unless it can evolve. Definitely, Lu Yuan wouldn't do that either. I'll give you 3 days, you can think about it slowly. In fact, I don't want you to compromise, but there is one thing you need to remember, this is already my greatest kindness. If you refuse, you will dare to beat me in the future. If you don't pay any attention, I will kill you all. Lu Yuan left a harsh sentence, turned around and left. Everyone present was shocked. Lu Yuan's strength made them feel uncomfortable. When did their country become so aggrieved? But Lu Yuan does not belong to any side of the Earth, including the power he is showing now, which is enough to shock people. General, referring to Ron and Rons, if we are enemies with him and the Kryptonians, can we win this war? Someone asked with a serious look, and even used the evaluation of war. Ron Wrongs thought for a while, and finally he could only shake his head. Absolutely impossible. If my guess is correct, in fact, I doubt that human weapons can hurt his steel body. In fact, Ron Ronziev at the moment has used human instead of us. As a Martian, Ron Wrongs naturally has his special super abilities, such as telepathy, and many super strengths comparable to Superman. But he found that he couldn't see what Lu Yuan was thinking, and he couldn't sense how powerful Lu Yuan was. Even he himself can't guarantee that he can compete with Lu Yuan with all his strength. With the strength of Ron and Wrongs, he is already immune to almost all the weapons currently available to humans on Earth. So what he said was very pertinent. Everyone in the council gasped. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a phone on the table in front of everyone. It turned out that apart from everyone on the surface, this was a conference call. I just heard someone on the opposite side say, Mr. President has already heard the whole process. Since this Mr. Alien is so cooperative, we naturally have to express enough sincerity. Let's fully cooperate with all his requirements, as long as it is not too much, we can help him open the bar. If only a bar. Since even the president said so, then there is no problem. So next, they began to discuss how to arrange Lu Yuan's request. The first is definitely to give Lu Yuan an identity, and then the location of the bar. But why do you have to go to Gotham City? Doesn't he know what's going on in Gotham City? No, with that alien's strength, there should be no need for others to worry about him. Then there is the search for an agent who can perform this task. Since they arranged everything from the bartender to the waiter, then it is simply an agent. He didn't care anyway. In this way, Lu Yuan's request was successfully passed. But in fact, according to what Lu Yuan said, he really doesn't need to be greedy for this little bit of cheapness. Whether it's money or anything else, he can solve it by himself. But just like Lu Yuan said, he knew that if he didn't do this, there would be people constantly monitoring and watching. Instead of facing a constant stream of annoying things, it's better to solve it in one go. Although a little rude, this is his goodwill. Then Lu Yuan came to the surface of the moon again. he can definitely survive in outer space for a long time. It is better to say that there is no space and environment that Lu Yuan can't go to or cannot survive. He's been to the hottest fixed star core, where the temperature is 1,000,000,000,000 degrees Celsius. He's also been to the bottom of the coldest ice sheets, including where the anti-Superman battlesuit was tempered. Although he later tore up the anti-Superman battlesuit himself, Iron Man Tony always suspected that the purpose of Lu Yuan and Banner helping him build the anti-Superman and anti-Hulk battlesuits was to tear them apart one day. Tony is miserable, so he didn't care, set foot on the surface of the moon, and easily found Darkseid and his party in a crater. Instead of staying on the far side of the moon, they often change positions as they move, so that they can always be in the spot where the sun's yellow rays are shining. It's just that Darkseid and his party couldn't survive in outer space like Lu Yuan, so they stayed in the spaceship. Lu Yuan broke in directly as he wanted, without opening the hatch, but directly through the spaceship's protective wall, like a transparent spiritual body penetrating in. Lu Yuan saw that everyone was irradiating the sun silently, and quickly adapted to the strengthening of strength and the strengthening of various senses. In fact, all Kryptonians have almost the same ability as Superman, which means that although the title of Superman refers specifically to Clark, which is Kal-El's 2.0, but anyone who is a Kryptonian can become a Superman. Even these people may adapt faster than Clark because of their genes as warriors. Especially Darkseid, who can even release heat ray, can hear the voice of the Earth on the moon, and Supervision, who has begun to master X-ray vision, and microscopic vision and super distance vision. You idiots, if I hadn't discovered it earlier, how long would you have been planning to poison yourself? As long as Lu Yuan thought that they had deliberately carried kryptonite, a harmful poison that is deadly to Kryptonians, he even made kryptonite himself. Star Air came to poison himself, so he didn't get angry. Everyone, including General Zod, did not dare to refute. There is no way to refute. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan, they still don't know how to master this Superman's power. Lu Yuan didn't leave Darkseid's group here alone. In fact, it was precisely these people that he trained first. Clark's side doesn't need to be concerned for the time being. He has been on Earth for so many years and has fully adapted to his own strength. On the contrary, this group of talents has just come into contact and needs to be trained well in order to exert themselves. And these people will become Asgardians of Kandu City survivors in the future, and even play an important role in maintaining law and order and many things in the process of reviving Krypton. So they are important. Including one day in the future, if Lu Yuan needs to talk about pomp, they can also appear. 100,000 years ago, there was a battle that was not over yet, and to this day, there was no result in that battle. At that time, our Krypton was invaded, and my entire universe colonization plan was also blocked. OU axing, Apocalypse Star, I have not forgotten many accounts, and the bond between me and that person has not been solved. Although I can easily solve all the enemies of 06 today, some things cannot be so simple, nor it can be that simple. That battle was a turning point for Krypton, a crisis that threatened the entire Krypton, and a shame for all Kryptonians. It was also the greatest shame since I was born. I almost killed the Kryptonian warriors, and all my most loyal subordinates were killed, including myself. I also died. I died on that battlefield. I died 100,000 years ago. So sooner or later, I will take you and fight back with the warriors of New Krypton. Lu Yuan didn't tell Clark because he didn't plan to involve Clark. He was admonishing Darkseid and the others that Krypton still had a grudge, and Krypton still had many unsettled accounts. OU axing once also played the role of an enemy, at least for Krypton and Lu Yuan, they used to be an obstacle. Lu Yuan didn't care how OU axing treated Krypton later, but there were a lot of things to be liquidated back then. Especially Apocalypse, and Krypton can be said to be immortal. Whatever happened to other universes, at least in this one, it was the Apocalypse Star that ruined Krypton's future. If there is no Apocalypse Star and Darkseid body, there is no attack from the new Protoss, accompanied by Lu Yuan and led 100,000 subordinates to collectively incarnate as Superman, and even wait until Krypton collectively becomes Superman. They can even take the place of Apocalypse and become the new Protoss. Krypton once had an infinite future, and once Lu Yuan almost led the Krypton family to become a god. But Lu Yuan still failed, the damn Apocalypse, the damn new Protoss, and the damn Darkseid body. This hatred is not only the grudge of Lu Yuan alone, but the hatred of the entire Krypton. It's about the grievances of the entire race. There is an old saying that cutting people's fortunes is like killing one's parents. The source is generally believed to be Yan Xiafeng's Konggong case. So what if what is interrupted is the future and future of an entire planet? This is definitely the deepest hatred that never ends. So you must give me a good chance. Lu Yuan taught Darkseid and others harshly. Whether you still know what happened 100,000 years ago, you will avenge this revenge. I will also lead you personally to liquidate all the enemies of the year. Not a single one is left. Darkseid and others were also excited. They clenched their fists tightly, gritted their teeth, and listened to the old ancestor recount the tragic events of 100,000 years ago. Lu Yuan can definitely rewrite history, but he doesn't want to. He wants to be honest and upright, and with the strength he has accumulated over the years, he will fight back in person one day sooner or later. In the same sentence, he disdains to do regret. In this way, these Kryptonian warriors on the moon are more closely and fully devoted to stronger training. Lu Yuan also introduced the combat technology in his mind into the intelligence system of the spacecraft, and put the combat technology from the supreme wisdom of the Carey Empire, as well as the fighting martial arts that imitated masters almost mastered all over the world, all into the intelligence system to let derusid, etc. Feel free to flip through and train. Definitely Lu Yuan will also come off the field and have a good practice with them, and the consequences are often that he will fly people like a big windmill. And as the time everyone has been in contact with Lu Yuan is getting longer and longer, they have also seen more and more of Lu Yuan's powerful strength and his profound knowledge. Especially for Krypton, which was 100,000 years ago, everyone is also full of yearning. Krypton, at least 100,000 years ago, will not decide the future and upper limit of a child from the very beginning. Even a soldier may grow into a general, such as me. Lu Yuan laughed and said one by one. Past events. I used to care more about scientific knowledge. Because Lu Yuan knows the source of the power of the Kryptonians, he wants to build an artificial sun, not the red fixed star where Krypton is located, but the yellow sun of the Earth's solar system. Definitely he didn't make it later. But after all, I was born in the air family, and finally I was sent to serve in the army. During this period, I was looked down upon by everyone from the beginning, and I grew up step by step. Through my efforts, I finally became loved and supported by everyone. Supreme Commander. That's why I said that the code of life cannot help Krypton find a bright future, and will only limit Kryptonians from now on. Originally, each of us could have an infinite bright future, but the code of life killed everyone's ability from the beginning. No one can guarantee what a baby will achieve in the future. Maybe a child from an ordinary family will lead Krypton to unimaginable heights in the future. But 593 we killed it all ourselves. That's why Lu Yuan called the code of life the code of death, and his words were full of disdain. Darkseid showed a thoughtful expression, and finally he said with deep conviction, the code of life can indeed help us optimize the burden of the newborn in society, but at the same time, as you said, we kill ourselves. Ability. More than that, Lu Yuan showed a gentle smile. I still remember that Alice was a singer in addition to being in the army, and she loved reading and science, and even won 3 consecutive spaceship championships, and is proficient in the languages of several planetary civilizations. A person's potential is endless, as long as you are willing to work hard, your future is in your own hands. Look at you now. Why let a code decide your future? Why do you have to live what the code wants you to be? The code wants you to be soldiers, so you can only be soldiers? Can't you be a singer and a scientist at the same time? Besides, why can you only be soldiers? Don't you want to be generals? My contemporaries all became the most capable generals under my command. Code? That will only be the shackles of Krypton. 3 days passed quickly, and Lu Yuan stayed on the moon all the time, while telling a few juniors about the past, and recalling the past memories to himself. Definitely the most important thing is that he made his life almost abusive. Although Lu Yuan is not very good at fighting with those fancy fighting skills, it does not mean that he cannot. On the contrary, with the various pupil techniques he inherited from number 2, as well as the supreme wisdom and imitation masters of the Carey Empire. In all aspects of fighting techniques and martial arts, it can be said that he is a master of martial arts. So he can still tyrannize these juniors. Darkseid and the others don't know the truth. The senior deliberately embarrassed them. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he taught others with a serious expression while he didn't know the truth. It is better to embarrass others than to embarrass yourself. What's more, as long as you embarrass others in advance, you won't be embarrassed yourself. Good, very powerful theory. After 3 days, Lu Yuan bid farewell to the people on the moon again and returned to Earth. This time, instead of wearing a battle suit, he put on a white suit and shirt again, and came to the previous conference room again. The broken wall has been repaired, it's just 3 days, and the efficiency is very fast. So Lu Yuan thought for a while, but he couldn't hold back for a while, so he forced his way in from outside the wall. Boom. In the room, all the members of a certain country who had been waiting for Lu Yuan in advance were helpless. Mr. Alien, I don't think you need to use such methods and means to intimidate us every time, someone said dissatisfiedly. There are also hardliners among these people, and they hold a little hostility to Lu Yuan's identity as an alien. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Don't get me wrong, this is not a scare method at all, otherwise I should carry a mountain and throw it on your head, that would be a threat. Or simply push the earth in front of the sun, or even throw the moon down. You must understand, that is intimidation. Everyone started to sweat. Even that person couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he felt disbelief in his heart. He didn't believe that someone could do this. Okay, Ron Rongs took the initiative to participate in this meeting because he was uneasy. At the moment, he stood up and said, we are not here to quarrel today. And the President, Mr. President, has promised you that we will give it to you. Arrange the identity of an Earthling, and help you open a bar, and we will do all the expenses and arrangements for you. Lu Yuan had already guessed that the conditions he had mentioned would pass. After all, instead of letting a mysterious alien lurking on the Earth and not knowing what he was doing all day, it would be better to master their intelligence. The pay and cost is acceptable. Lu Yuan knew even more that there would be agents around him by then, but he didn't care, and even took the initiative to let them arrange casually, just so that even the workers' wages could be solved. Okay, then my name is Lu Yuan, don't forget, Lu Yuan said casually. Everyone definitely has no opinion. But I'm curious, why do you want to open a bar? Someone asked. It was really strange why Lu Yuan wanted to open a bar? Lu Yuan said the reason without thinking. It's definitely because it's fun. I'm opening a theme bar. I have wine. As long as you have a story, you can drink as you like. I have wine. Do you have a story? Then why does it have to be in Gotham City? Someone else asked. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Nonsense. That's definitely because Gotham's citizens are so simple and talented. Are the citizens of Gotham honest? After thinking about it, everyone realized that what he said was definitely the opposite. In fact, according to the timeline of the movie world and the clues given by the plot, until now, Gotham City has at least seen supervillains such as Joker, Harley Quinn, Killer Crocodile, and Deadshot. Because almost all of them were caught by Batman, they were all from Gotham City. You know how much has happened in Gotham City over the years. Even Robin died. It was Joker and Harley Quinn. Even Joker has escaped prison several times with the help of Harley Quinn. Gotham City is arguably the most chaotic and crime-ridden city in the DC universe. As a result, Lu Yuan took his fancy to this and wanted to open a bar like this in Gotham City. I have wine, do you have a story? Lu Yuan had an expectant expression on his face, turned around with a smile and was about to leave. By the way, suddenly remembering something, Lu Yuan paused and said without turning his head, don't repair the wall so well next time, I won't help but bump into it. Everyone looked at him with a black line, and he was finally willing to take the elevator from the main entrance to leave, but there were thousands of horses galloping in their hearts. Just for this reason? Just for such a nonsensical reason, he smashed through our walls and buildings. The arrangement here will take some time. The final negotiation is to wait for 3 more days and everything will be arranged properly. In fact, it will take 6 days in total. From the first day that Lu Yuan put forward the conditions, someone has already started to prepare. However, because Lu Yuan did not mention the detailed requirements, there were almost always special people watching the process. He really acted as a hands-off shopkeeper, and he didn't care about anything, just waited until he finally took over the prepared store from the person who was in charge of this matter, and then he could be the boss. Is it so comfortable? Then the name of the bar is also very casual, it is called Story Bar. Although some people say that places like this store bar are mostly liked by young people, it is difficult for Lu Yuan to hear stories that satisfy him. But Lu Yuan didn't care either. He didn't receive stories, but listened to them. This was different. He wouldn't deliberately collect them, nor would he spend money to buy them. It just depends on luck, see if you can meet by chance. This feeling is the best. Then Lu Yuan took the time to visit Clark and found that he had also run to find a job in the past few days. This guy, Linyo Good, really didn't take his own words to heart at all. Yes, Clark. Lu Yuan smiled and stopped in front of Clark when he got off work. Clark looked at his ancestor helplessly. It's still outside here. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at the building in front of him, especially a particularly conspicuous spherical sign at the top, Planet Daily. I remember that Louise is also a reporter here. Clark didn't hide it either. He came here because of Louise. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, you have no motivation, right? Then I will create one for you. After speaking, Lu Yuan changed his body into a platinum battlesuit. He didn't want to become someone else, and he didn't care at all, and broke into the office of the high-rise Daily Planet with his true appearance. The next moment, Lu Yuan brought Louise, who had no time to react, to the planet logo on the top floor of the Daily Planet. At the moment, a hijacking incident happened suddenly, and in broad daylight and in front of the public. On the top floor of the Daily Planet, Lu Yuan kidnapped Louise, but he did not touch her. Instead, he let Louise sit on a chair and carry her and the chair to the top of the classic logo of the Daily Planet. What's going on? Louise was stunned and asked Lu Yuan incredulously, aren't you Clark's ancestor? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. He would definitely not deny it. Then why are you kidnapping me? Louise couldn't help laughing, and asked worriedly, aren't you afraid of being caught? You will be considered a bad person, put me down quickly and say it's a joke. But Lu Yuan didn't agree at all, standing on the edge of the planet sign of Planet Daily, looking down at Clark who was also standing on the spot on the street, snorted coldly, that kid is too unaware of danger, look at that idiot. So, what if I'm the real enemy? What if he clashes with Sid and the others this time? Is he ready to protect Earth, Metropolis, and even you as Superman? Only then did Louise understand his good intentions. That's right, Lu Yuan's only purpose for kidnapping Louise is to make Clark realize that danger is everywhere, even if he hasn't encountered it yet, it doesn't mean it won't happen. So he didn't hesitate to play the role of the bad guy, to let Clark understand that with his current strength, he couldn't protect the people and things he wanted to protect at all. Lu Yuan even shouted loudly, Superman, do you want to save Louise Lois? Then challenge me and defeat me. Since someone had said that Louise knew Kal-El before, Lu Yuan simply stated their identities directly, and Clark was enough to cover up his identities anyway. As long as Lu Yuan didn't call out Clark's name directly, there would be no problem. Definitely, even if it is really exposed, there are countless ways for him to be forgotten. Clark downstairs felt helpless and wanted to calm Lu Yuan down, but he was unable to show himself in front of so many people. So he had no choice but to look around. His original intention was to find a place where he could avoid everyone's attention and quickly dress up. For example, a phone booth. But in this day and age, it was difficult, and in the end he could only pretend to go to the toilet and leave the scene first. At this time, the people inside the Daily Planet had already called the police. The sudden attack by aliens, although it is also a major news, but now it is their employees who are attacked. I have to say that the editor-in-chief is still very good. Not long after, even the General Ron Ronza pretended to arrive, and a plane came to the roof, and warned, "Alien, you are threatening the lives of people on Earth. I advise you to stop now. Criminal conduct is subject to interrogation." Lu Yuan raised his head and said contemptuously, "This is between me and Superman. But Louise is from a certain country in our country and shouldn't be involved by you. If you do this, you will let the whole world see your true colors. You are a threat to the Earth," Ron Ronza warned, also reminding Lu Yuan that what he did would make him offend all the people on Earth. Lu Yuan ignored it directly. "Just kidding. What did I destroy? As for Louise's safety, I will also guarantee it. Don't worry, it's just a game." Game? It was easy to say, but everyone who heard it was speechless. At this moment, a blue figure wearing a bright red cloak suddenly flew over from a distance. I don't know when the downstairs was full of people. At the moment, they pointed to the sky, and some people were shouting, "Look, what is that? Is it a bird? Is it an airplane? No, it's Superman." This classic stock was staged again, but this time it was because of Clark. This was also the first time he appeared in front of the public in such a manner, and came to Lu Yuan as a hero. Staying there, Clark looked at Lu Yuan helplessly and asked, "What the hell are you doing? What to do? Doesn't this kid know his good intentions?" Even Louise knew that he was the only one who was so stupid. Lu Yuan got angry, turned around and said to Louise, "Get up first." Louise spread her hands. This was the top of the ball, and she dared not move, lest she accidentally fall and be shattered. Below this is the height of dozens of buildings. As a result, Lu Yuan lifted her up with psychokinesis, and then pulled down the sign of the Daily Planet. I don't know when, this ball of Planet Daily has also become a classic stock. Every time there is a story related to Superman, or about the Metropolis, the ball of Planet Daily will fall. Including this time, he was dragged down by Lu Yuan, and then smashed on Clark's body. Clark didn't expect that he was coming, and he said that he would fight without warning. He was shot down from a high altitude, and a large human-shaped pit was smashed into the ground. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't expect that they really had a conflict. Ron Rongs even gritted his teeth and ordered, "Attack him. It's an armed plane, fully equipped, and its weapons are powerful." At this time, the aircraft opened the weapons bay, revealing a Vulcan machine gun, which turned the tube to start quickly, and then sprinkled a tongue of flame. Ding 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 dong. Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head, just flew there, letting the firepower that was enough to shred steel and even a wall poured onto his back, and even used psychokinesis to control all the bullets flying around. He completely ignored the attack behind him, focusing only on Clark, holding the ball in his right hand and waiting silently. The scene was embarrassing for a while, and sometimes Lu Yuanlei had to correct the missed bullet, so as not to hurt Louise not far away or the onlookers downstairs. Ron Rongs put his hand on his forehead. "What is all this mess?" Lu Yuan said before that his Earth name was called Lu Yuan. "Should you be making enough trouble?" Ron Rongs shouted, and he could see that Lu Yuan was not hostile. "But it's going to be hard to end it if it goes on like this." As a result, Lu Yuan asked back, "Do you think Clark, can really protect the Metropolis and the Earth in his current state? Is such a Superman really enough to face all the crises that may threaten all mankind in the future? You really have no sense of danger. Do you know how many crises exist in the universe? Even a planet as powerful as Krypton was almost wiped out. If the Earth was attacked, would you be able to rely on him to protect it? It's impossible." The more and more Lu Yuan said, the more angry he was. Clark's performance made him so disappointed. Look at Zod and his party on the moon. They have made rapid progress, and some people have even surpassed Clark. If he continues to let Clark go on like this, he will be useless. Instead of letting you be content with being ordinary, let me teach you the clan rules of the L family. At the moment, with Lu Yuan suddenly hijacking Louise, she was hijacked at the headquarters of the Daily Planet. It can be said that the eyes of all the Metropolis are focused on her. Simply live news. Even the reporters from the Daily Planet didn't need to go out the door, with the scene above their heads. Ron Rongs was so angry that he almost showed up to face Lu Yuan in person. "Are you telling lies before? How about a friendly relationship?" Ron Ronza knew how bad Lu Yuan's actions would be. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all. He continued to hold the planet-shaped sign of the Daily Planet, looked in the direction of Clark, who was photographed, and shouted, "Come on kid, let me teach you how to fight." Lu Yuan definitely did this to train Clark. Louise, who was not far away, was very helpless and shouted, "Enough, anyway, this is your family matter, can you not implicate me in?" Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Louise and asked, "Are you sure it has nothing to do with you?" Louise spread her hands, "At least it doesn't matter yet." Well, she's sure she has a crush on Clark, and she's not sure if she will marry Clark in the future, but at least it doesn't matter now, right? Lu Yuan didn't care, using psychokinesis to make Louise float there. She didn't need to be bound, and she couldn't move. At this time, Clark had already flown up from the ground again, and came to Lu Yuan and warned, "This is the end. Continue to make trouble like this, it will not benefit everyone, and you will also be wanted. You came to teach me instead? Brat, I asked you to fight me, not to teach me." When I taught your ancestors, you didn't know where you were. Lu Yuan was very angry. This kid is too gentle, isn't he? To say it badly is too weak. Lu Yuan was so angry that he waved the planet and smashed it again. Clark is definitely not Lu Yuan's direct descendant, but definitely the descendant of Lu Yuan's siblings. Perhaps the brothers and sisters of a certain clan that Lu Yuan taught are Clark's direct ancestors. The main reason is that Lu Yuan's seniority and origin are too large, and no one can tell the ancestors 100,000 years ago. But this time Lu Yuan deliberately slowed down, otherwise Clark would have to be photographed again. Clark watched the huge amounts of iron balls fall head-on, and hurriedly dodged sideways. But he just avoided it, and didn't take advantage of the situation to counterattack. Lu Yuan was so angry that he didn't wait for the iron ball's strength to use up, and he chased after him halfway, waving it horizontally, and slapped the whole body on Clark. Clark flew all the way again, and was about to fly out of the metropolis. The fight between the two Supermans must be extremely terrifying. If Lu Yuan hadn't been restraining his power, Clark would not only be dead, but even the metropolis would have been destroyed. Lu Yuan also had to be careful not to accidentally hurt others and not cause too much damage. That is him, and if it is someone else, he will definitely not be able to control it. Clark finally became angry, even if it was the ancestors. You are so old, why don't you listen to people's persuasion? Enough, Clark shouted angrily, quickly flying back from a distance, and releasing 2 red heat rays with his eyes flushed halfway. Only then did Lu Yuan smile with satisfaction. That's right, everyone else has already robbed your daughter-in-law and is threatening your life. No matter who he is, let's fight first. What he despised the most was that Clark always had too many scruples. He obviously had the power to destroy the world, but he sealed himself, and even raised his hands and feet without hesitation. To put it bluntly, it's not like a man. Don't look at Lu Yuan as a wise general, but how many times he prefers to be transformed into Doomsday. Instead, what he likes is straightforward, simple, and rude battles, and what he likes is the destructive aesthetics of power. That's why Lu Yuan had to train Clark. At the moment he definitely won't lose easily. His eyes lit up, and he unleashes Heat Ray to fight Clark. It's just that Lu Yuan's Heat Ray is pure gold, with a layer of divine aura attached. To be honest, if Lu Yuan hadn't kidnapped Louise, he would be more decent. You see he's wearing a platinum shirt now, and Heat Ray is gold. Instead, Clark's Heat Ray is red, and when the two confront each other, it's as if he's the villain. This can't help but make the audience feel in a trance. What the hell is going on here? The Heat Ray battle between the two did not last long. When more and more troops came from below and completely surrounded the surrounding area, Lu Yuan also knew that he couldn't continue to make trouble. It's all your fault for delaying for too long. Lu Yuan took the lead to put away Heat Ray, then raised his hand and let Clark's Heat Ray shine in his palm without any damage. Looking at this battle, a large number of soldiers have been attracted, and even a small team of combat aircraft has come, and they have turned their guns on themselves around the surrounding. Lu Yuan said angrily, "It's all right now, I can't train you to fight anymore, right? Don't talk so much next time." Clark turned off his Heat Ray after realizing it, spread his hands. Blame him? It's finally over. Ron Rongs was relieved to see this scene, and only then did he speak again, and said angrily, "Tell me how it will end next. Shouldn't they think they've stopped it?" Lu Yuan put the iron ball aside and flew to Ron and Ron's with his arms folded. "Did we cause any bad influence? Or did we cause harm and loss to others? Or you guys, does the country have provisions and laws on aliens?" Lu Yuan made Ron Rongs speechless in a few words. The reason is very simple. Who would know that there are aliens on Earth before this? Who will make laws and regulations about aliens? Are you kidding me? After a while, Ron Rongs shouted angrily, "Tell me personally to that, Mr. President." The trouble was so big that this time even he didn't dare to call the shots himself. But after thinking about it, Ron and Rongs suddenly realized that it seems that Lu Yuan has always been self-control. He seems to be unscrupulous, but in fact, he controls not to make things worse. Even when the plane's bullets were shot by mistake, he blocked it. Ron Rongs could clearly see that a few bullets had almost threatened people in the nearby buildings or the crowd on the street downstairs, all of which were stopped by Lu Yuan with psychokinesis. Even apart from the Daily Planet logo, there was no loss of personnel or buildings. Even the first time Clark was photographed, the damage was reduced to the point where only a few floor tiles were broken. Ron Rongs asked in surprise, "What is the purpose of doing this?" Lu Yuan looked at Clark, who was going to catch Louise, and scolded angrily, "I just want to teach that incompetent descendant a lesson. If it were in my time, I could train him to be the best fighter in 3 days." Clark, who has super hearing, pretends not to hear. I have to say that Lu Yuan is very disappointed with Clark. This descendant after 100,000 years is really unfavorable. Or maybe he was too strict with Clark, or rather the descendants of the Air family, thinking that Clark should be the best. Being a warrior is the most powerful, and being a scientist is also the smartest. Even a philosopher and a historian who is familiar with history, it is best to be proficient in the languages of several planetary civilizations and so on. But only after we actually met did we realize that it was not the case at all. After all, Clark has been looking for his own life experience all these years, and he doesn't even have a decent job, let alone a girlfriend who is just about to hand in. Do you know how disappointed I am? You also think about changing positions for me. After 100,000 years, I woke up and found that my mother star exploded. The only descendant still looks like this. If you change it, will you die of anger? At the moment Lu Yuan came to an interrogation room and was facing several official interrogations on May 93. That's someone from FBI or CIA. A total of 3 people are questioning Lu Yuan, and they want to investigate and report on the previous matter. But they only asked at the beginning, and Lu Yuan began to complain a lot. But this is not the reason for you to hijack a citizen of a certain country in public and make a fuss in front of the public. Since you have decided to join a certain country and obtain the status of a citizen, I hope you can cooperate and know what to do and what not to do. It should be done, a female investigator said rudely, because the impact of this incident is very bad. Originally, the Earth was not yet psychologically prepared to accept the aliens, and Lu Yuan made such a scene again, which would only make more people panic. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Then should I erase the memories of everyone in the world? Why don't I let everyone forget this year? Or I can intercept this period of time. He was supposed to be handcuffed, but handcuffs are notoriously unstoppable for Superman. Simply, no one will do useless work anymore. And after hearing Lu Yuan's words, the 3 of them looked at each other. Is it possible to do this too? You still threaten us. One person felt incredible. Lu Yuan not only did not have any thoughts of enlightenment, but was still threatening them? Lu Yuan asked back, otherwise, don't you think I will willingly go to the cell for a few days? Or do you think I will cry and repent? The 3 were speechless for a while. In fact, they also had a headache because they didn't know what to do with Lu Yuan. Catch up? Not to mention that Lu Yuan is an alien, no matter which country on Earth it is, there is no law on aliens, so there is no way to judge. Even if a judgment can really be made, as long as he is unwilling to cooperate, who can take him? Really use nuclear weapons to die with him? At that time, let's not say that Lu Yuan will die, anyway, the entire metropolis will not be able to get it. But you can't be so reckless? We've already arranged your request for you, and that's how you repaid us? Is it really reasonable for us to be trampled on by you? Is this really appropriate? The female investigator was very excited and had a sense of being upright. Facing Lu Yuan's indifference, she stood up angrily, and loudly reprimanded Lu Yuan for doing it too much. Lu Yuan was indeed going too far and was too unscrupulous. Maybe you do have a lot of power, but you can't bully people like this. The female investigator was shaking with anger. If it wasn't for the help, she might have to go up against Lu Yuan one-on-one. As a result, Lu Yuan just smiled indifferently. Now you all know this feeling? But when you are so unscrupulous in other countries, why have you ever considered other people's feelings? Since you are from the BioWF or the IAFC, do you still use me to explain? I think you yourself know how dirty you are. Now you are accusing me. I have to ask, did I hurt anyone during this period? Instead, you? How many people have been displaced and destroyed because of you? The descendants of a group of exiled criminals. Even the country was stolen from others. I'm so embarrassed to pretend to be a little white flower in front of me now. Bah, Lu Yuan sneered unceremoniously. It's a completely different attitude than when he was on Earth in the Marvel Universe. It wasn't that Lu Yuan let himself go, and it wasn't that he didn't change his attitude of becoming a strong man until now, but don't care anymore. Lu Yuan knew that he would save the survivors of Kandu City, and he would also take Darkseid and his party away, and then move Kandu City to his own almighty universe to settle down. After that, he will settle the grievances with Darkseid and the entire Apocalypse New Protoss, as well as a little dispute with OU Axing. When the liquidation is completed with everyone, there is no need for him to stay here. It won't stay for long anyway, so why not just do whatever you want? Lu Yuan even pointed at the female investigator. I want you, come and be a waitress for me. Don't even think about it. The female investigator was about to explode. Do you still want to work for him? Lu Yuan continued to smile. You can't think about who it is in the end. I'd rather not have this job. The female investigator's attitude was indeed very tough, and she would rather burn all jade and stone than complete it. Lu Yuan laughed heartlessly. If you don't come, those agents don't want to get any information, and I don't want that bar. Do you think I'm really short of money? I'll be everywhere in various cities in your country by then. Go make trouble. Do you think it will be very profitable to rob the bank with my power? This shameless guy. This interrogation can only go so far. Lu Yuan simply got up and left, opened a hole in the wall, and flew away. He doesn't care how much money it takes to repair the wall, even the bar is the official money, and he won't pay a penny. Even the loss of the Daily Planet was officially reimbursed later, and he was personally responsible for reconnecting the ball. Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression when he passed by. Is it fixed? Play again next time. Speaking of 2.0, Lu Yuan also stopped by the Kent family's farm. Clark was comforting his adoptive mother Martha, who had also watched TV and didn't know what was going on. At this time, Lu Yuan came, and as soon as he entered the door, he greeted Masha roar, Masha, long time no see. Martha is in her 40s or 50 years old, but he has always treated Martha as a little girl, which makes people speechless. Clark is even more black. Why is this ancestor here again? And something like that only happened during the day, so it's only in the evening that it didn't happen? Don't be nervous, today's training ends here. Lu Yuan comforted the nervous Clark. He would not kidnap Martha, don't scare her off. But without waiting for Clark to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Lu Yuan say, wait 2 days before continuing. What? Continue. For Clark, he had absolutely no way to persuade Lu Yuan not to do it again. And the reason why Lu Yuan said that he could let him go for the past 2 days is because his bar has already been prepared, and he is only waiting for Lu Yuan to take over. In fact, if he hadn't kidnapped Louise, it would have been open that day. But it doesn't matter, whoever calls him is just a hands-off shopkeeper. When Lu Yuan got the address and found the story bar, he found that it was a bar in a remote alley in Gotham City. Gotham City is also very prosperous, and there are many high-rise buildings. This is what Lu Yuan proposed. What he needs is a story and an interesting process, not for making money. Maybe there will be many interesting guests here. Opening the door, Lu Yuan saw a beautiful waitress waiting for him. You got your wish. The former female investigator stared at Lu Yuan reluctantly, not like an employee treating her boss, but more like she was jealous when her enemies met. Lu Yuan didn't care. He went straight to the bar and jumped in with a single tap. The decoration of the entire bar is very simple. Starting from the entry, there are some tables and chairs on both sides, all of which are square tables with 4 seats. Then there is a row of high stools in front of the bar, and you can sit directly in front of the bar counter 06 and drink a little wine. The bar is not particularly spacious, but it can also keep 2 or 3 people busy. For example, 2 bartenders will be arranged to mix drinks for the guests. In addition, there is not only a wine cabinet behind the bar, but also a large wooden barrel on both sides of the bar, filled with draft beer. If the customer just orders beer, the waiter can pick up the wine at that time, and the bartender does not need to be responsible for everything. Then there are a total of 8 employees, 2 bartenders, 4 waiters, a cleaner and a security guard. You don't have to think about it. These people are all officially sent agents. This is also what Lu Yuan asked for, not because he really lacked this salary, but because he was too lazy to recruit people himself. As for whether it would be uncomfortable to have so many eyes watching over him beside him, it doesn't matter. Since you are all elites and professional agents, I believe that you don't need me to question your business level. Okay, get ready to open the door. Lu Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense, so he just said a few words of opening remarks about the official opening. The agents looked at each other and shrugged. You're the boss, you have the final say, a bartender said, shaking his head to the crowd. It seems that he is the leader of this squad and this mission. Others also got into action. In this way, Lu Yuan's story bar started business. And just as soon as the door opened, someone just happened to walk in. It was a middle-aged man in shabby clothes, probably a homeless person nearby, with a beard. He came to the bar with a dead face, and before he opened his mouth, he spit out the smell of wine. Wine, give me wine, he yelled. That's why there are security guards. This is Gotham City after all, and the location chosen is such a remote place. The head bartender winked. There was no need for the 4 female agent waiters to approach, and the security guard came over. The security guard is a tall, sturdy black man, and the muscles on his arms are thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. Hey, you, the big black man was about to carry the person out. At this time, Lu Yuan said, don't forget what my name is here. Lu Yuan glanced at a few people. He didn't come to make money. Then Lu Yuan smiled and looked at the man in front of him and said, want to drink? No problem, but I have wine. Do you have a story? As long as you have a story, you don't need money, you can drink as much as you want. Several agents looked at each other. He was the boss. If he wanted to, then let him go. The middle-aged vagabond looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. What kind of strange person is this? But it was definitely a good thing for him, and immediately said, you want to hear my story? No problem, then I'll tell you why I'm doing this. It turns out that man once had a happy family and a decent job. He even reached the middle class at one point. But then an accident happened. It turned out that the place where he worked was Carmine Falcone's company, and it was later revealed that Carmine Falcone was the underground boss of Gotham City. And with the demise of Carmine Falcone, the man's job was gone, and the family situation went from bad to worse. The man's wife later filed for divorce and left Gotham City. And after he spent all the money, he was devastated and lived his current life like this. I see, it really deserves it. Lu Yuan laughed after listening to the man's story, pointed his finger to a table by the door, and said, since I promised that you can exchange the story for the drink, then tonight it doesn't matter what you want. I will serve as much as you want. But please stay away from me, I don't know how to comment on such a bad story. The female investigator also snorted softly, watching the homeless man move to the door with disdain. Working for the bad guys deserves it. The female investigator was indeed of the righteous type. But Lu Yuan shook his head. I didn't mean this, since it has been successful. Why is it just a blow? If his story ends with a comeback, I will applaud him too. It turned out that what Lu Yuan said deserved to be referring to a man's self-indulgent depravity. Did such a blow make him utterly devastated? Too weak. The female investigator snorted coldly, and when the homeless man sat down to drive 593 and asked for wine, he had to pick up a draft beer and deliver it to him. For free wine, don't ask for good wine, it's good to have some draft beer. Not to mention the homeless drinking and drinking there. Lu Yuan glanced outside the empty door, shook his head, and was not in a hurry. He picked up a magazine from nearby that he didn't know who brought it, and casually flipped through it. Anyway, his purpose is not to make money. Since the boss doesn't care so much, other people are more free to do as they please, and it is considered a paid vacation. Is there a more comfortable job and task than this? Speaking of which, these staff members definitely have their own names, but Lu Yuan is not sure whether they are using their real names or the pseudonyms they used in the mission, so he simply doesn't bother to remember them. So the captain of the agent is called the foreman, and there is another bartender who is the second bartender. That female investigator said that she seemed to be called Susan, but Lu Yuan still called her the investigator, and then the waitresses number 2, number 3, and number 4. As for security guards and cleaners, there is no need to distinguish them. Anyway, they are both guarding their posts. What a distinction. Unconsciously, the time came to midnight. Just then, a special guest came. I saw an exaggerated red lipstick painted on the corner of his mouth, as if he was making an exaggerated smile, and he had pale skin and green hair. A waiter subconsciously startled roar, Joker. On the night that story bar opened, the second guest was none other than Joker and his Jokerts. When Joker came in wearing a decent suit, top hat, and carrying a cane, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at the white suit on his body and the platinum cane hanging on the side. Who is Cos-Hu? Oh, I heard a few days ago that a bar with a story will be opened here, but it's not too late until now, right? Joker, surrounded by his men, went straight to the bar. He was still looking at the decorations in the room along the way, and when his eyes passed over those waiters, even those elite agents couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. He is Joker, and anyone who has heard of his name will not be unaware of his madness and horror. Even Batman's assistant Robin was killed by him. Simply maddened to the limit. Moreover, Joker never leaves behind in his work, and he will never show mercy. With his madness, no one knew what he would do. Even these elites, including the foreman, got up cautiously, and even opened a drawer under the bar. There was something else inside. In addition to the cups and shakers on the upper floor, there were also several pistols hidden below. But suddenly, Lu Yuan raised his hand and closed the drawer, smiled and shook his head. The visitor is a guest. It's a good saying that the visitor is a guest. Joker actually guessed the foreman's method. He even took out a gun and put it on the bar, and said, I think my gun is more useful. The foreman swallowed and began to regret it. Who said this job was particularly comfortable? Not that you think so yourself. I really thought this mission was easy. Where is Gotham City? Arguably the most dangerous place. There are two environments here during the day and at night. If you have some scruples during the day, then you are completely fearless at night. Or maybe only the night in the dark can restrain them a little bit. Lu Yuan took Joker's pistol and twisted it with both hands. When he let go, the pistol had turned into a discus. Joker's subordinates were startled when they saw Lu Yuan's methods, and subconsciously stretched their hands into their arms. It seemed that they all had weapons on them. Lu Yuan just glanced at Joker lightly, ignoring it. Although Joker was also surprised and whistled, he stopped immediately. Don't embarrass me. The Joker's people immediately let go of their hands and stood there honestly. It seems that Joker is still very good at governing his subordinates. Joker looked at Lu Yuan with a smile and asked, do you want to hear a story? Any story is fine, even if it's a story about a child crossing the road, as long as there is something new, I'll listen to it. Lu Yuan was unequivocal. Joker can scare anyone, but he can't scare Lu Yuan. Because Lu Yuan is fearless. Even Superman has weaknesses, and Superman's weakness is Louise. But Lu Yuan didn't. Not only was he originally invincible, but even his most important family members were in his almighty universe, well protected. Joker couldn't hurt Lu Yuan. Instead, Lu Yuan, if he wants, Joker will be erased at any time. But what scares Joker is his madness. How can he be afraid of death? So the two of them were just across the bar, both smiling and looking at each other. Then I'll tell you an interesting story, Joker said. Lu Yuan shrugged and winked at the foreman beside him. Serve the wine. I want water, but instead of drinking, Joker asked for a glass of water. In fact, Joker has the same strict self-discipline as Batman. He never drinks, including the Neodao version. He also specially gave a close-up. When Joker broke into the cocktail party, he pretended to be drinking, but he actually raised it. He never drinks, including the previous Batman. They need a clear head, and absolutely can't be distracted by meaningless thinking. Their ingenuity is not fake. These guys who play tricks and strategies have dark hearts, but their heads are definitely clear. What story should I tell you? How about the Batman story? Joker began. In fact, Joker is more like the opposite of Batman. If everyone has to have an opposite, then Joker and Batman are the opposite of each other. So Joker's stories are all about Batman, and Batman's stories are mostly related to him. It is not an exaggeration for two people to say that yin and yang are both sides, but who said that yin and yang are opposites? On the contrary, yin and yang are indispensable. So the story Joker can tell, besides Batman, is Batman. And, this time he's talking about exactly how he designed and killed Robin, and how he actually got rid of Harley Quinn on purpose, and it was actually Joker who got Harley Quinn caught on purpose. The relationship between Joker and Harley Quinn is even more twisted, and their bloody story is enough for one night. In addition, Joker speaks crazy, and when he finishes his story, the sun has risen outside. I don't even know when the tramp left. Lu Yuan just listened to it all night. Is my story interesting? Joker asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded. I'm very satisfied. Then why don't you laugh? Where should the laugh be? Like I killed Robin and humiliated Batman? Or did I get rid of that crazy bitch? Or am I the real owner of Gotham City now? Joker's eyes started to go wild. The agents in the house were all surprised. They also hadn't slept all night, worrying about when Joker would have a sudden attack. Didn't he expect him to have a seizure? Lu Yuan was lost in thought, and asked after a while, "What's so funny about what you said? Why don't you tell a joke?" Joker looked at Lu Yuan, and suddenly began to laugh wildly, as if Lu Yuan didn't laugh, even if he laughed himself, someone would laugh. "Forget the joke, I'll tell you when I think of a new story next time." Joker laughed for a while, then stood up, recruited Roar's own subordinates, and the group, Lin Yohao, left like this. Lu Yuan shrugged, he really didn't think the story was funny. "That's right, it's not funny, it's funny. Killed Robin and humiliated Batman, but Joker didn't feel proud, and even he didn't find it funny, so he asked Lu Yuan why he didn't laugh. Whose village is laughing? Even the self-righteous get rid of Harley Quinn, but does he really think so? Joker's thoughts are changing all the time. One second he may still like Harley Quinn, the next moment he wants to kill her, and then another second he thinks Harley Quinn is very interesting. Is he asking Lu Yuan whether he is funny? But Lu Yuan didn't think so, because it wasn't to that extent. What the hell is he doing here? The waiters dared to speak, and they all wondered that Joker's madness could not be traced. But Lu Yuan said, "He just came to tell me that he is the boss here, let me be careful." Few people know that Joker also has a strong regionality, which is commonly known as territorial awareness. Gotham City is not only regarded by Batman as his back garden, but also by Joker as his paradise. Even if it is the same supervillain, even if someone wants to deal with Batman, they must first pass Joker's approval. Otherwise, the first one to find you is either Batman or Joker. So he came to Lu Yuan's bar the first day it opened. The reason was that Lu Yuan had just kidnapped Louise before. Others didn't know it, but Joker knew that Lu Yuan was the alien in the platinum battlesuit. He came to test Lu Yuan and warned Lu Yuan that this was his territory. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't take it to heart at all. "I told him that I'm just here to hear the story, so don't worry, he won't dare to touch you, otherwise I'll let him die on the spot." Lu Yuan comforted his employees with a smile. Although they were actually here to monitor themselves, they were also considered employees by Lu Yuan. The elite agents looked at each other in dismay. Lu Yuan looked at the female investigator. In fact, her name was Sushan, but he always felt that these agents would not use their real names when carrying out tasks, so he was too lazy to remember them. "Have you seen it now? In the real dark world, only fists are the truth. Maybe you think I'm too strong and unreasonable, but this is the truth. Especially in the vast universe, you think that maintaining order, who is it? The space police? How can there be such a thing? Maybe OU Axing's Lantern Ring Corps counts? But actually, even OU Axing did not dare to provoke the new Protoss of Apocalypse. OU Axing also wanted to crusade Darkseid. After seeing the tragic battle between Apocalypse and Krypton, they thought that Apocalypse was also hit hard. As a result, when the little blue men, Asgardians in the universe, of OU Axing gathered all their fighting forces and rushed to Apocalypse, it was only when at least 3,600 Green Lanterns consumed 2/3 of their members. Come to Darkseid. Just to meet Darkseid, they sacrificed 2/3 of their people. Because the universe is divided into 3,600 sectors, and each sector is guarded by at least 1 or 2 Green Lanterns, there are at least 3,600 Green Lanterns, and possibly more. It can be seen how many Green Lanterns died in that battle. According to later recalls, it was really a tragic green light rain. After the owner dies, the green light ring will turn into a green light and fly away until the next owner is found. And in that battle, the green light ring was like rain. Then the Green Lanterns and the Cosmos Asgardians found that they could not compete with them at all. This attack was just deliberately arranged by Darkseid to see the strength of the Legion. Finally, the Asgardians of the universe negotiated with Darkseid, making the Apocalypse Star impossible for the Legion. Area of interference. To this day, the cosmic Asgardians still avoid talking about things and topics related to Darkseid. And also remember that the dark side of this universe is not duplication, the dark side of this universe is the real body. So Darkseid in this universe is naturally more powerful. Those little blue people are simply dying. They first provoked Krypton, but they didn't know that Lu Yuan was going to liquidate them. Later, they provoked Darkseid, or the main body. That is, Lu Yuan and Darkseid didn't take them seriously, otherwise they would have been destroyed. Is Green Lantern great? That's definitely powerful. As long as the willpower is strong enough, Green Lantern's power can work wonders many times. But no matter how powerful it is, it will never reach the multi-level universe level. It can only be achieved with at least 2 lamp rings, and even requires the power of 3 lamp rings. And Darkseid's body light is the body's presence in a single universe, and the powerful aura is enough to make the current universe close to the point of collapse visible. That's why Lu Yuan said that strength is the last word. He has already given face enough, and now it is human beings who do not know the depth and severity. The agents looked at each other in dismay. More than once today they felt lost, or rather deeply worried. Perhaps this task is not easy. By the way, don't forget to report this to your boss after get off work. Also, although Gotham City is not in danger during the day, that's why I have to open the door until the early hours of the morning. You can feel at ease during the day. But if you are not sure of safety, you can stay in the store. No one dares to offend. No one here, Lu Yuan said, picking up his cane and preparing to leave. Again, Gotham City during the day and Gotham City at night are 2 completely different situations. There are still robbers committing crimes in Gotham City during the day, let alone at night. But there is one thing that Lu Yuan can guarantee, that is, as long as he is there, he can protect the place comprehensively. As long as they stay in the store, they are absolutely safe, and no one can hurt them. This is what Lu Yuan said, and it is absolutely useful. Even the power of a country cannot break it. On the contrary, if Lu Yuan is angry, even the power of a country can't compete with it. This is Lu Yuan's confidence. Where are you going? Suddenly, female investigator Soshan asked Lu Yuan's whereabouts. Since you also said that you would cooperate with our work, and since you yourself want to help us monitor your every move, then tell us where you are going and what you are doing, the female investigator said in a reasonable way. Lu Yuan was about to laugh at her logic. Although I allow you to monitor my every move, it doesn't mean that I will report to you personally. You need to be clear about this. But it's okay to tell you. The guy came to warn me and he was a guest at the time, so I'm definitely going to show hospitality. But now it's not the relationship between the guest and the host, it's a courtesy exchange, and it's time for me to return the courtesy. After speaking, Lu Yuan left. Looking at the direction in which he left, everyone showed worried expressions. Let me explain in advance that Lu Yuan is by no means a careful person, but others have already come to provoke him. If he doesn't fight back, wouldn't it be too shameful? So this time it was Lu Yuan's turn to come to the door. Joker's is a mysterious underground world, and even Batman has a hard time finding it and never dares to break into it rashly. Even at one big event, Joker's was at one point the gathering place for many of Gotham's supercriminals. Joker is indeed qualified to become the underground emperor of Gotham City, not because he has any super ability, but because of his super IQ and madness that is not afraid of death. Even other super criminals dare not confront him. But this does not include Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan broke in like that, came to Joker's headquarters nest, and came to his Joker's. Joker is ugly, I'm here to listen to the joke. Joker's headquarters is so mysterious that even Batman may not even know where it really is. Even if Batman knew, he wouldn't break in easily. But Lu Yuan came alone. Not only did he know where he was, he even dared to break in alone. Even Joker was a little surprised. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Joker just came back from patrolling around this evening, and was about to sleep on a bed in an empty warehouse surrounded by all kinds of guns. There are all kinds of firearms around Joker's bed, it's like a display case of weapons and firearms, even RPG-. It's incredible, isn't he afraid of these weapons going off the rails? Joker's people hadn't dispersed yet, and they all picked up their weapons and aimed at Lu Yuan. As long as the Joker gave the order, they would pull the trigger without hesitation. I don't know why they worship Joker so much. In short, Joker's can be said to be one of the best gangs among all the American comics, even if compared to Hydra's loyalty. Even Joker's character is unpredictable, and he often kills disobedient subordinates frantically. Perhaps it is because of Joker's madness and his absolute evil that so many of his subordinates swear allegiance to him. Lu Yuan didn't care at all, with his arms folded, leaning against the doorframe of the entrance, the platinum cane hung on the crook of his arms, and said with a smile, "You came to me before, I treated guests with hospitality. I entertained you, after all, the visitor is a guest, no problem, right?" Joker showed a thoughtful expression and asked, "So what? Now I'm a guest. According to the agreement, I'm here to listen to the joke," Lu Yuan just said. Although he said it was a reciprocal exchange, it came because of Joker's threat before. But Lu Yuan obviously didn't intend to shoot Joker directly, otherwise it would be enough for those people to die hundreds of times just by pointing their guns at him. Lu Yuan just said that he was here to listen to the joke. Joker is just crazy, but not a fool. I understand in my heart. Lu Yuan treated him with hospitality last night, now it's his turn to entertain. If Joker can't satisfy Lu Yuan, then the two sides must see the truth. Joker looked at Lu Yuan deeply, and suddenly laughed, and the laughter became louder, and finally developed to the point of wild laughter. It's interesting. It's really interesting. You are more interesting than that bat. But how do you know that I will tell you a joke? Lu Yuan looked at the Joker's people around him and didn't even snap his fingers. SHH. A flash of blue lightning appeared in an instant, hitting every Joker's in an instant. That's quantum realm level power, breaking everyone in Joker's down to their most primitive atomic state. Lu Yuan continued to maintain that posture without moving. But Joker knows that he has been locked by that inexplicable force. If he still expresses doubts, the next person to be decomposed is himself. Joker wasn't afraid of death, but he still said, "Okay, let's tell a joke that I've always remembered. There used to be a lunatic asylum where two lunatics were good friends. One day they were going to escape from prison, and they climb up on the roof. One of them jumped over the roof, and told the second to jump over too. The second dared not jump, saying, 'The roof is too high, and I will fall to my death.' The first said, 'I turned on the flashlight, and you walked along the beam of light.' The second looked at the first and said, 'I know, you'll turn off the flashlight when I'm halfway through.'" Joker rambled, playing two roles, and finally finished his story. But Lu Yuan just looked at him indifferently without smiling. "Isn't this joke funny?" Joker himself laughed happily. Lu Yuan asked Joker, "Do you think you are the one who jumped over, or the one who stayed? Or which one do you mistakenly think I am?" These two lunatics were more of a metaphor than a joke Joker had in mind. Joker just lay there and laughed to himself, until the end of the laugh, even Roar could hardly breathe. Lu Yuan shook his head. He still didn't shoot at Joker, but turned around and walked out. After a long time, Lu Yuan's voice came faintly. There are only 2 lunatics in your stories and jokes. No matter which one they are, it has nothing to do with me. Only you and Batman are lunatics, and that is also the story between you. But if you don't have a good story the next time you come, you won't be so lucky. Lucky one time, no second time. Lu Yuan can forgive Joker once, but not twice. This is just that Joker only mentioned a similar threat to Lu Yuan once. If it is a direct threat, it is conceivable that Joker's end will definitely be miserable. This is Lu Yuan's current strength. After Lu Yuan left, Joker's laughter gradually subsided. Then even he could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Lu Yuan has made it clear just now that in Joker's story, one is Batman and the other is Joker, both of them are lunatics. The one who jumped over first was Batman, and then he wanted Joker to be redeemed in the past, but Batman was actually a lunatic, thinking that the light could save Joker, but he didn't know that Joker could not be saved by the light. But Lu Yuan is not a lunatic, he neither belongs to the first nor the second. If Joker dares to provoke him again, he will definitely die miserably. Including Lu Yuan coming here this time, he didn't intend to let Joker go, but for the sake of this joke, Lu Yuan spared him this time. Next, Lu Yuan went back, first glanced at the bar, and found that the agents did not dare to leave a step, just cleaned up a little, then locked the door and slept in the hall. Lu Yuan thought for a while, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. I saw that a magic circle suddenly appeared outside the bar, surrounding the entire bar layer by layer, and was covered with various defensive effects. Lu Yuan did what he said. Since he said that as long as they stayed here, he could protect their well-being, he naturally did what he said. As long as Lu Yuan doesn't leave or remove these magic circles, no matter who wants to hurt the people inside, he can't do it. Even if the earth is destroyed, even if the universe explodes, this place will be safe and sound. Lu Yuan has such confidence. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't notice it, and what he did caught someone's attention. In a nearby apartment, someone saw this scene and couldn't help but light up. Lighting a cigarette, the man showed a thoughtful expression. Story bar? It seems to have a lot of stories. You might as well go and see it at night. Anyway, exorcism is done during the day, but it's fine at night, he said to himself while smoking. Exorcism? On the night that Lu Yuan came back from Joker, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon to be exact, the story bar opened again. Today is the second day of business. Maybe we should do some activities, such as promoting our bar. Susan, the female investigator, couldn't stand it anymore, because from the time the door was opened, only one customer came. Even this guest was the homeless man from yesterday, who had no money at all, and was kicked out by Lu Yuan unceremoniously. There is only one reason: that person's story has been heard, and it's not interesting, and it's boring. That being the case, there is no need to entertain. Facing Sushan, who was even more anxious than himself, Lu Yuan didn't care. He looked down at the magazine he didn't read yesterday, and said without looking up, "It's not this bar that I funded to make money or not. Earning 593 money has nothing to do with me, I just find something to do for myself." Then he looked up at Susan and the others, and asked back, "What's more, are you looking for something to do? Instead of entertaining some messy people, let's relax a bit. I'm not an ordinary bar here, I like to listen to stories." Susan spreads her hands, "What you say is up to you." Just then, the door opened. "I heard that some people here like to collect stories." A man wearing a suit but still looking very sloppy, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, looked a little rude at first glance, but he was actually a little handsome man walked in. Lu Yuan frowned and waved his hand in front of his nose. "What? Do you mind smoking?" the man asked, but he didn't plan to put out the cigarette, and instead took a deep breath. Lu Yuan shook his head and explained, "The smoke doesn't matter, I just smell a corpse, death, smell." Don't forget that Lu Yuan's employees are not ordinary people. 1 or 2 picked up guns and aimed them at the man. Susan even shouted, "Who did he kill?" Oh, the man was startled by this scene, raised his hand quickly, and shouted, "Be careful. Also, not only did I not kill anyone, but I also saved someone, and it was a little girl." Lu Yuan also testified for him, "He's right. Also, the corpse odor I'm talking about means he's dying, and he radiates it himself." The agents looked at Lu Yuan blankly, but they silently put away their guns. The man wiped his cold sweat and asked in fear, "Where the hell are you here? Is it really a bar?" He even suspected that he had strayed into the den of thieves. If he hadn't seen something in the early morning during the day, he wouldn't have come. That's right, this person is the one who saw Lu Yuan cast many magic circles on the bar in the morning. He has his own job during the day, and now he just finished his day's work. The man also has a big heart. At this time, he walked to the bar, found a chair and sat down, and asked, "I have a story, do you want to hear it?" Lu Yuan immediately put down the magazine in his hand, snapped his fingers and said, "If you have a story, I will have wine, just drink it." With Lu Yuan's ability, it didn't take a second for him to recite that magazine. He was so boring, so he didn't take it to heart at all. Such as yesterday's Joker, and another example of this person today. "Please start your performance, Mr. Zokang." Lu Yuan smiled and asked the 2 bartenders around him to serve drinks, and casually gave out a mocking name. Zokang. People who often watch DC works will know a little about this man. His full name should be John. Constantine, but he is nicknamed Zhakong because of his personality. This guy not only smokes and drinks, but also does a lot of things, including cheating. The most important thing is that what he likes to do the most is to ask for favors from those friends and familiar people, and even always cheat and sell teammates in crisis and critical moments. This guy is just too scumbag. Definitely, this person is at least a superhero. Constantine shrugged non-committally, took a whiskey cocktail from the head bartender, raised her hand and drank it. Then he took another breath and muttered, "Where should I start?" "Whatever you want." Lu Yuan didn't care at all. As long as he heard a story, he would be very happy, although he could obviously use his super cosmic consciousness to know what happened in advance. But he is now enjoying his current lifestyle. Constantine was smoking and drinking the wine that the bartender kept bringing up. He was really open to anyone, and he was not afraid of drinking too much, including one cigarette after another, but the words in his mouth stopped. The waiters next to him were still expecting what he would say at first, but now they showed suspicious expressions, worried that he might not be a liar, right? Only Lu Yuan didn't care at all, glanced at the ashtray that would soon be filled with ash and cigarette butts, and summoned a waiter to replace it with a new one. It is said that Constantine has to smoke at least 30 cigarettes a day, even when he is not working, otherwise his highest record seems to be a whole cigarette a day. Scary. But Lu Yuan thought, you will never die from smoking in the future. Constantine's hand paused, then smiled wryly. "Do you know how many people are waiting to send me to hell?" "Then you didn't die from smoking," Lu Yuan said firmly. "Okay, let me borrow your blessings." Constantine finally pinched the cigarette in her hand and stopped taking out a new one. She held the wine glass in her hand, and didn't rush to take another sip, but asked Lu Yuan, "Won't you have a drink?" "Oh." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and nodded to the bartender beside him, "A glass of brandy without ice." Pure brandy, as a highly distilled spirit, is generally 40 degrees or more. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all, whether it was brandy or whiskey or vodka and liquor, he liked to drink it directly. The burning sensation from the entrance to the stomach is very pleasant. 2.0 After the two of them had a glass of wine, Lu Yuan reminded, "It's time to start your story, Mr. Zhakang." Even if Lu Yuan doesn't care anymore, it's time to start, otherwise it will disturb the story of the next guest. Constantine put down the cup, subconsciously took out another cigarette, then looked up at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said he didn't care. "You've almost finished pumping a box. Isn't it too late to start caring?" Constantine lit her cigarette again, took a comfortable puff, and then uttered new words and asked, "Before my story begins, I want to ask you something. Do you believe that God and the devil really exist? Did you know that there is a contractual relationship between God and the devil? Do you believe my story?" As soon as Constantine's words came out, the room suddenly became quiet. When Constantine's words came out, the whole room fell silent. In fact, it was very quiet before. The waiters were watching the play with playful eyes, only Lu Yuan and Constantine were talking, and the two bartenders were only a little bit moving when pouring wine. They are professional after all. But now the quietness should be more quiet. It is very strange. There is a particularly magical atmosphere, as if the quietness now even time has stopped. Not only can a needle fall to the ground, but also the sound of Roar's breathing seems to have disappeared. This feeling is not an illusion. Lu Yuan waved his hand amused, dispelling this feeling at will. The old man of God is really careful. Even Constantine didn't know that at that moment, the attention of a supreme being came here. What kind of bullshit is he talking about? There is a contractual relationship between God and the devil. Impossible, a waiter shouted immediately. After all, in Western countries, God is the belief of almost everyone. This is simply blasphemous. Constantine just looked at the landing far away. Lu Yuan also said, "This is impossible." 06. "Then there is no need for me to go on." Constantine stood up decisively. Lu Yuan continued, "Don't leave in a hurry. What I'm saying is impossible means that now no one is qualified to make a deal with God, let alone a so-called contract. You have been deceived. Maybe the God you think is not at all true God. There are actually many gods in the DC universe, but there is only one real supreme, and that is DC God. There are many others who act as DC God's agents, including the great angel Michael, who is also God and created his own realm of heaven. Once Michael's heaven domain is integrated with the fallen angel Lucifer's hell domain, it is a complete almighty universe. And Michael and Lucifer each assumed half of the power of DC God. Therefore, they can also be regarded as semi-all-knowing and omnipotent. However, because of Lu Yuan's exceptional battle, DC God and Marvel OAA have re-established their unshakable status. There is no longer an existence that can threaten their status, unless it is a foreign supreme being, such as Lu Yuan and his brothers and sisters. However, even these breakers, including Lu Yuan, can only threaten each other in their own stories. But once they enter the opponent's home court, they can't do anything to other supreme beings of the same level. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan knew very well that this was his home court, so he seemed to be extremely powerful. But others also have a home field, including the original Transcendence also has their own home field, and everyone is extremely powerful in their own home field. Even Thanos has the plot of getting the heart of the universe and destroying the entire almighty universe. Constantine turned around again and looked at Lu Yuan steadily, and then he realized that Lu Yuan was not dealing with him casually, but seriously. Returning to his seat and sitting down, Constantine asked again, "You mean that someone is now carrying out a conspiracy without God, or even pretending to be God?" Lu Yuan shook his head and reminded with a smile, "Mr. Zhakang, now I want to listen to your story, not me to tell you a story. You can't drink wine for nothing." Well, Constantine just remembered that although he came with some purpose, he still has to shoulder the responsibility of telling stories to Lu Yuan. "Then let me tell you a story about an exorcism that I just encountered today." Constantine adjusted and finally began to enter his story. As Constantine spoke slowly, he said his work today. It turned out that there was a family of children, a girl of 17 or 18 years old, who was possessed by evil spirits. In fact, this incident has been happening for several days, and the church people have also changed from batch to batch, but they have still not been able to successfully exorcise the demons. Even the holy water has been spilled for several tons, and it doesn't work either. Whether it is sunlight, crosses, or various holy relics or even imitations, all of them are useless. Finally, Constantine was contacted, and he finally found a way after he came. It was a special kind of demon, but he was obsessed with his appearance, so I used a mirror to lure him out of the girl's possession, trapped in the mirror, and then burned him with the sun and sent him back to hell. Go, that bastard is dead, Constantine said of the entire exorcism in a very light tone, but there was still a lot of danger involved. Others couldn't exorcise it, only Constantine succeeded in exorcism, because Constantine knew that it was not an ordinary demon, but a demon body that had almost completely come to the human world. If it is just an ordinary possession, it is enough to rely on holy water and a cross, and at most recite a few verses of the Bible. But in the face of the devil's body, this is not enough. Fortunately, Constantine wasn't bragging. He had real skills, so he used the knowledge he had acquired from somewhere to lure the demon body out of the state of possession, and then killed it with the rays of the sun in one breath. Although the devil will return to hell after death, at least this devil will not return to the world again. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered a sentence, saying that Captain Jack was thousands of dead souls at sea, and Captain Jack messed up half of them. If you say that, then Zhakang is thousands of demons in hell, and Zhakang is an enemy everywhere. He almost went from top to bottom and from bottom to top. As long as it was a demon, he had messed with it. But even Satan hates him so much that he can't do anything about it. Unless Zhakang falls into hell, he can take action against Zhakang, otherwise he can only stare blankly. Zhakang also knows this, so he is also very worried that once he falls into hell, he will suffer eternal torment, so he is trying his best to go to heaven after death. You think he didn't know he was going to die young? He himself knew that his life was not long, but he didn't want to go to hell, he wanted to go to heaven, so he tried his best to exorcise demons. He works so hard not all for others, but for himself. But it was precisely because of this selfish thought that all his efforts were in vain. What God wants, including DC, is your piety and belief, but you are still thinking about Xiaojuju. Do you really think other people are fools? Lu Yuan just smiled and looked at Zhakang, and finally shook his head without saying much. You don't believe it. Constantine thought Lu Yuan didn't believe it. But Lu Yuan said, I believe, I did feel a demon's power disappearing in the afternoon. I originally planned to do it myself. If a demon came out to disturb the plot of this universe, it would be a bit bad. The waiters were dumbfounded. Does even the boss, the alien, believe in this kind of weird talk? Only Constantine was not surprised, because he saw with his own eyes that the boss in front of him used magic. And he came today with no purpose. At the moment, he said, I just have a chance, I think. Wait a minute, please, Lu Yuan interrupted Constantine, raised his head and rushed out the door. A new guest is here. The next second, Batman strode in from outside. In fact, Lu Yuan already knew that if Constantine kept delaying time, it would affect the next guest. For example, this Batman who came in now. Batman, who has always been a superhero active in the dark, has even become a Gotham City legend. Because unless the person involved, very few people will be able to see him in person. Definitely this does not include the elite agents present. They must have inside information to know that Batman exists, but even they don't know who this superhero really is. Constantine just glanced at Batman who came straight to the bar, then lowered his head and drank his own. He'd heard of Batman too, but wasn't curious. Because he still has a bunch of troubles to deal with. On the other hand, Lu Yuan smiled at Batman and made a trick roar. Meet again. This time it's my turn to entertain you. Serve the wine. The last time Lu Yuan went to Wayne Manor, he even drank and took it, and got a treat. Since he had the opportunity to come to his site this time, he naturally wanted to entertain him back. But Batman wasn't here for a drink, although now he often asks for a drink, which is very different from before. But at least when acting as Batman, he doesn't drink. He's been here. Batman made a hoarse voice, standing in front of the bar, and said something inexplicable. But Lu Yuan knew what he meant, nodded, and replied, I came here, and told the story about how he killed Robin, but he didn't laugh. The waiters pouted. Liar. Obviously Joker has laughed to the point of madness. From Lu Yuan's words, they could still hear that what Batman asked was Joker's, otherwise wouldn't it be too stupid? But how do they know that Joker's smile is fake? Only Lu Yuan and Batman knew that he didn't laugh, at least not the kind that really came from the heart. Joker is laughing all the time, his makeup is just laughing. But it wasn't that he was really laughing. He was just laughing. What else did he say? Batman continued. Lu Yuan shrugged. He said he was the real owner of Gotham City, and then I went to him in the morning and asked him to tell me a joke. Don't worry, he's yours, always. Batman paused, then breathed a sigh of relief. You can't kill him, at least not by you. But you won't kill him either. Instead, many people will be killed by him, Lu Yuan said unceremoniously. This left Batman even more speechless. Okay, I don't think you're here to tell me a story, right? If you don't plan to accompany me for a drink, can you let me continue to listen to this Mr. Zhakang's story? Lu Yuan had already issued an evacuation order. Batman hesitated for a moment, and finally asked tentatively, why did you come to Gotham City to open this bar? Because Gotham City has so many stories, man, Lu Yuan laughed heartlessly. Just because there are so many stories, it proves that there is no peace here, right? But he didn't care at all, preferring to come to the trouble center where the incident started. Batman had absolutely no idea what to say. He came to Lu Yuan today for two purposes. One was to find out what Joker had done here and what he had said to Lu Yuan. He had received the news that Joker had been here. Batman definitely knows that Lu Yuan's real identity is an alien, so he is worried that Joker will draw Lu Yuan over. If an alien becomes a super criminal, God knows what kind of threat it will bring to the Earth. And the second purpose is to know Lu Yuan's plan. Why did he come to Gotham City? Is there any other purpose? But Lu Yuan answered it perfectly. Not only did he tell Joker that he was here but he just told a story, but he also said his real purpose was because Gotham City would have many stories. Batman didn't know what to do for a while. I want you to remember who owns Gotham City. Batman could only pose a threat before turning away. Lu Yuan's voice suddenly came from behind. Joker's. It's mine. Batman angrily walked away. Do these two guys each think Gotham City is their turf and play as much as they like? Lu Yuan smiled and watched Batman's figure leaving quickly, but he didn't take it seriously. One or two, shouldn't you really think that he is here to grab the site? No, that would be too much trouble. Wouldn't it be better to create a new Earth yourself? It's just Gotham City. It's too much trouble for nothing. Okay, we can continue, Mr. Zhakang. Lu Yuan looked at Constantine again, trying to bring the topic back. Constantine said, forget it, let's stop here today. Having said that, he also got up and left. Lu Yuan spread his hands and said that he would be disturbed by that broken bat, right? Alas, obviously you can hear a good story, but I really haven't had the experience of dealing with bulls, ghosts, and snakes, Lu Yuan said to himself regretfully. The waiters in the bar all stared at the boss who was still unfinished, not knowing what to say. Just now, Batman personally came to visit. Isn't it more meaningful than some fairy tale that sounds fake? You don't really think that's true, do you? Susan felt strange. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, quickly drew a magic circle in the air in front of him, and said, don't you think I can't do magic because I'm an alien? Do you want me to really summon a demon for you? Don't forget, Lu Yuan also inherited the most primitive hell dimension from number 2, that hell is said to be born with the Marvel Universal Universe, and it is also the Almighty Universe level. Lu Yuan actually came from the Lord of Hell. So as long as he is willing, and there are in his hell dimension, he can be summoned at will. Sorry, Linyo is good. He found that there seem to be many monster villages in the hell dimension. Those demons are absolutely terrifying, because they are all demons living in the hell dimension of the Almighty Universe level, such as Satan and Lucifer, etc. Lu Yuan doesn't pay attention at all. In addition to the original power, Lu Yuan's hell can be said to be the highest level of all the currently known hells. Even in the ranking of the Lord of Hell, he is definitely one of the best. The waiters were taken aback, then the foreman winked, and the cleaners took advantage of the fact that they were going to clean up the bathroom, and hurriedly wrote down the information. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously, from the time we opened the door to the present, who has been to the toilet? Isn't it bad to write directly in person? If there is something wrong, I can correct me, and you can also ask me if I am wrong. The agents laughed dryly. The boss was really cool. But can they really do that? After a few days in a row, I have to say that the business of Lu Yuan's bar is actually not good. Maybe it's because the location is too remote, maybe it's because many people don't know that there is a bar here, or maybe it's because of the average environment. It may be due to herd mentality. In many cases, the more people there are, the more guests will go, and it is better to queue up than go to someone else's house. As a result, because Lu Yuan's place is often empty, there are less and less guests coming. What's more, some bars are either the kind of place where young people gather, or there are dance floors and DJs, which are very lively. Either it's fun, play some old music, or just ask a pianist to play a piece or something. Only he has nothing here. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry, he just flipped through the magazines brought by the staff every day, but he didn't take it to heart at all. He is like this, those agents are definitely more relaxed, they are here to monitor Lu Yuan, not really to be bartenders and waiters. This makes it easier to monitor Lu Yuan, and this target is also very cooperative, so why not do it? And just like that, 3 days passed. Finally, Constantine came to the door again. I need help, Constantine said straight to the point, came to Lu Yuan, and said nervously, I finally know what those bastard demons are thinking. Lu Yuan glanced at Constantine, then 593 put his gaze on the magazine in his hand and ignored it. I don't believe you didn't notice anything strange, Constantine shouted. Lu Yuan just said indifferently, I just listened to the story, and I didn't plan to personally participate in the story. This point needs to be made clear. But if the world is destroyed and everyone is dead, can you still hear the story? Constantine asked Lu Yuan. The waiters were dumbfounded, and the world was destroyed? By whom? Isn't the most threatening alien sitting here? Good guy, maybe everyone now thinks that Lu Yuan is the biggest threat to the Earth? Lu Yuan put away the magazine in a hurry, looked at Constantine, and waited for his next article. Constantine immediately understood and said, I said before that there is a contract between God and the devil, which means that neither God nor the devil can directly attack the human world, so even if those demons come to the human world, they are only mixed-race bastards. No wonder Constantine called those demons bastards, when in fact he didn't seem to be wrong. Lu Yuan rubbed his temples with his hand and warned, I don't have racial discrimination here, and I don't dare to. Constantine is speechless. Is this the time to say this? And demons are evil, you can't expect them to do good things, right? So what's the harm in cursing? Let's not mention those. Before this, there were always bastard demons who wanted to sneak into the world, but no real demons had ever come. But now it's different. A real child of demons is plotting the world, and he wants to build the world. To become his own purgatory of fire and death, we must find a way to stop it, Constantine said of his current discovery. In fact, he has already noticed the difference, but even he doesn't know what it is, so he has been investigating recently. As a result, he actually found a major threat. Once the devil's son comes, the world will be ignited, and even reborn in flames, but the new world is a purgatory on earth, and everyone will die. Even Constantine's expression became extremely solemn. This is no joke. The Son of God brings good news and salvation to the world, and the children of the devil bring destruction and death to the world. If God and devil are opposites, then the Son of God and the Son of Devil are also opposites. Since the Son of God was once born, the birth of the Son of Devil is no exception. And those agents have already sounded stupid, which is completely beyond the scope of science, or even common sense. Son of God? The son of the devil? Angel? Devil? What kind of mess is this? They originally thought that they lived in the everyday world, and at most there were aliens on the physical side. But now it has completely turned into a fairy tale? Lu Yuan also sighed lightly. This has changed from sci-fi and superhero movies to fantasy and horror. Constantine didn't know what Lu Yuan was complaining about, and continued to persuade, I hope you can help me, and an innocent life is being threatened. If the son of the devil wants to come to the world, he needs a strong medium, and a girl is just right for him. But she will die. After all, this is the child of the devil and not the child of God, just like the girl of the Virgin Mary will be killed by the devil. A more serious threat to the entire world and all human beings. Lu Yuan was still unmoved, because he knew that as long as DC God took action, everything would be fine. No matter whether the origin of the devil's son is the legendary Satan or the so-called Lucifer, or many people think that Satan is Lucifer. In short, it will never be the opponent of DC God. Because this Lord of Hell is not at the level of a giant beast at all, let alone the Hand of the Void. There is no need for DC God to personally take action. Once Ghost is attracted, all those who do things will die. This is simply a big death, believe it or not. Ghost gave you the Lord of Hell. What's more, even if Gabriel, one of the 7 great angels of creation, is also involved in this matter, the qualification gap is too great. However, when it comes to Gabriel, it seems that the actor of his wife Ancient One is playing the role. Forget it, if you can convince me, I'll do me a favor. But you have to figure out how to convince me. Lu Yuan still did not refuse completely, but made a request and asked Constantine, tell me, why do you think I can help? Constantine looked at Lu Yuan deeply and had only one sentence, because my eyes are born to see things that ordinary people can't see, whether it's a demon or a half-angel, I can see their true colors, I have personally seen the devil. But only you, I can't see your true face, all I see in my eyes is a golden god. You are a god, whether you are a god or not, you are a real life in the world god, so only you can stop the devil's son. Oh. Lu Yuan was surprised, it seemed that Constantine still had something. Lu Yuan didn't expect that there were still people who could see his godhead. But what Constantine said was right. When he couldn't observe Lu Yuan's real realm and strength, he noticed that Lu Yuan was a real god with a divine personality. No wonder the first sentence of Constantine's storytelling mentioned God and demons. You say he's a god. The agents in the bar looked at Constantine and Lu Yuan in disbelief. They had already thought that Constantine must be a lunatic because he kept saying some crazy stuff. He doesn't look like a magician, but he looks like a lunatic. But when Constantine said that Lu Yuan was actually a god, they still felt crazy. Only Constantine was sure about this, looked at Lu Yuan with a firm face, and said, I can see that your soul is flawless, and I can see that your divine light is so bright that it can even illuminate the whole world. But I know that you are not God, because God is bound to interfere in the world. You are definitely an alien god, but you can help us, can't you? Lu Yuan spread his hands and saw that the agents had a burst of 3 views, and said in a funny and angry way, I said, what's so surprising about this? It's not like there are no other myths in the world. For example, the Olympians. The gods do exist, and they have even entered the era of the new Protoss, but you don't know it. Why is there no other god? Shouldn't you think that only God exists? However, DC's Olympus, and Marvel's Asgard, are actually real. It's just that the existence of these gods is more like aliens. Even the gods of Olympus once protected the earth from the invasion of the new gods in ancient times. In other words, if it wasn't for the war between Krypton and Apocalypse, there might be a war between Krypton and Olympus and other ancient gods. Because Lu Yuan had already thought about bringing Krypton to become a god. And the luck of the new god race is bound to conflict with the ancient gods. Only by defeating the ancient gods can one become a new god. The new gods of Apocalypse have also defeated the old gods. The so-called godhead is not only an ethereal thing, but also a real existence. To put it bluntly, it is like a power of luck. Gods have what mortals think of as immortal life and great power. This is real. Lu Yuan admitted Constantine's guess positively. You are right, I am indeed a god. Lu Yuan once condensed his own godhead with the power and godhead that surpassed the gods. It's just that after Lu Yuan became the existence of the almighty universe level, this godhead is obviously not enough to match Lu Yuan's existence and level, but he has been too lazy to shape his own godhead. The existence of omniscience and omnipotence no longer needs the godhead to prove, but is originally the only truth. They can also shape any godhead they want if they want. For example, the original Transcendence resurrected the Transcendence domain and the Transcendence gods that Lu Yuan had completely destroyed at that time, just in his thought. This is the power of an omniscient and omnipotent existence. It will never be imagined without reaching this realm. The distance is only one step away, but it is actually a fundamental gap. The gap between 0 and 1 is by no means a number, but absolute nothing and absolute being. Nothing is nothing, nothing at all, and it will never be achieved, much less imagined. Therefore, although the strength of Beyond the Protoss is already very strong, the three Ivory Kings claim to be able to kill the existence of the Court of Life in seconds, which is already the first person under the so-called OAA. However, don't think that Beyond the Protoss is the closest thing to OAA. Protege also once thought that he had surpassed the Life Court and became an existence on the same level as the OAA. As a result, an opaque hat was randomly placed on the head by a small group of gods who had always been considered to be OAA, so that it could not see others and could no longer replicate and infinitely superimpose power, and was finally judged. Having said so much, I just wanted to explain one thing. Although Constantine saw Lu Yuan's divine personality and even the brilliance of God, he still didn't understand how terrifying the existence in front of him was. He mistakenly thought that Lu Yuan was just a god, but in fact, Lu Yuan's power had long exceeded his imagination. At the same time, Constantine doesn't know how foul the people she's asking for help. Poor devil, and even more pitiful is the devil's son. They provoke people they can't provoke. In fact, it is not that they provoked, but another person, Angel Gabriel. As one of the 7 great creation angels, Gabriel has a prominent and noble status. He is an important chief of guards in heaven, and serves as the guard for the entire heaven. He is also the best backup candidate for Chi Angel, and his main function is to pass messages. Legend has it that he blew the horn of Doomsday, and he is also considered a symbol of wisdom. Although it is not like Michael is a big angel, nor is it like Lucifer who is favored by God the Father and becomes the Lord of Hell because of his rebellion. But Gabriel also has great power and an important position. It is said that Gabriel also has the duty to destroy all the filth in the world. And this may be a conspiracy she is planning now. Gabriel believed that human beings have received too much from God, and that God's punishment for human beings is too light. As long as they repent, no matter what sin they have committed, they will still have a chance to enter heaven. So she planned a conspiracy to bring disaster to the world, in order to inspire the true belief of mankind, and to expose the true colors of those who are not worthy of redemption. According to legend, Gabriel is described as male, but it is also said that Angel does not need to reproduce like humans, so he is genderless. But because of the actors' relationship, Lu Yuan couldn't just sit back and ignore it, so he sighed and agreed. Okay, since you already know my true identity, then I'll help you, who calls me a kind god. Several agents exchanged glances with each other, and the cleaner immediately said, I'm going to clean up the toilet. So I said no, don't record it today, I'll leave later, you can call your boss directly. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes angrily, and said that he didn't need to find an excuse to go to the toilet to record. Constantine noticed something strange and asked, who are they? I monitor my agent, and usually help me with work when I have nothing to do. Anyway, I don't need to care about the salary, so why not do it? Lu Yuan felt that this transaction was earned by himself, and people who didn't need to spend money to hire people were still very useful. Convenient. Constantine was speechless. By the way, Lu Yuan remembered another thing. If I get involved in this matter, maybe you will also be targeted. Well, you will also live in the store tonight, which is equivalent to my sanctuary. In this realm, no one with hostility and no one can get close to them, so they can protect you comprehensively. Lu Yuan did not set up so many formations in vain. It was equivalent to an enchantment, and anyone with hostility or demons could never approach. Not even Angel, he is so powerful. Lu Yuan still followed Constantine away. He has a reason to be involved, even if it sounds silly. Then they got into a taxi at the door and ended up outside a bar. Aren't you going to bring me here for a drink? Lu Yuan was the owner of the bar himself, and his face was definitely ugly. Constantine naturally had her own plan, and took the lead in leading the two through the door of the bar and all the way to the basement. There was a big man blocking the way of the three at the entrance, holding up a sign asking for the password. Constantine is a member here, he can definitely go in, but behind him is Lu Yuan and the taxi driver, a child named Cha Wat. Now that the situation is urgent, Constantine is a punch without a word. Lu Yuan took out his ears. He could have easily solved the 593 problem, but he didn't need it anymore. The group followed Constantine to lead the way, went straight to the innermost part of the bar, and met a person. John? How dare you come to my house to make trouble? The other party seemed to know that this group of people broke in, and immediately roared. Constantine has a purpose. At midnight, I need that chair. Midnight, the full nickname is Midnight Dad. In fact, the definition of this role should be the villain, and it has always been one of Constantine's main enemies, but the two often maintain an unstable alliance relationship. So Zokang sometimes really has no bottom line, just like Deadpool, and sometimes you can play very happily with the enemy. For example, now, after Constantine asks Lu Yuan for help, the second person she finds is Midnight. And Midnight shouted, "Don't think about it, you know that I have always been neutral, I don't care whether angel or the devil, I just keep balance, as long as it is balanced. As long as the world remains in balance, Midnight never participates in the rivalry between hell and heaven. As Constantine said before, there is an agreement between God and the devil, they can't personally intervene in anything in the world, but it is up to the human world to decide which side they will eventually fall to. So, at least for now, at least until the real choice is made, the world can still maintain balance. But now the balance is broken. Midnight, wake me up, the balance is long gone. When you were still neutral, the devil's son had already obtained the spear of destiny. Do you know what this means? If it becomes purgatory, will you be able to escape? Do you want to go to hell or heaven? Constantine scolded loudly, asking him to think about it at midnight. If the world became purgatory, would he be able to stay out of it? Damn, is Mammon crazy? Midnight even knew the name of the devil's son, and knew what it meant once the devil's son got the spear of destiny. Didn't Constantine also say it before? Because of the agreement between the two bosses of heaven and hell, only bitch can come to the world. This is not a curse, but a mixed race person. In other words, neither true purebred angels nor demons are allowed to come to the world. And Mammon, as the son of the devil, once let him get the spear of destiny, he can come to the world. The so-called spear of destiny is actually the gun that was stabbed to death by a soldier named Longinus with a spear at the last moment when the son of God suffered. So the spear of destiny is also called the Longinus spear, or the gun of Longinus. The story about this gun is also very long, so I won't repeat it here. In short, this gun has been stained with the blood of the Son of God, and it can also be indirectly considered that it is the blood of God. Once the devil's son has the blood of God, he can truly be born on earth. Then, under the circumstance that neither gods nor demons can interfere in the human world, he will become the master of the human world, and he can even bring the fire that destroys the world and turn the human world into purgatory. None of this is nonsense, but it could actually happen. So even Midnight didn't dare to say anything about neutrality. Obviously, the balance had been broken, and he knew very well what would happen if Mammon, the son of the devil, was born into the world. Damn it, only once, and never say I owe you any favors again, Midnight cursed, while still having to lead a few people to other rooms. Midnight is not a demon, nor an angel, he is actually a necromancer in the world, a voodoo magician who is said to come from the Mediterranean Sea. This also allowed him to accumulate a lot of mysterious things, and even Constantine sold him some fakes more than once. Although Midnight was very angry, there was nothing he could do. He only blamed himself for misunderstanding sometimes. Co-authoring here or where tomb robbers sell their stolen goods. After all, this is Slagkong, there is nothing he can't do. Among the many collections at midnight, Constantine's main target is a chair, which is not an ordinary chair, but a chair specially used for electrocution. It is said that at least 200 criminals have died on it, so it has certain abilities, such as retroactive time. It's just that Constantine wants to activate the ability of this chair, not only needs to cooperate with his witchcraft at midnight, but also activate the function of the electric chair, but it is no longer connected to the power supply, but with the magic of midnight. When Constantine sits in a chair and immediately lets midnight start the chair's function, Lu Yuan looked at Constantine's body numb from being electrocuted, his eyes turned white, and he had a thoughtful expression when he was still foaming at the mouth. This kid knows that I'm a god, and then he finally invited me to help. In the end, what did I come for? Lu Yuan was a little dumbfounded, and followed Constantine around. What was he doing here? Are you entertaining? Is this kid a fool? Don't you know that you are God? Why don't you ask for help from 2.0? No, haven't you asked yourself for help? What did he ask himself to do? Lu Yuan knew that Constantine was now using the function of the chair to find the whereabouts of a person. It was a woman. Because of her strong ability and spiritual power, she was now being targeted by the son of the devil, the mother that the son of the devil used to descend to the mortal world. In other words, I don't know if the devil Satan or Lucifer knows the practice of this renegade son looking for his mother behind his back. But it didn't have to be so troublesome. Lu Yuan shook his head, and when Constantine seemed to have finally found some clues, when he got off the electric chair, he asked, I said, what exactly are you looking for me for? Constantine didn't know that he had suffered in vain, and said with a puzzled face, I definitely hope you will help us clean up a lot of demons next. Now that it is known that Mammon is the son of the devil, it can also be said to be the prince of the Lord of Hell. It is conceivable that when Mammon is about to be born, there will be a lot of demons who are afraid that the world will not be chaotic to guard him. So Constantine went to Lu Yuan for help. I'm a thug. Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Mr. John, who is he? The guy named Cha or something. Actually Chaz couldn't help asking. Because they rushed all the way down, even Lu Yuan and Chaz didn't have time to get to know each other. Even Midnight began to feel strange to Lu Yuan. I've never heard of him. The vein of Midnight is quite a set in this regard, but he has never heard of such a person in the exorcism world. Only Constantine knew who Lu Yuan was, but in fact he didn't know either. Glanced at Lu Yuan and saw that he didn't care, so he said with a hesitation, "Okay, don't be too rude. What is in front of you now is the real one." "God? You mean God?" Midnight and Chase looked at Constantine dumbfounded, trying to see if he was joking. As a result, Constantine's expression was very serious. "So you still think I'm going to die 06? He invited a real god to help him, because he vaguely guessed that a certain angel was also involved in this conspiracy. At that time, he will not only face those bastard demons, but even Angel will be an enemy. It will be an extremely dangerous battle, and even he is not sure that he can defeat his opponent. Unlike any previous exorcism, what he will face this time is the son of a demon, a real pure-blooded demon. Even Gabriel, one of the 7 angels of creation. In fact, in many cases, Gabriel's status is not lower than the great angel Michael and the fallen angel Lucifer. Even though Michael and Lucifer wanted to be more favored by God, Gabriel was once known as the highest-ranking angel. It's just that in the DC setting, Michael and Lucifer are obviously the 2 most powerful of all angel groups. Even though Lucifer has become synonymous with Satan after becoming a fallen angel, he has also become the Lord of Hell. But it is undeniable that Lucifer's setting is that he was indeed angel. And the 2 angels claim to have half the power of DC God respectively, and they combine to be the complete DC God. Even Ghost was polite in front of Michael and Lucifer. But no matter what, Gabriel is by no means an ordinary person who dares to provoke. But what if it was another god? Constantine not only found himself a thug, but also found himself a protector. I already know the whereabouts of Angela, the medium through which the devil's son is coming, and also his cheap mother. Let's go and save people now. Constantine didn't suffer in vain, but he really let him find the kidnapped Angela's whereabouts. Lu Yuan shrugged. In fact, he didn't need to be so troublesome, but since he was willing to suffer, let him do it. Wait a minute, since we know there are so many enemies and demons, aren't we prepared for anything? Like holy water or something, Ches suggested. The so-called holy water, at least the setting here is blessed water, claiming to have the power of God. When fighting with demons, holy water can weaken the demon's power, and it can also make the possessed demon appear, but it cannot be killed directly. The method of making holy water is also very simple, as long as a cross that has been blessed by a pope, bishop, or other high-ranking priest is put into the water. Holy water means nothing to ordinary people, neither good nor bad, just ordinary water. This thing only works on demons, or when Constantine goes to hell, just sprinkle holy water on herself and return to the world. In fact, Constantine also has magic. In the comics, Constantine, as a necromancer, masters many magical spells, such as spells, rituals, curses, witchcraft, invisibility and illusion. It's just that, unlike the magician in most works, Constantine rarely casts spells, because he believes that the use of magic often pays a heavy price. If possible, he prefers to use intrigue, reasoning, investigation, trading, and deception to solve problems. That's why he is called Zhakong, because he often mobilizes friends and even enemies to act together in times of crisis. For strangers, he prefers to persuade, lure, or even coax. For friends, he often asks them to repay the favor they owed in the past. So Constantine can also go to hell. Originally, holy water has always been one of Constantine's important supplies, including 5-liter bottled water in his home, which is full of holy water. It's just that there's obviously no time to go back and get it now. Don't be so troublesome. Lu Yuan wanted to say that he really didn't need to be so troublesome. Can you make holy water? Chaz asked expectantly. Lu Yuan is very powerless. What exactly do these people define God? Yes, definitely yes. Lu Yuan was also a little out of breath. He made a large ball of water directly in front of him, then put his hand in and said, "Come on, is there enough holy water to drink?" There is no need for other methods at all. As long as Lu Yuan stretches his divine hand into the water, it is holy water. And the effect of this holy water is simply overwhelming. I said if you keep delaying like this, we can all give that devil's son a full moon, or we'll just give him the 593 gift when he grows up and gets married. Lu Yuan began to get impatient. It's such a small thing. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have to follow Constantine. If he wanted to, he could solve it with just one look, but now that he promised to help Constantine solve it together, it would be better to leave alone. Constantine hurriedly gave Chaz a wink and said to Midnight, "Thank you for your help, our relationship is settled. Let's stop that bastard demon now. Don't talk nonsense, don't forget that Satan has always wanted to eat your soul, you better not provoke him." Midnight was startled. It turns out that there is still a grudge between Constantine and Satan, causing Satan to covet Constantine's soul, and even Constantine is destined to go to hell. And once he falls into hell, the result waiting for him will be an unimaginable catastrophe. In the end, he even dared to provoke Satan, which was really reckless. "Oh, I haven't heard you tell about this story." Lu Yuan became interested as soon as he heard the story. Now he really wants to collect all kinds of stories, and he doesn't know why. Maybe planning to go home and tell stories to the little cuties at home? But these broken stories he collected, can they really tell children? Now that the whereabouts of the woman named Angela is known, it is naturally not too late. Several people, mainly Constantine and Chaz, replenished some equipment here at midnight, and then they have to rush to save people. There was no one together at midnight, only Lu Yuan and the three of them. On the way, Lu Yuan did not forget to ask about Constantine's story. Constantine was helpless, but she could only tell Lu Yuan what she had experienced halfway through. It turns out that Constantine has yin and yang eyes since he was a child. As mentioned earlier, he can see mixed blood demons and mixed race angels since he was a child, also called half angels and hybrid demons. It is definitely something that Constantine can afford. Because of having such an ability since childhood, Constantine was tortured and troubled as a child. And when he wanted to tell others what he saw, not only did no one believe him, but he also terrified his family. In fact, in the setting of the comics, Constantine is even worse. When he was born, his mother died in childbirth, and a twin brother also died because of it. His father was not good to Constantine because of this, and even the whole family suffered various tragedies because of him. Zhakang is simply a broom star. However, the setting in the movie is not so bad. It's just that because he couldn't bear it, he once behaved like that when he was young. Also because of this behavior, Constantine went to hell because of this, although he was rescued by the hospital in just 2 minutes. But because the time on Earth and hell are different, 1 second on Earth is close to the eternity of hell. And the 2 minutes in the world made Constantine experience many unforgettable fears in hell, which was enough to make any brave person timid. So the surviving Constantine decided to do things for God in exchange for God's forgiveness, and since then embarked on the journey of exorcism. And the demon he exorcised was Satan's subordinates. That's why it was said that Constantine had offended Satan, and he personally sent back most of the bastard demons who came to the world. Satan once said that when Constantine came to hell again, he would come to meet him in person. Even in hell has created a theme park for Constantine. It can be seen how much Satan hates Constantine. Moreover, although Constantine constantly removes the miscellaneous demons who violate the rules for God, he does not believe in God, and everything he does is selfish, because he has no real belief, and just wants to escape the fate of hell, so has not been able to win the favor of God. So as long as he dies, it is conceivable that Satan will definitely rush over and take him away in person. Even because of perennial smoking, Constantine has been diagnosed with advanced lung cancer. He's already finished. That's my whole story, Constantine said, expertly lighting a cigarette for herself, opening the car window and smoking, not minding her physical condition at all. Lu Yuan, who was sitting alone in the back seat, smiled and shook his head. I said, "You won't die because of smoking," I said. Constantine also shrugged nonchalantly. At this time, Chaz reminded the two, "We are here." They came to a sports venue, or maybe a simple swimming pool. "Lord God, it's up to you to use your divine power to dispel the darkness of evil for us." Constantine pretended to pray while getting out of the car with an impolite face while opening the door for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan got out of the car with a smile on his face and said, "I don't have any believers yet. Are you sure you want to pray to me? God thought you were not pleasing to the eye, but you have to think about it carefully." Constantine quickly covered her mouth. Prayer is generally considered to be an act of wishing and praying to God, and it is also a sincere prayer. To put it bluntly, it is similar to the behavior of devotion to faith. Strict denominations have a weekly meeting and a prayer every night. Lu Yuan was warning Constantine not to do this kind of behavior indiscriminately. Lu Yuan didn't care, but he also didn't want to rob other people's believers. Besides, a believer like Zhakang can only be tolerated by God, right? In fact, Zhakang didn't know that what he did, God has always watched silently. It's just that Zhakang needs a redemption. What God wanted him to do was by no means unbelievable, thinking that it was enough to expel some troublesome demons. In fact, God wanted him to understand the meaning of sacrifice. Why did he intervene in this matter? Lu Yuan can see the fate. Why does he keep saying that Zhakang will not die from smoking? The reason is that in this incident, as long as Zhakang shows his great side and his noble character, he can find a way to save the world through his ingenuity. And in the end, his reward is either heaven or healing and regaining a healthy body. It's just that now that Lu Yuan has intervened, maybe it won't be so troublesome? Next, a group of people pushed open the front door and broke in. As soon as you enter, you can clearly feel the different aura. Constantine and Chaz exchanged glances, the latter about to make a move. On Lu Yuan's side, he walked forward with careless steps. "Wait a minute," Constantine hurriedly followed, thinking that they had a plan of action. But Lu Yuan directly interrupted and said, "Enough, since you know I'm a god, and you pin your hopes on me, then come with me. Can you not look down on me too much? Or did you do it on purpose?" Lu Yuan has already begun to doubt, is this guy deliberately underestimating himself? He clearly knew that he was a god, or that he came to ask for help, but in the end he looked down on him from all aspects. It's really annoying. Constantine smiled wryly and expressed her worries. "Actually, I am worried that there is not only one devil's son in this matter, but also a real angel, Gabriel." Again, anyone who has heard of Gabriel knows that she is one of the 7 great angels of creation, and she is definitely not comparable to those bastard demons or half-angels. Lu Yuanxin said that he came here because of her, and he definitely looked forward to her appearance. But there is no need to say more now, just continue to rush forward, then come to a room, and kick the Fangman village. In the front room, this should be a dressing room, and the back is the swimming pool venue. but it was crowded with men and women, and they looked at Lu Yuan and the others who suddenly broke in with malicious eyes. Constantine spread her hands and said that she would definitely encounter a lot of demons. Chaz also panicked and asked, John, what should I do now? Constantine wanted to say how could I know. At this time, Lu Yuan took action and snorted coldly, get out of here. As soon as he spoke, the terrifying divine power swayed away from Lu Yuan like a shock wave. Every time he came into contact with a person, the demon possessed by him would fly into ashes and annihilate his soul. Those are the demons in the room, they are all powerful demons who can come to the world through possession. At the moment, under Lu Yuan's get out, they all vanished into ashes. For Lu Yuan, such a small role is not worth mentioning at all. Saying what you say, just saying get out has the power to destroy the world. Then Lu Yuan walked straight forward and came to the door leading to the swimming pool. Behind him, Constantine and Chase were a little overwhelmed. Until Lu Yuan looked back at the two and asked, do I have to open the door myself? Well, the two of them hurried forward. After they reacted, how could the Lord God open the door with his own hands? It was inappropriate. Pushing open a door in front of them, the three came to a venue with a huge swimming pool. From a short distance, there was a person floating above the pool. Lu Yuan pointed a finger and used psychokinesis to let it fly. He turned around and saw that it was a man who had changed beyond recognition. Certainly not Angela. In the water, Lu Yuan pointed to the water next to him again. Constantine and Chaz hurried over. But Lu Yuan still didn't have time to say a word. That man was originally the medium of Mammon's initial possession, used to complete a series of arrangements. Since he is already dead, it means that 593 Mammon gave up on him, so who is Mammon attached to? You can guess without asking, it must have been possessed by Angela. Isn't he born into the world through Angela as a medium? Suddenly, just as Constantine and Chaz came to the edge of the pool, the water surface swelled with a clatter and a woman emerged. It was Angela who grabbed Constantine and dragged him into the water. If it is in the original plot, Constantine needs a lot of effort to resist. But now it's different. Lu Yuan shouted, stop. Angela suddenly stopped, staying there and being dragged to the shore by Constantine and Chaz. Angela was originally a very beautiful girl, but now because she is possessed by a devil, she is still a pure-blooded devil at the level of the son of a devil, and her whole person has changed. I saw her face was pale, and her expression was ferocious, her eyes were fierce and full of madness, and she was completely devoid of human appearance, originally like an evil spirit. Constantine was originally doing this, so naturally, she was not afraid, and immediately began to chanting incantations to perform an exorcism for her. It's useless, Lu Yuan said, this kind of possession is different, similar to reincarnation. He has transformed into Angela's child, and it is difficult to expel him. The only way is to drive him away and let him give up on his own. It's impossible, unless Satan personally comes and takes his child away, who can make him surrender. Constantine shook her head as soon as she heard this. This is the son of the devil, the opposite of the son of God, and may even dare to clamor for God. Only Lucifer himself can take him away, right? That's exactly what Constantine did, by sacrificing his own life to recruit Satan in a selfish way. As a result, Satan was deceived and discovered his son's ambitions. Knowing that his son had colluded with Gabriel, he took his son away in a fit of anger, and burned the wings of Gabriel, who had lost God's blessing, with the fire of hell. But later, when Satan intends to take away Constantine's soul, he finds that Constantine is favored by God because of his sacrifice and righteousness, so he forgives him and asks Constantine to go to heaven. Satan had to lose even his most important trophy, which was equivalent to being used to run for nothing. Unwilling, he had to help Constantine to replace the lungs of lung cancer with new ones. Instead, he took the initiative to resurrect Constantine. This is the original script. But now, Lu Yuan took the shot himself. No, even Lucifer has to sell my face when he comes, but it's just his son, I'll kill him. Lu Yuan stepped forward and waved Constantine and Chaz to retreat. When Lu Yuan set his eyes on Angela, especially her belly, Angela's belly suddenly swelled up. It was a very sudden picture that swelled several times. It was very strange. Seeing that Angela's stomach was about to burst, Lu Yuan said unhurriedly, your hell is not enough to see in front of Lao Tzu. His hell was established after the Almighty Universe. Lao Tzu has won in the Almighty Universe. The primitive hell that existed before birth. Would you like to come and play? Uncle will entertain you well, and I will show you what real horror is. Mammon paused and gradually calmed down. But Lu Yuan knew that he was still there. Lu Yuan sneered, raised his foot and stomped the ground lightly, and immediately opened a level universe door behind him, leading directly to the real and most primitive hell dimension that number 2 snatched from Oba. That hell is the real Almighty Universe level, which is the same level as the entire Marvel Almighty Universe, or the entire DC Almighty Universe. To put it bluntly, it is the opposite of the opposition between OAA and the Marvel Almighty Universe. Just like the setting in the ancient manga, the relationship between DC God and the giant beast. Lucifer just got half of the power of DC God, and the beast is the opposite of DC God. Lu Yuan is now equivalent to a giant beast. He just opened the door of his hell dimension, and the terrifying momentum released by it made Mammon tremble with fear. On the contrary, Constantine and Chase were strangers and had poor perception, and only Mammon felt the terrifying threat. Who are you? Suddenly, a pair of pure white wings fell from the sky, and a delicate fairy-like woman appeared in front of several people. Gabriel, she is Gabriel. Lu Yuan snorted, I'll take care of you when I get home. Go home? Gabriel was taken aback for a moment, even though she appeared as a woman, but in fact Angel was genderless, and even Gabriel was once described as a man. Gabriel is called she in the Bible, but is specifically called the man Gabriel in Daniel 9:21. The above is from online research. It's an exaggeration. You want to stop us? I don't think you are qualified enough, unknown evil god, Gabriel sneered, and was about to come up to stop Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan frowned, it doesn't matter if he is called the evil god, after all, Gabriel is God's most faithful child. To her, other gods are evil gods, right? However, she did not hesitate to call the devil's son You've fallen, aren't you afraid of being punished by God and sentenced to be a fallen angel? Lu Yuan wondered why Gabriel was so persistent. However, Gabriel said unconcernedly, the mere evil god doesn't understand our behavior at all, and it's normal. Even if Lu Yuan was called Roar by the evil god on the left and the evil god on the right, he couldn't help but laugh angrily, I think you are obsessed. And it's just an angel. Maybe ordinary gods will give you 3 points, but I am an outlier at the same level as your DC god. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Actually really reluctant. Constantine was very confused. Although he had already guessed that Gabriel might be involved, he did not expect that Gabriel would actually appear in person. It was almost like admitting that she had a share. Even in the hands of Gabriel, the Spear of Destiny appeared. It turned out that Mammon, the son of the devil, trusted to put the Spear of Destiny in her hands, instead of giving it to her own hands. At this time, Gabriel picked up the Spear of Destiny and ran straight to Angela on the ground. She just spread her wings, and before Constantine and Chase could react, they were thrown into the pool behind, gone. At this time, as long as she raises the Spear of Destiny in her hand and pierces it down, and cuts Angela's abdomen, the child of the devil can be born in the world. Snapped. Suddenly, Lu Yuan shot and grabbed Gabriel's wrist. You really don't take me seriously. Lu Yuan's tone became a little low. Although it was played by the actor of his wife Ancient One, at this time, it was too shameless, right? Gabriel stared at Lu Yuan, and released a terrible shockwave in his eyes, trying to knock Lu Yuan away. But Lu Yuan didn't move at all, instead he exerted a little force in his hand. Gabriel let out a pained roar, unable to hold the Spear of Fate anymore. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to catch the so-called Spear of Fate. After all, the Spear of Destiny is something from BC. After so many years, only one spear tip remains, and it is rusted. I'm not afraid of getting tetanus, Lu Yuan said casually, and with a flick of his wrist, he put away the Spear of Destiny, and maybe he can show it off at some point. Then, Lu Yuan held Gabriel in one hand, raised his head, and shouted in a certain direction, Hey, God, give me your angel. Constantine, who had just emerged from the water, saw this scene and pretended not to hear it. Gabriel looked at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. What's the situation? Does this evil god know God? I definitely know that Lu Yuan also worked for DC God and made a promise. Lu Yuan can do things in the DC God's territory, and he naturally has his confidence. But DC God was very puzzled. Through countless cosmic distances, a question came, she is so rebellious, and I will punish her next. What do you want her to do? Gabriel shivered. As one of the 7 angels beside God, and once known as God's most favored and trusted angel, she naturally recognized that it was the voice of God. Lucifer and I are just for fun, but also to test and identify human nature and soul, who should go to heaven and who should go to hell. Naturally we have our decision. Gabriel, as angel, you are not with the devil. The suns are mixed up. Do you want to launch the trumpet of the Doomsday in advance? DC God's voice turned to Gabriel, with supreme majesty. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's protection, the pressure alone would be enough to destroy Gabriel. And the so-called Horn of the Doomsday does not refer to Lu Yuan as Doomsday, but the so-called Judgment Day. Legend has it that God will initiate the final judgment, also called the final judgment, and Gabriel is responsible for sounding the horn of the final judgment. At that time, the real world will usher in the final end. God will judge all the living and dead man, the rescued will go to heaven to enjoy eternal blessing, the punished will go to hell to suffer eternal punishment, and the devil will also be cast into the lake of fire to suffer eternal punishment. DC God asked Gabriel, does she want to replace herself and decide when to blow the trumpet of Doomsday? Gabriel wanted to kneel, but Roar dared not. Lu Yuan continued to hold her arm to keep her from moving. Gabriel glared at Lu Yuan, so anxious that he was about to cry, let go. Nonsense, Lu Yuan rolled his eyes angrily. Do you think he was looking at her face? God brother, that's enough. You know that she and my eldest wife Ancient One are an actor, so I asked you for it, Lu Yuan said, raising his hand to help Gabriel smooth his slightly trembling wings. Gabriel didn't dare to resist, and was muttering in his heart, who is this evil god? How dare you bargain with God? Instead, DC God was silent. At this time, a black flame suddenly ignited from the ground, followed by a handsome uncle in a white suit that was somewhat similar to Lu Yuan's appearance. Lucifer. He is Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, and his code name is also Satan, or some people think that there are 7 real Satans, and each of them represents one of the most primitive sins of mankind. The so-called 7 sins refer to what no longer needs to be introduced, greed, arrogance and so on. And Lucifer is one of them, the most accepted and the most famous, representing the arrogant Satan. Some people also say that Lucifer is a fallen angel. After that, God wanted him to shine in hell, so that Lucifer became the Lord of Hell. Many people think that Satan or Lucifer is the opposite of God and is directed against the existence of God. But at least in the DC universe, whether it is Lucifer or Satan, it is obviously not qualified. Lu Yuan looked at each other and saw that both of them were dressed in white suits. He thought, do you want to change clothes later? Lu Yuan said, long time no see, Lucifer. By the way, your bear child is quite ambitious, do you want him to be a guest in my hell? I don't have anything there, it would be good for him to make trouble. Just as Lu Yuan was talking, a huge head that looked like a dragon or some other monster slammed out of the gate of hell behind Lu Yuan, and let out an earth-shattering roar. Angel? I love it the most. Got the grilled angel wings, come here, I'm going to eat you guys. Lu Yuan smiled and threw it back, and the huge amounts of his head disappeared immediately. Ha ha ha, a dog is not on a leash, don't worry about it, Lu Yuan said with a smile. But everyone has a black line, what do you call it? Mammon didn't even need Lucifer to speak, so she quietly got out and hid behind Lucifer. The monster just didn't dare to yell at Lu Yuan. In fact, its target was Lucifer. Since Lucifer is a fallen angel, he naturally still retains the black angel wings, which are obviously Lucifer's wings. As the most primitive hell realm born with the almighty universe, there are many extremely terrifying monsters in it, and it is very difficult for even number 2 to survive in it. Until 100,000 years later, before grabbing control of the hell realm, there are many monsters that can threaten number 2. Visible. There is indeed a terrifying existence that is enough to threaten Lucifer, just like in the omnipotent universe of OAA, there is also a level like the Tribunal of Life, and a guy like Protege. Definitely, Lu Yuan must be their master now. Lu Yuan also smiled and said to Roar, nephew Mammon, don't you want to create a hell that belongs to you? Come, uncle, this hell is empty anyway, how about giving it to you? Mammon didn't dare to say a word. Lu Yuan suddenly changed his face and scolded, what you don't want to give your face is not for God's sake. I will destroy your whole family. Do you believe it? Lucifer. Lu Yuan's sudden face change was something no one expected. But only two were silent. One is DC God and the other is Lucifer. The two of them had seen Lu Yuan's final battle with their own eyes, and they knew how fierce this person was and how powerful he was. Why does DC God appear in person? Why can Lucifer come to the so-called human world in person now? In fact, DC God is here to protect this child of his own. In the end, he still loves Lucifer, otherwise he would not have given Lucifer such great power. Lucifer can create his own hell dimension and become the master of hell. His power still comes from DC God, there is no doubt about it. But if Lu Yuan wants to, he can even go to hell, then kill Lucifer, and then devour all his power and hell. Lu Yuan's 593 can do it very easily. So Lu Yuan's threat is really not a threat. Believe it or not, I can destroy you, Lu Yuan asked Lucifer directly. The latter bowed his head, I believe. Then get out of here with your son, forever and ever, don't give me any more thought. Lu Yuan rudely expelled Lucifer and his son. As for this immortality, it is actually just that, because Lucifer did not agree. In fact, Lu Yuan just said that, after all, this is the place of DC God, not his home. What's more, Lu Yuan won't stay here forever. Besides, there are so many DC universes, can he keep it? On the other hand, it's definitely alright. Then, Lu Yuan asked DC God again, changed his tone, and asked with a smile, the annoying thing is gone, so God bro, give me Gabriel, I have no experience in creating the world, you knowing that I have an entire omnipotent universe out there waiting to be created out of nothing, it would be nice to have her do me a favor, wouldn't it? Creation? Constantine shrank half of her face into the pool. Chaz touches him and is opened by the latter. What is being heard now goes far beyond common sense. Even Gabriel was dumbfounded. Is the one around him still a creator? This was recognized by DC God, who said angrily, won't you create your angel yourself? Lu Yuan pouted, does he dare? The wives will make a fuss. The most important thing is that I met Gabriel today. I can't let the role played by the actor of my wife be like this, right? Lu Yuan knew that if she left it alone, Gabriel would end up badly, and she would be sentenced to a crime, although she could return to heaven and God's side as long as she woke up in the future. But with Gabriel's obsession, it is estimated that her exile will last hundreds of thousands of years, and even forever. Lu Yuan was really worried, he was saving her. Don't worry, if one day you want to blow the trumpet of the final day, I will let her come back. It's such a happy decision. Lu Yuan decisively pulled up Gabriel. While closing the gate of hell, he opened a door leading to his own almighty universe and left just like that. By the way, Lu Yuan stuck his head out again in the next moment and pointed at Constantine in the pool. I said, you won't die from smoking. Lu Yuan's fingers let out a golden light that fell on Constantine's body, and immediately healed his body, making Constantine's body healthy from top to bottom. Originally, Constantine had the opportunity to be favored by God, even to the dimension of heaven. But because of Lu Yuan's relationship, his chance was gone, and Lu Yuan naturally couldn't let it go. On the other hand, DC God had no choice but to hold his nose and let Lu Yuan kidnap Gabriel, one of his most beloved 7 angels. What's all this about? Looking at Lu Yuan again, after many days, Lu Yuan finally went home, and this time he came back with an angel. For the first time, Gabriel saw a complete, or primitive, omnipotent universe. Because she followed Lu Yuan's relationship, she could observe the entire omnipotent universe more intuitively and macroscopically. Just like the relationship between the mountain and the mountain, one can only observe the scene in the mountain, and the other can observe the whole mountain from the sky, and each perspective brings different feelings. The construction of the huge almighty universe has already begun, but because only the 4 women, Ancient One, Natasha Romanoff, Ganada and Wanda are busy and inexperienced, the work progress is really limited. Even the galaxy where the new Krypton is located has not had time to manufacture. Lu Yuan shook his head. It seemed that it might be a good choice for him to bring Gabriel back. At the core of the almighty universe, Lu Yuan found a family. Dad. The 4 little figures turned into 4 rays of light, penetrating countless cosmic distances at a speed exceeding level universe, and threw themselves into Lu Yuan's arms. It is the 4 little cuties of Lu Yuan's family. The old mainland Nanping, the second oldest Lu Man Luo, the third oldest Lu Suimei, and the fourth oldest Lu Menghe. The 4 daughters both have genes inherited from Lu Yuan, that is, they look similar to him, and they also inherit more from their mother's looks and appearance. For example, the hair, each daughter's hair color is the same as their mother's, and there is no daughter's hair the same color as Lu Yuan. It also made Lu Yuan sad enough. Obviously, his black hair is also very beautiful. Is it bad to have long straight black hair or double ponytails? What is Dad thinking? Lu Nanping crawled around Lu Yuan and found that he was thinking, so she couldn't help but speculate. Her beautiful big eyes rolled around, and then she snickered innocently. Lu Yuan thought it was funny what this clever little girl was thinking and laughed. What's the matter? What are you laughing at? The little agent, Lu Man Luo, pouted, sat in Lu Yuan's arms, pointed to Gabriel beside him, and hummed softly, "Woman. Huh, man." Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a mess, and although this arrogant look was very temperamental, it was shown on a little bear child who was born not long ago and looked no more than 2 or 3 years old, so there was only 2.0 laughs left. Just as Lu Yuan was in a hurry to hold the children, Gabriel was secretly shocked. Each of these children was born extraordinary, and it can be said that all of them are juveniles of the almighty universe level, and they will definitely grow to the almighty universe level one day. After all, they are not only Lu Yuan's daughters, but also received tears and energy full of Lu Yuan's touching. They grew up in their father's universe, and grew up with the birth of this almighty universe. They are too extraordinary, and when they grow up, they must be at the almighty universe level, and they only need to slowly build their own omnipotent universes to achieve the true supreme being. In Gabriel's eyes, they are all creators. How can that be? Gabriel was messed up in the wind. What kind of fairy family is this? After a while, Lu Yuan's 4 wives also came one after another. They are different from children. Their power all comes from Lu Yuan's blessing. Only in Lu Yuan's almighty universe can they have extraordinary power as the hostess. But if they return to the original Marvel universe, they would only have the power of the single universe that Lu Yuan had given them, and Ganada would be multi-universe. So they're not even as fast as 4 kids. Really, don't run away as soon as you feel your father's breath. I don't know if mothers will be worried. Wanda came up and hugged Lu Menghe back, still teaching her a lesson. Xiao Lu Menghe made a face and hid his little head in Wanda's arms. Wanda was angry and funny, so she couldn't teach her a lesson. The little girl is very smart. The other daughters also carried their daughters back, and hung them on their father's body like little lanterns. Lu Yuan was happy. He didn't care. He kissed the little girls on the cheeks. 06 However, when the 4 girls finally noticed Gabriel, Ancient One glanced at Lu Yuan and said, "Who is it? A newcomer?" Lu Yuan laughed dryly. "How can you? Didn't you realize that she looks exactly like you? She and your actor are the same person." The 4 daughters have all shared his memories with Lu Yuan, and already know that they were once just a character living in the Marvel universe. But they are obviously detached, so they no longer care about the past. So they also understood the meaning of the actor, that is, there is such a famous actor in the real world, who not only played the role of Ancient One, but also played such a little angel of Blacken. Little angel? Gabriel is not a little angel, he is a chi angel. In front of such a family of gods, even Gabriel can't let go, because even their children are at the level of creators, and they really have no status or cards. So you brought it home for this reason. Ancient One snorted indifferently, thinking that he could just pass the test. Don't even think about it. Back then, Lu Yuan could easily fool Natasha Romanoff, but now he doesn't want to fool Natasha Romanoff in front of her. Lu Yuan coughed and said righteously, "You have wronged me. You must know that Angel is genderless. I just hope she can help you build our universe well." Real. The expressions of the girls softened a lot. Really, Lu Yuan had to confirm again and again that what he said was true. And Lu Yuan really didn't cheat. He really didn't want to hit Gabriel's idea. To put it horribly, with Lu Yuan's current strength, he has already passed the level of only looking at the surface, otherwise he can completely create his own life according to his own preferences. For example, those producers' wives in the past can now create them whenever they want. Whether it's Her Royal Highness the Princess, or the King, or whatever. All that is created is real life. It's just that the soul may need to be cultivated slowly and set up in advance. But what's the point of that? Lu Yuan also already has a happy family, a beloved wife and lovely children. He is satisfied and content. That's why Lu Yuan took the initiative to assure his wives that he would not mess around with flowers again, and he was relieved. Otherwise, they can still force him, or if Lu Yuan doesn't want to, can they really monitor it? Okay, it's rare for me to come back, and you didn't say get close to me. Lu Yuan opened his hand to hug his wives. The four women took their children to avoid them one after another, and spat. The children are watching, it's true. Lu Yuan could only give up. Having said that, Lu Yuan has one more thing to do when he comes back this time. Is the galaxy of the new Krypton not finished yet? Lu Yuan looked up at a certain direction in the universe. As a result, he found that the galaxy did not even have a planet, if a meteorite could be considered a planet. Lu Yuan looked suspiciously at the four girls. They looked away guiltily. It can only be said that creating a planet from nothing is not easy, and there are many things to consider. And they have to consider the problem of fixed star first, as well as the trajectory of the galaxy and a series of problems such as the magnetic field and gravity between each planet. There are too many things to worry about. Even flowers and plants are created from scratch, even mountains and rivers, the nutrients of the land, and the composition of the air. They can't just rely on the spirit of words and words to create the world with a few words, they also want to complete this precious experience themselves. That's why it's been such a long time. At most, only some meteorite block experiments have been completed. They are obviously still in the experimental stage. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan never took action to rescue Kandu City. He knew that his wives were unexpectedly unreliable. Okay, leave the galaxy of the new Krypton to me to complete. You can also see how I did it, and then you can accumulate experience while imitating, said Lu Yuan and his family, and Gabriel, who reduced his presence to the lowest level, flew in that direction together. In fact, Lu Yuan is really good to Krypton, and he even puts the galaxy where the new Krypton is located in the righteousness of his almighty universe. You must know that no matter where it is, the center of the universe has an extraordinary meaning, which is still in the center of an almighty universe. Having said that, where should the Lu Yuan family go in the future? Don't worry about them, they can completely build their 610s home at a higher level or dimension, and even the most advanced technology in the world will not be able to detect their lives. Coming to the center of the universe, Lu Yuan is about to start. Because of his experience in building fixed stars, he is now very familiar with it. Lu Yuan quickly completed a yellow rays, extremely young fixed star. Because it is said that fixed star will develop faster because of the larger the quality. To put it bluntly, it will increase the speed of aging in a short period of time, that is, it will evolve into a red supergiant and the like. So Lu Yuan deliberately kept the quality of the fixed star at the same level as the sun, so that the fixed star could live for tens of billions of years without any problem. Then, Lu Yuan started to build an entire fixed star system around fixed star, in which there are a total of 2 planets with life. He tried to restore the environment of the original galaxy where Krypton was located as much as possible. Definitely, Lu Yuan would not look for the survivors of the original Dekozam star, nor would it be possible for the Kryptonians to get another dangerous neighbor for the Kryptonians. To put it bluntly, the second planet is prepared for Krypton and may be used as an alternative to colonize planets at any time. The 2 planets can also develop together to speed up the recovery and growth of Krypton. In addition, there is the transformation of the new Krypton. Lu Yuan will definitely not deliberately prepare such a dangerous thing as kryptonite. Speaking of which, the new Krypton is more like the environment of the Earth. Lu Yuan is different from his wives. He is the real supreme being, and he is also omniscient, omnipotent and omnipotent. He has personally observed countless universes, and has personally built countless fixed stars. Although there is a big difference between fixed star and planet, he has seen so many planets after all. So it is not a problem to want to create a new galaxy. The new Krypton was finally completed. By the way, Lu Yuan also personally demonstrated the process of creating the universe to Ancient One and the others. There is nothing in this omnipotent universe right now, and it needs to be carefully crafted from scratch. Even life has not yet been born, there are so many things to build and create. But Lu Yuan hoped that they could all do it, and this process would also bring great benefits to the 4 girls. Once they have personally experienced the entire process of the creator, they will become goddess-level existences and even gods. At least it's Perpetua's level. That is the origin of the Wall of Origin. According to legend, or related settings, the Wall of Origin has become specially created to suppress and seal Perpetua. And the Wall of Origin is the existence that separates the multi-universe from the parallel universe, and it is also the source of all truth and the power of origin. Outside the Wall of Origin, there are all mysteries. It can be seen how high the status of Perpetua is. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan wants to train 4 daughters. Next, I'm going to rescue Kandu City, and then bring Kandu City and the Kryptonian survivors here to revive the Kryptonian civilization. This is also the agreement that DC God made with me, Lu Yuan said. Back then, Lu Yuan had just caught up with the destruction of Krypton. It's just that he couldn't save the Mother Star in time because he was blocked by DC God and OAA personally. Some people may suspect that Lu Yuan's attitude towards Krypton is the same, or wonder why the protagonist doesn't hate the 2 supreme beings. This is because of many reasons. First of all, the demise of Krypton was completely self-inflicted. It was the Kryptonites who exploited the resources of Krypton to the extreme and finally led to their own demise. The second is that the Kryptonians themselves have not thought about saving themselves, and they just need to start countless spaceships to leave Krypton. However, because the code of life will engrave the mission of protecting Krypton in the depths of the genes when the newborn is born. To put it bluntly, just as the Kree people of the Kree Empire were enslaved by the Supreme Intelligence, the Kryptonians were also enslaved by the code of life. This generation of Kryptonians are all failures. They can't leave Krypton. Back then, Lu Yuan could only temporarily stop Krypton's self-destruction, but even he couldn't save all Kryptonians. On the contrary, because of the destruction of Krypton, the survivors of Kandu City at this time will lose some kind of dependence on the code of life and Krypton. And the most important point is that DC God reached an agreement with Lu Yuan, allowing Lu Yuan to bring his clan to other universes in the future. Many people may not understand what this means. If each universe has its own fixed number of souls and its destiny, then if Lu Yuan takes away so many Kryptonian souls, the number of souls in DC God's world will always be so small. Unless DC God to create a new soul to replenish. Maybe the souls of a few people don't care, maybe the soul of a country doesn't care, but that's the civilization of a planet. This is already quite a favor. So Lu Yuan can no longer hate DC God and OAA. Some people may be too self-righteous, and have not figured out how much the two Supremes have helped Lu Yuan from beginning to end, and how much they have given. But Lu Yuan would not be self-righteous. So after he personally created the fixed star system of the new Krypton, he immediately rushed back to the DC universe. Lu Yuan first came to the moon of the solar system and told Darkseid and the others the good news. New Krypton is ready, it's time to rescue our tribe, and it's time to liberate Kandu City. Lu Yuan brought the good news. Darkseid and his party were excited and immediately started the spacecraft, and they were about to rush into space according to Lu Yuan's command. But before leaving, Lu Yuan still let Darkseid drive the spaceship to the Earth's sky, and once again spoke to all the people of the Earth in the previous method. Earth people, or us, I am the Kryptonians General Zod. Please rest assured, we are not hostile to you, and we feel that you have taken care of our people for so many years, and we hope to maintain friendly relations. Today we are going to leave the solar system and even the Milky Way, but if one day the Earth needs our help, if one day the Earth encounters a powerful enemy, we will come back to help you. This was definitely instigated by Lu Yuan. It was helping Clark to stand firm on Earth. Otherwise, at least those high-level officials already knew that Clark was a Kryptonian, and some people knew that Lois knew the true identity of a Kryptonian. Once such a friendly statement was made, it would definitely ease Clark's situation on Earth. Even this is a threat to let Earthlings know that Clark still has a group roaming the outer universe, and if they go too far, this group of people can also come and destroy the Earth at any time. Then, the spacecraft slowly left the Earth and the location of the solar system, and turned on the space-jumping technology. According to Lu Yuan's instructions, it finally came to a certain coordinate in outer space. Lu Yuan has now become the actual supreme commander of this spaceship, and with him, even General Zod has to carefully wait by the side. It's not that General Zod was defeated, but that the ancestor was too old. The Alice Zod he mentioned was Darkseid's grandmother many generations ago. Moreover, the old ancestor in front of him almost became his grandfather for a time. Lu Yuan didn't marry, and Alice didn't marry because they had a private life. As long as the two major families had personal support, they would become. General Zod can't be bothered. This is already suppressed on the bloodline. Besides, blank, 9550 has been training them for so long, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is their master. As long as you know how to respect the old and love the young, it is impossible to deceive your teacher and destroy your ancestors. That's the one. Suddenly, standing in the main control room with his arms folded, the tough and handsome Lu Yuan in a platinum shirt, saw the target's location from the spacecraft's detector. Brainiac's spaceship is very strange. From a distance it looks like a huge amount of human head, but Brainiac's technology is still worthy of recognition, including the city-enabled technology and shrinking technology. It is very worthwhile praise. It may even be infinitely close to the level of molecules and atoms. At this time, Lu Yuan gave orders to General Zod and others. There are important cities of many ethnic groups and some hijacked people in that spaceship. In order to prevent accidental injury, my strategy is to face it directly and fight in close quarters. Mainly to capture Brainiac alive. If he dares to resist, then destroy it. After all, in Brainiac's spaceship, there are so many important cities of racial civilization. If the spaceship war in the universe is suddenly started, it is likely to cause accidental injury. At the beginning, Lu Yuan only protected the bottle of Kandu City, and other cities did not protect it well. What's more, it would be very bad if the related technologies of the city in a bottle were suddenly destroyed, and so many cities were suddenly released in outer space. So General Zod and all the fighters on board changed into the relevant cosmic battle suits and were ready for action. Huh? You've already strengthened so much, you can survive in space long ago. What battle suits are you wearing? Let me use my body to adapt. Lu Yuan directly issued a devil-like order. At the beginning, 100,000 of us came back to Krypton from the solar system and across the entire galaxy. You did the same for me. Lu Yuan took the amazing feat he led the 100,000 army as an example, and asked General Zod and others to do the same. Also completed their original feat. Darkseid and the others had no choice but to take off the equipment that could survive in outer space. They believed that Lu Yuan would not harm them, but they were worried at first. They didn't feel relieved until they came to the outer space in person, and then realized that 610 had adapted quickly. Then, they looked at Brainiac's spaceship, which was already in front of them, looked at each other, nodded to each other, and flew forward quickly in a line. Looking at this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but close his eyes, as if he had returned to 100,000 years ago. That year, when I learned that Krypton was intercepted by Ouyang and the Lantern Ring Corps, and was even targeted by the new Protoss of Apocalypse. He, who had just become a Superman, and an army of 100,000 Superman turned into a torrent that crossed the entire galaxy and rushed back to Krypton for assistance at the fastest speed. It was a shocking picture. Krypton and the solar system are just on both sides of the Milky Way, spanning an unknown distance of light years, which is very hard. After so many years, it is also very gratifying for Lu Yuan to see Krypton have a chance to rise now. As for Brainiac's threat, it's not worth mentioning. Originally, Brainiac would be Superman's great enemy, one of the few enemies who could go head-to-head with Superman without losing. But now Brainiac will face more than a Superman. Not to mention that General Zod is strong enough to threaten and even defeat Superman, and that Adjutant Fiora also defeated Superman. They are all Kryptonians, both of the same family of Superman, with the same ability and power, and are born warriors, in some respects, may be more suitable for fighting than Clark. Now suddenly breaking into Brainiac's spaceship and launching an attack will bring a huge threat to Brainiac. Now it's just to see if Brainiac is acquainted, otherwise Lu Yuan's order is to kill. Huh? Thanks Brainiac for saving Kandu City? Didn't Lu Yuan let him go once? What's more, Brainiac didn't save Kandu City for the sake of saving it. He did it to collect collections and experiment with Kryptonians. Brainiac also collected a lot of important cities of other races. Couldn't those also thank him for what he did? Lu Yuan is not a fool. Should the battle be over too? After a while, Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, returning to the present from the memories of that year, focusing on the battle ahead. Then Lu Yuan noticed that Brainiac was easily defeated with the perfect cooperation of General Zod and Fiora. It turned out that the ordinary Kryptonian warriors couldn't help Brainiac, and General Zod deliberately took action with Fiora in order to complete Lu Yuan's order to capture him alive, and now he has been subdued by his soldiers. Brainiac was still clamoring and trying to resist. He arranged many agencies and robot warriors on this spaceship, and Brainiac's robot army is also the #1 army in the universe. There are many famous alien armies in the Marvel and DC universes. For example, the Chitauri army of the Marvel universe, the Nova Corps of Xandar, the unmanned spaceship team of the Supreme Race, the Vanguard of Thanos, the Kree Empire and the Skrulls, and even the Asgard warriors and Valkyrie of the Asgard people, and Dark Elves and more. All are powerful armies. The same goes for the DC universe. The most famous legions are Darkseid's Dark Elite and the Demon-like Army. Definitely, all the members of the new Protoss are also a force to be reckoned with. Then there is the Superman Army in the Lu Yuan period, and even the Doomsday Army. Even the Demon-like Army began to be raised after Darkseid had seen the power of the Superman Army and Doomsday. In addition to this, there are many legions that have had victories. Like the Lantern Ring Corps headed by the Green Lantern Corps, there are a total of 7 armies. Then there is the Shadow Demon Army of the Anti-Monitor. During the time when Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor were hostile, the Demon-like Army also had conflicts with the Shadow Demon Army, and they fought on a par with each other. And then there are many, many more, like the Jokerts of Joker, the Dark Batman of Laughing Bat, and the Atlantean and Amazonian armies of Earth, as well as many ancient gods, and so on. Among them, Brainiac's robot army even once threatened many racial civilizations. It is also a powerful army, and even has the ability to obtain the memories of others at will. But today, he is facing the returning Superman army. These Kryptonian warriors have been fully trained by Lu Yuan, and they are likely to be stronger than the Superman army 100,000 years ago. Back then, Lu Yuan and his 100,000 subordinates had no time to adapt, so they had to embark on an interstellar journey and embark on that tragic battlefield. Moreover, they were still threatened by the rays of the Red Sun and the kryptonite element on the nearby Krypton planet. The battle was actually very miserable and unfair. Lu Yuan has always remembered the fiasco 100,000 years ago in his heart. Sooner or later, whether it is Darkseid or the new Protoss, Ouyang or the Green Lantern Corps, he will definitely fight back. Definitely the top priority now is to rescue Kandu City and its fellow survivors as soon as possible. Soon, General Zod led Krypton's Superman warriors and completely controlled Brainiac, and everything on his ship, including all the robot warriors, were wiped out. In the end, Lu Yuan was long overdue and came to the spaceship. If he shoots, he can end the fight faster, which is obviously training them. Lord Lu Yuan, what should I do with this guy? Fiora brought the defeated Brainiac to Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Yuan raised his hand, he used the power of the quantum realm to make Brainiac ashes to ashes, decomposed into the most primitive particle state. Even if he was a multi-universe god, he would die. Then Lu Yuan went straight to the location of Kandu City. Finally, from the core area of the Brainiac spaceship, there is such a device, which covers many cities that look like grinding tools with glass. But if you look closely, there are actually a group of various races that have been reduced countless times in those mini-cities. They are all living beings, and even those cities in a bottle are real cities. Those were plundered by Brainiac from all over the universe. Brainiac is always traveling in the universe. Once he sees a racial civilization that he has not seen before, he will use his powerful technology to dig up an entire city and put it in a bottle. collect. At the same time, he will also send his army of robots into the Bottle City, and then collect the memories of those people as research. So Brainiac is really not a good person, and Lu Yuan will eliminate him as a matter of course. It's really Kandu City. General Zod and others also came here with Lu Yuan, and recognized Kandu City at first sight. That is their city and their hometown, how could they forget dash? They also thought that Kandu City and all Kryptonians would perish with the destruction of Krypton. When they were exiled to the prison in the Phantom Zone, they could only see the destruction of Krypton, but they could not do anything. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Brainiac dug up Kandu City at the last moment. Lu Yuan also forcibly calmed down because he saw the survivors of such a city. Now, they finally got Kandu City in their hands. Lu Yuan also asked General Zod and others to take the other cities in the bottle one by one and return to their own spaceship. In the end, Lu Yuan made Brainiac's spaceship disintegrate, turning into fly ash and annihilating in the universe. At this point, the Brainiac Legion came to an end. Originally, he would also create many major events, and may even act with the poisonous sun, hindering and even threatening Superman for a time. But now, Brainiac had the unfortunate encounter with Lu Yuan, and was completely wiped out by an existence like a plug-in who didn't care whether the plot would be rewritten or not. Where are we going next? A Kryptonian warrior asked. Lu Yuan held Kandu City in his own hands. Because of the technology of the city in a bottle and the obstruction of the glass cover, the people inside still didn't know what was going on outside. He looked down at the strange and friendly city. It used to be Lu Yuan's city, and it was also his territory. It was also the place where he was born for the second time. It was also the place he swore to protect. Travel around and go to every corner of the place. Although I really want to say, we can go home and go to the new Kryptonian I built for the Kryptonians. But before that, there is one more thing that needs to be done. Lu Yuan put down the city in a bottle, which is Kandu City, took a deep breath. He had one more thing to deal with. Zod and the others looked at each other in dismay. They definitely followed Lu Yuan's horse first, just waiting for Lu Yuan to say the coordinates. Lu Yuan directly held Kandu City with his left hand, and drew a golden circle in front of the spaceship with his right hand. That is the portal. As for where to go, you will know when the spaceship passes. No one dared to violate Lu Yuan's will and decision. The spaceship crossed the portal and finally came to outside with bright stars. That's the outside far above the entire DC Almighty Universe. Here, the stars seem to have become embellishments, and if you look closely, every bit of starlight is actually a DC universe. I don't know when it started. Many people began to mistakenly believe that since a certain story restarted, the DC universe has become 52. In fact, this is wrong. It's just taking out 52 important universes to start a new story. In fact, from ancient times to modern times, the DC universe and the Marvel universe have maintained an infinite number of the setting of the universe. Especially in the concept of DC God and OAA, they can decide at any time how many universes there are in the Almighty Universe. It can be one, the Almighty Universe is the only one. It can also be infinite, because an omnipotent universe contains countless super-universes, a super-universe has countless large universes, and a large universe is equal to a multi-universe, that is, an infinite number of single universes. Under this paradoxical concept, there are many things that cannot be expressed. Especially for General Zod and others, since they came here, they felt suddenly enlightened, but at the same time they became confused and almost lost consciousness. Or Lu Yuan exudes his own aura to protect them, otherwise even their existence will disappear. There is only one reason. Those who can reach this state are not allowed to exist here unless they are powerful or have the protection of a supreme being. There are many characters in the DC universe who are blessed, such as Darkseid, Superman, Batman, and the Flash, etc. Unfortunately, not everyone is blessed. At this time, in front of the spaceship, an image of a person was suddenly born out of thin air. I saw that he looked disheveled, with a long beard and messy hair, as if he was just an ordinary, disheveled old man. But he holds the stars, actually countless single universes, in one hand, and reaches for the spaceship in the other. 0. Lu Yuan flew out, and when he came to the old man, he instantly transformed into the file size of countless universes, and the existence of countless universes immediately bloomed in his body, and even 2 omnipotent universes appeared in himself, and the momentum was stronger than the old man in front of him. Even stronger. Because of Lu Yuan's integration with number 2, he became the only supreme being who integrates with the opposite, and became a more transcendent detachment-like existence. In addition, Lu Yuan not only originally had an almighty universe composed of countless super-universes, but even got the original hell that belonged to Oba and corresponded to the almighty universe level of Marvel's almighty universe, and also created a third almighty universe. At least in Lu Yuan's own home field, in this book, he has surpassed many supremacy including DC God and OAA. But instead of holding on, he raised his right hand and shook hands with DC God. Not an arm wrestling, just a handshake. I know your purpose, DC God. He is the supreme of the DC universe. He definitely knows what Lu Yuan is here for, and what Lu Yuan did before that. Lu Yuan looked back at the other cities in the bottle in the spaceship and said, some are already the last survivors of the race, and even if they are returned to you, you can't arrange it. Some are even forced to leave for countless years. When they go back, they can't fit in. What's more, their original positions have been replaced. So leave them all to me. DC God said helplessly, "You are simply robbing." I mentioned the issue of souls before, and what Lu Yuan did at the moment was equivalent to robbing countless souls from the DC universe to his own universe. Even DC God couldn't help but say, "You are a robber." Lu Yuan has also been equivalent to an almighty universe master and supremacy. He is robbing countless souls from the hands of DC God. It's no wonder that he said that he would come here first. If he didn't explain it first, it would probably cause unnecessary misunderstandings. There may even be a war between gods and gods. Although for this level of existence, it is not troublesome to create a new soul. But what billionaire doesn't want others to rob him of his own interests? Lu Yuan shrugged and continued to explain, "You also know that Brainiac's actions have made these people in the city in a bottle no home for 610, even if not all of them have encountered a crisis of genocide. And there is no place to go back because I have been away for too long. For example, if a city is completely removed, a new city will be created after a period of time. Some people may be saddened by this, but they will never stop there. Or are you planning to arrange new planets for them? I think even in such a vast DC universe, there are not so many spare places and planets, right?" Lu Yuan was very proud. Because the DC universe has already matured, but the more mature it is, the less places it can arrange for so many cities in a bottle. My universe is just the opposite. My universe has just begun to be created. There are too many places. I am also helping you solve this trouble, right? Lu Yuan finally said as if he was helping DC God. DC God felt dumbfounded, and even said cruel words, "It's okay to actually let them die as souls and wait for the next universe reboot. For this level, destroying a planetary civilization is nothing, because they can restart the universe at will, and even destroy the universe and give birth to a new universe." Perhaps the DC universe does not have this concept, but in the Marvel universe, the concept of the 7th universe, the 8th universe and even the 9th universe has already been proposed. Simply put, it is well known that the Planet Eater is the only survivor of the last universe, and Galactus universe is the 6th universe. The destruction of the 6th universe gave birth to the 7th universe, that is, the current Marvel universe is the 7th universe. Then at the end of the universe, the 8th universe will be born, such as the immortal Hulk mentioned. Hulk eventually ruled the 8th universe for more than 10 billion years. And in the story of Uncle Ton and Franklin, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, it was also mentioned that Uncle Ton specially destroyed the opportunity of the 8th universe in order to make Franklin like himself 9 universes. Only then did Franklin become the only survivor of Universe 8. Therefore, a planetary civilization is nothing at all, and even life in the entire universe is nothing. It's just too cruel to do this. DC God sighed. He is not a devil, let alone a beast, but DC God, so he softened his tone, "But you have to promise, and take good care of him. They, not as slaves to the Kryptonians, not to be your outcasts, but to take care of them like your real people." DC God is worried that the city in a bottle brought here is the soul born in the DC universe. Once Lu Yuan starts to create his own soul in the future, he will probably abandon these souls. Lu Yuan did not make a guarantee, but said, "I can only guarantee that, at least before the first reincarnation, as long as they have self-knowledge, I will let them live a good life. After all, I have not even opened the first universe era. They are also the life and innate spirit before the opening of the sky. If the setting of Henghuangguan is used, these people will have great luck and chance, which is equivalent to innate spirits and even natural gods. Anyway, there are countless gods in the universe. Whether it is the Marvel universe or the DC universe, there are many gods." Lu Yuan didn't care either. He didn't have to create a race of gods according to the myths of the earth. What's more, his universe has just developed. This is only the first universe era, and he is not in a hurry. But in the second universe era, these souls will truly become the souls of the Lu Yuan universe because of reincarnation, and will have nothing to do with DC God and the DC universe at that time. At that time, even DC God couldn't control Zero. The most important thing is to have self-knowledge. If there are so many rebellious guys among these people, Lu Yuan is not a soft-hearted person. Don't forget that Lu Yuanqi also holds an almighty universe-level hell, and he also shoulders the identity of the Lord of Hell. With the almighty universe, there is also the hell of the almighty universe level. After the universe is completed, as long as the hell domain is merged with the almighty universe, it will be a far more transcendent universe than the Marvel universe and the DC universe. It is equivalent to the merger of OAA and OBA, and it is also equivalent to the merger of the Marvel universe and the realm of hell. Actually, this hell realm was originally the opposite of the Marvel universe, and was snatched by Lu Yuan and No 2. It is also equivalent to the DC God and the giant beast shaking hands and integrating the DC universe and the dark realm of the giant beast. So it has always been said that Lu Yuan is a more detached existence now, because OAA and OBA cannot integrate, just like DC God and the giant beast cannot integrate the two worlds. There is no more after the DC God and the giant beast shook hands. Okay, I still have a lot of things to do here. I'll find you and OAA for a drink later. Let's go. After Lu Yuan called roar, he immediately returned to the spaceship, turned around and was about to leave. DC God hesitation for a while, but still said, "I gave you all the power of origin at the beginning, and I didn't plan to recycle it. That is what I promised you before, and I will not regret it in 2.0. So my suggestion is, if you have time, you can understand. Even now, when you master the power of me and OAA at the same time, it will be of great benefit. In fact, in addition to the infinite gems and the heart of the universe given by OAA, and even the power of various support. Back then, DC God also gave Lu Yuan almost all the power of origin, but Lu Yuan has never been in contact with it. Now hearing DC God's reminder, Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression, and finally he nodded to show his understanding. I see, after I finish arranging the things at hand, I will go outside the wall of origin to have a look. Then Lu Yuan left without looking back with the spaceship, and went straight back to his almighty universe. With Lu Yuan's power, the spaceship easily left the DC universe and returned to his almighty universe again. After such an experience, the admiration of General Zod and others for Lu Yuan has reached a crazy level, more devout than any believer. When they came to the new Krypton created by Lu Yuan, Ancient One and the others were already waiting with their children. This is a new planet full of life and life. When Zod and his party set foot on the surface, they couldn't help crying with excitement. Especially when Lu Yuan didn't talk nonsense. He directly released Kandu City, and everyone was moved when he reproduced the city on the most sunny and best position on the planet. Kandu City appeared in their eyes again, and there were countless Kryptonians with bewildered faces, and it was only then that they knew that they had been rescued. Joel, Zoel, and their respective wives came here with a group of Presbyterians to meet Lu Yuan and the others face to face. Zod, you saved us. The three elders of the Presbyterian Church asked excitedly, their voices full of incredulity. Joel is Clark's father, and he took a deep breath and thanked Zod. It seems that I should have believed in you more at the beginning. Zoel is Joel's younger brother, or is he an older brother? In short, he is also a member of the L family, and he is also the father of Kayla Zoel. Kayla is the female Superman, also known as the Supergirl, and the Magic Girl. So he is also a descendant of Lu Yuan's family. Although 100,000 years have passed since the time of Lu Yuan, the L family still retains a detached status in Kandu City. In addition, the brothers Joel and Zoel are both scientists and have high social status, but at the moment is clearly dominated by the three elders of the Presbyterian Church. They looked at the surrounding environment and suddenly said, this is really a planet suitable for the revival of Krypton. As long as the code of life is restarted, plus the technological civilization retained in Kandu City, we will be able to restore it for at most 10 years and at least 3 or 5 years. The glory of Krypton. The three old guys didn't notice that when they mentioned the code of life, the young people present frowned. Zod must have also pinned his hopes on the code of life before. But now he changed his mind and said, our goal is not just to reproduce, our ultimate goal is to surpass the past glory. Is it just to reproduce the Kryptonian civilization that reached its limit because of the code of life? Don't they know that in the end it will only be destruction? Zod and the others finally figured it out, and could not help but say to Joel, Joe, you are right, the code of life will only limit us and erase our upper limit and potential. Only freeborn children can pursue an infinite future, to lead us to a brighter future. Joel was very excited. You finally understand, Drew. It can be seen from their mutual name roar that they really have an unusual relationship. And Zoel paid more attention to Lu Yuan. Who is this? Lu Yuan's family didn't open their mouths to disturb their retelling, especially Lu Yuan, who was just paying attention to those old guys. The three old men were furious because of Zod's rebelliousness, and they were about to teach them a lesson. Lu Yuan finally spoke, so it's really you who did it. Lu Yuan's face was ugly, and there was a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he quietly flipped through the memories of the elders just now, and found a truth that shocked him. In fact, there has been no change in the Presbyterian Church from 100,000 years ago to now. That is to say, what the Presbyterian Church looked like 100,000 years ago still maintains its original operation mode today. Lu Yuan put his hand on his forehead, and he didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. In the end, he let out a laugh and said with a self-deprecating laugh, so that's the case. So it turns out that as early as 100,000 years ago, you guys already set up this game. I didn't even notice it. You even control your own people with the code of life. What is the code of life? It has been said several times before that the code of life has replaced the means of reproduction of Kryptonians. The code of life is used to set the required number of new lives, and even decide what jobs the new lives are suitable for in the future according to the needs of society. The entire Kryptonian civilization has long been determined by the code of life. Even, the code of life obliterates the future potential of the newborn and locks the upper limit. This is a shocking conspiracy that has been planned since 100,000 years ago, because Lu Yuan's existence once threatened the Presbyterian Church, and even the tradition of the entire Kryptonian civilization. If Lu Yuan had not joined the Council of Elders, he would have become a Kryptonian emperor like a dictator. This is absolutely not allowed by the Presbyterian Church. But Lu Yuan never thought, nor would he think, that there really was a conspiracy. It turned out that someone really had been designing him. Even his marriage was blocked at the beginning, and the elders were worried that if the two major military families, especially Lu Yuan, who was already the supreme commander, were to marry General Alice Sid, the second in command of the army, things would get out of control. So what have they done? Who are you? The elders questioned Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took his hand away, showing a ferocious expression, and his body quickly began to grow. Finally, he showed his true face, that is, the appearance of Doomsday. Who am I? Who am I, you ask? 100,000 years ago, I was Lu Yuan, the supreme commander of Krypton, and the first Doomsday. I, who fought to the death to protect Krypton, finally returned from reborn from death. I would rather be a monster to guard Krypton. In the end, you turned my Krypton 610 into this, and it even destroyed itself after 100,000 years. Is this what you have always done? Dare to mention the code of life again today? Dare to continue to think carefully for that little power? So obsessive, so intriguing, the new Krypton has no place for you. Give me all to die. With the anger of the past 100,000 years, the humiliation, and even the remorse of those who have been concealed or even fooled, Lu Yuan poured out all his murderous intentions, wielding a pair of giant claws, and completely crushed the three elders who remained. Ashes. And here is Lu Yuan's almighty universe, and even their souls must be restrained by Lu Yuan, and finally thrown into hell by him. He will torture them well. The sudden change caught everyone by surprise. People in Kandu City also noticed it, and when they saw this picture, they were too frightened to come out and hid in the city not knowing what happened. Even Zod and others who were present couldn't react in time, and were stunned there. Lu Yuan still didn't relieve his hatred, but could he be angry with the survivors of Krypton in 100,000 years? Cannot. So he could only take his wives and daughters who were also in a daze into bright rays of light and left. Now is obviously not a good time to face the survivors of Krypton. Let's talk about it when he comes down. And there are General Zod and others explaining the current situation, and when they explain it clearly, he will go back. Outside the huge almighty universe, Lu Yuan has already created the realm of their family's future life in advance. This is not only connected to the omnipotent universe underneath, but also beyond the concept of the entire omnipotent universe. It is an existence that absolutely transcends and cannot be perceived by anyone, unless a transcendental existence is also born in the world of Lu Yuan. At the moment, in this realm that can really be called the realm of the gods, Lu Yuan was lying on a grass exuding divine brilliance with his hands on his head, looking up at a blue sky and white clouds, not knowing what he was thinking. Here is what he created, including the family can create everything in this field at will. So there is definitely a blue sky and white clouds, as well as the sun and the moon. Even the file-size space in this field can be created at will, the earth, sea, spring water, and various flowers and trees, etc. As long as you think in your heart, you can achieve what you want. Ancient One looked at Lu Yuan from a distance, sighed, and walked over lightly. The current image of Ancient One is completely different from what it used to be. Now she is wearing a white dress, bare feet, and long golden hair scattered. Except that she has no wings on her back, she is an angel. Sitting gently beside Lu Yuan, before Ancient One could speak, Lu Yuan was already lying on her knees. Ancient One shook his head dumbfoundedly, but didn't say much, just raised his hand to stroke Lu Yuan's short hair, and asked, "It's rare to see you so angry, what's wrong?" Lu Yuan really rarely gets angry, even if he encounters a formidable enemy, he just grit his teeth and defeat the past. Even when he was angry, he was rarely so complacent. What the hell is wrong with him? Lu Yuan sighed, looked up at Ancient One's lowered eyes, and said, "Actually, as early as 100,000 years ago, I had a childhood sweetheart who was already talking about marriage. She was originally my first wife, even if she's still here, there's nothing to do with you. Oh, we can't pretend we didn't hear that." At some point, Natasha Romanoff, Gonada, and Wanda all arrived. Natasha Romanoff originally wanted to take care of Lu Yuan in distress. All right now, with her arms folded, she raised her feet directly and stepped on Lu Yuan's feet with the thin heels of her high-heeled shoes. Natasha Romanoff is still accustomed to the way she used to dress on Earth, with bright red cape hair, a black leather jacket, jeans, and a pair of high heels. Gonada is no longer just a foodie now. She pouted and asked, "What? Have you disliked us?" Wanda gritted her teeth, waiting for Lu Yuan's next answer. Lu Yuan hurriedly sat up and explained with a wry smile, "So, I missed it 100,000 years ago. Aren't we together now? There's no need to be jealous of someone who has been dead for 100,000 years, right? But can't you rewrite the reality and past history at any time? Anyway, you didn't care what happened in the future, or what should have happened in the first place. Why don't you go to 100,000 years ago and pick up your childhood sweetheart?" Ancient One asked Deo. She knew that Lu Yuan's power had long been omnipotent, and it was easy to rewrite history. But Lu Yuan said, "If I were to rewrite the history about me myself, it would probably be used by some supreme being to destroy the past me across time. Almost all people who have reached the fifth dimension can rewrite history and reality laws at will, and even control time at will. In this case, why has no one thought of destroying the weak Lu Yuan before he is strong? The reason is that the future Lu Yuan can warn in advance, and even other supreme beings cannot hide from Lu Yuan. If someone wants to threaten the past Lu Yuan, the future Lu Yuan can go back to the past to protect himself at any time through time. And once it fails, the other party will be madly retaliated by Lu Yuan, so no one dares to do that. Unless the final battle is about to take place, it will not tear its face. But since the final battle has already been fought, there is no chance to do that. However, if Lu Yuan himself breaks this time latitude, he may leave himself a huge hidden danger. What's more, I have already missed it. I should have discovered it at the beginning. I was careless. I didn't expect that I could sacrifice to protect Krypton, but others wanted to use this opportunity to fight for power and profit. Destruction, the responsibility is me." Lu Yuan said what really made him angry. He hated the Presbyterian, but he was more self-blaming and remorseful. If he had discovered the conspiracy of the Presbyterian Church 100,000 years ago, the consequences and endings would never have been what they are now. At the beginning, he was careless, thinking that others would be like himself, and would rather sacrifice their lives for Krypton. Is that not the case at all? Do you still care about this? Ancient One asked amusingly. You really don't intend to change history? I'll only say it once, only this time. We can accept the Alice So who has always been on your mind, Mista. If you really miss a second chance, you really miss it completely. Lu Yuan thought for a while. Then if you insist on letting me do this, then I can only do it. I know you've acted so many times, but it's actually for us to see. Natasha Romanoff, as the former elite agent, immediately saw Lu Yuan's careful thinking, turned his head away in anger, and went to Gabriel to ask for a child. Gabriel is now about to become his family's exclusive servant. When Ancient One and the others went to appease Lu Yuan, they also took the initiative to coax the children. The 4 children also liked her very much. Gonita and Wanda also got up and left, feeling that they were deceived by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spread his hands and turned to Ancient One with a look of help. Do you believe me? Trust you, you bastard is dead. Ancient One also got up and left. Lu Yuan gang, blank, 9550 Jia simply hugged Ancient One's feet and shouted, you have to trust me. Lu Nanping frowned, would you like to come over? P.S. As an aside, Alice Sid, as an original character, actually exists to replace the role of the female Superman. In any case, Lu Yuan is also the ancestor of the Al family. Even if it has been 100,000 years, it is not good for him to chase after Kayla. Besides, I also wrote 2 novels with female Superman as the protagonist, and now the protagonist is chasing after the female Superman. Even if I know that they are different characters, it will feel strange, right? In addition, he has been mentioning some of Lu Yuan's experiences and stories 100,000 years ago, and it would be too fake to say that he didn't have a childhood sweetheart and a confidant. What's more, since it is written in the DC world, it would be a pity that there is no female Superman as the heroine. That's why she got this role and added to her role. That's it. Above. With Lu Yuan's current state, status, and strength, it is simply a simple matter to rewrite reality and even history and the established facts that should have happened in the future. But he never went to save Alice Sid, but he kept mentioning this childhood sweetheart on purpose. His wives finally understood. It turned out that he was asking them to express their opinions. This bastard is really hateful. How could they refuse him even knowing he said so and showing such a sad look? However, Lu Yuan's attitude also satisfied them. He was indeed waiting for them to express their opinions, and he couldn't really do nothing. A must go 100,000 years ago. It's just not now. At present, it is still necessary to arrange the affairs of the new Krypton. For the next 3 days, Lu Yuan's family stayed in that special divine realm and had a good time together. Then Lu Yuan came to New Krypton again. 3 days later, the survivors of Kandu City already know what happened. This is no longer Krypton, and the original Krypton is still destroyed. Before they could feel sad, General Zod and his party informed the whole city of what they knew. Now everyone in Kandu City already knows who Lu Yuan is. Was this ancestor a great big shot 100,000 years ago in 610? General Zod also released the information about Lu Yuan that was only retained by that spaceship from the spaceship he drove out of the Phantom area, further confirming Lu Yuan's identity. So when Lu Yuan came here again, everyone was shocked and respectful, and went out from all over the city to welcome their ancestors and the savior. Lu Yuan is definitely their savior. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan, they would still be regarded as collectibles by Brainiac in the city in a bottle. Brothers Joel and Zoel also came out to greet Lu Yuan, but they had complicated faces and didn't know how to face the living ancestor who lived 100,000 years ago. That, Mr. Lu Yuan, I didn't expect you to live for 100,000 years. Joel said with a wry smile. Lu Yuan snorted softly. What? You want me to die sooner? Zoel coughed dryly, glared at his brother, and said with an apologetic smile, why, you are our ancestor, the light of the L family, and the savior of all Kryptonian survivors today. We have also General Zod heard that this universe is your domain, including the current fixed star system, which is also a new Krypton that you purposely built for Krypton. Speaking of which, all the Kryptonians gathered on the streets were standing on the ground or flying in the sky, and all knelt down on one knee. After these 3 days, General Zod has already exposed the Kryptonian to the yellow sun, and it will become stronger, and the information of Superman will become public. This also gives all survivors plenty of time to become full Superman. But now, they were all around Lu Yuan, kneeling and shouting roar, God of Krypton, God of Krypton, God of Krypton. In fact, in the culture of Krypton, there are also myths and legends. For example, Ruya, the god of Krypton 250,000 years ago, was not only the first god of Krypton, but also the ancestor of the later L family. Now, after knowing many things about Lu Yuan, the survivors spontaneously call Lu Yuan the new god of Krypton. What's more, he is indeed a god, including the great deeds he has done now, which is enough to confer a god. Even the entire gigantic universe is his domain, and even the fixed star system where it is now is actually created by him. Is there more proof than this? The great god of Krypton, Lord Lu Yuaner, please lead your people and descendants, please lead us to create a more brilliant future. The great god of Krypton, please guide us to make the Kryptonian civilization flourish again. Great. Lord Lu Yuan. The entire Kandu City was boiling, and roars of applause sounded, and all the Kryptonian survivors spontaneously became Lu Yuan's most devout believers. Although Lu Yuan does not need the power of faith, it is undeniable that at the moment when all the Kryptonian survivors become Superman, the power of faith that they gather together is definitely a very impressive force. Even an ordinary person can become a god. And even if Lu Yuan accepts the power of faith, he can give it up at any time without negatively affecting him. Lu Yuan's hesitation repeatedly, for the sake of Krypton, he still accepted it and completely became the true god of Krypton. In this way, Lu Yuan can not only get the powerful belief power of Yuan constantly at any time, but also give feedback to the believers. He doesn't care about this power, he can help the survivors of Krypton more easily by doing so. There should still be the imprint of the code of life in their genes, and Lu Yuan replaced the influence of the code of life with their devout belief in themselves. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan opened his hands, wearing a platinum shirt, and slowly flew up. Finally, Lu Yuan was in the sky, facing all the Kryptonians, and said, "As the god of Krypton, I allow you to freely reproduce your descendants. Everyone can have their own descendants, and everyone can leave a bloodline inheritance, and every new life born will have free will and a more brilliant future. They can be ordinary, or they can choose to be great. They can become Asgardians of Krypton. They can also be pioneers of Krypton, and they will become the cornerstone of Krypton's future. Krypton is destined to be reborn again." After Lu Yuan's remarks, even if he didn't need the power to follow the law, it caused huge amounts of miracles. Originally, it was necessary to create a soul belonging to this universe before a new life could be born in a natural way. But now it is no longer needed. Because of Lu Yuan's divine power and his endowment, Kryptonians will be able to reproduce freely. This is the reason why Lu Yuan accepts the beliefs of all Kryptonians, and he can more directly protect his people and descendants. Hail, hail, hail. The entire Kandu City is boiling, and millions, even tens of millions, are cheering roar, and they are full of hope for the future. After that, they even spontaneously organized a parade celebration. Everyone sang and danced onto the streets and toured the city to perform their own impromptu performances. This is their spontaneous gratitude to Lu Yuan, the new Kryptonian god. Lu Yuan was also moved to participate. The Krypton survivors were very lively on the new Krypton because they saw the new life and the future. They are no longer the survivors of the destruction of civilization, nor the homeless wanderers, but the continuation of a civilization, and the successor of a living race, and will create a new future. Definitely, Lu Yuan will not stay on New Krypton forever because of this. He will not point fingers at New Krypton just because he has become the god of Krypton. Resord, Joel, and Zoel. Lu Yuan originally built the fixed star system of the entire New Krypton in advance for the Kryptonian survivors, and the fixed star here is more like the sun, including the environment of the New Krypton is almost the same as the Earth. As a result of this, hundreds of millions of survivors in Kandu City have all been transformed into Superman in just a few days. The strength of Kandu City today is very terrifying, and even a child has the power of Superman. In addition to this, Lu Yuan's favor as the omnipotent ruler of the universe must be added. As long as they dedicate their absolute devout beliefs, they will be able to get the feedback of their thoughts and achievements. Even if it's not too exaggerated, it will make people feel happy in the usual little things. Later, even the racial transformation and strengthening that Kryptonians could become Superman when they received sunlight strengthening were considered by more and more devout believers as a gift from Lu Yuan, the god of Krypton. Obviously it is the ability of the Kryptonian race. As a result, General Zod, Joel, Zoel, and others not only didn't explain it, but instead encouraged this idea even more. The belief in the new Krypton has become more and more unprecedented. Lu Yuan didn't care anyway, so he let them go. If doing so can help the survivors completely free themselves from the code of life in a short period of time. The only pity is that the code of life has caused great damage to the genes of the Kryptonians over the past 100,000 years. There was no upper limit for Lu Yuan's generation. That is to say, Lu Yuan has no upper limit of strength from the beginning, so he can strengthen his own strength without restraint. But the current Kryptonians, because of the life code, their power is at the Superman level at most, and even beyond the fifth dimension may be reluctant. Even how many generations of efforts will be needed in the future to slowly rediscover the potential and ability of genes. But Lu Yuan is not worried, because he has other plans. Sooner or later, he will lead Krypton to fight back, not only to liquidate OUA, especially Apocalypse, which once blocked Krypton's cosmic colonization plan. He will definitely not forget this hatred. And after defeating the new Protoss, Lu Yuan even wanted to lead the Kryptonians to become gods. Originally, this was very difficult. To become a new Protoss, in addition to the overall strength of the group, it also needed to be recognized. It can be said that the new Protoss was forcibly elevated the status of the entire ethnic group by Khan with his own power plus the power of origin and other great luck. But if it is in Lu Yuan's almighty universe, as long as he has enough godhead and his permission, there is no problem. In short, Lu Yuan still has a lot of things to do in the future, including his childhood sweetheart 100,000 years ago, that is, Darkseid. Lu Yuan has obtained the permission of Ancient One and the others, so he will naturally find an opportunity to travel to the past, even if it will change history or create a parallel world, he will not hesitate. Speaking of Ancient One and the others, Lu Yuan finally gave them all those cities in a bottle. You can observe the life forms of these races and their living habits. As the creator, this will give you great inspiration and help you create life in the future. After all, the universe is colorful and all-encompassing, and it is impossible to have only one human beings are a form of life, Lu Yuan said. In the same sentence, Lu Yuan will give them the responsibility of creating and operating the entire almighty universe. The purpose is to let them take this opportunity to become creators and become goddess-level existences. This is a great benefit and opportunity. The 4 daughters are also very serious about completing it, and Gabriel has indeed helped a lot. Gabriel also became more and more aware of the fact that although this family was not God, it was indeed the creator, so she had long given up her thoughts and assisted several goddesses of creation to complete the initial creation. It sounds simple, but the whole process is indeed creating the world, which is great. Lu Yuan naturally does not need to participate in this great process. After he has dealt with the current problems, he has finished all the things that should be arranged and explained, and then he came to the DC universe again. Although the rescue of Alice can be put on the agenda, DC God reminded me before. Although I have already obtained almost all the origin power in the DC universe, I am indeed a little complacent. Because he has become the supreme being, he has also integrated the countless powers and even things that number 2 has accumulated over the past 100,000 years, which makes Lu Yuan gradually complacent. Even the power that involves the greatest origin truth and secret of the entire DC universe, he has always been didn't get in touch. Just as OAA directly gave Lu Yuan a complete set of infinite gems and the heart of the universe, DC God also gave Lu Yuan all the power of origin directly. As long as he is willing to contact and observe, he can master the strongest power of origin. He himself has never been in contact. It's like holding a golden mountain in his hand, and it is obvious that he will hold a hammer and smash it down, and there will be countless wealth, but he just throws the golden mountain there without looking at it. Doesn't it feel too wasteful? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but go to a place, which is in the DC Almighty Universe, but outside the single universe, and then blocked between the multi-universe. That's right, that's a huge amounts of origin that can isolate even a single universe, and now it's extremely important. This is one of the most mysterious places in the DC universe. 0. The Wall of Origin is the boundary of the known universe, also known as the Wall of Souls, and it is even known that outside the wall is the place of origin, the answer to everything, the source of all existence, but it is not accessible to everyone. Because originally this place already belongs to the boundary of the universe, there are not many people who can reach it. And all those who fail to pass through the Wall of Origin and reach origin will be trapped on the wall. Including the God King of the New Gods of Apocalypse, Yuga Khan, it was precisely because he was glued to the wall that he disappeared for countless years, which also led to his son Darkseid becoming the new God King of the New Gods. At the moment, Lu Yuan came here easily, even standing directly on top of the Wall of Origin, looking out of the wall. The Wall of Origin became nothing in front of Lu Yuan, let alone obstructing Lu Yuan's sight, or sticking him to the wall. He didn't even dare to move, let alone resist. For countless years, countless gods have been glued to the Wall of Origin, and those who are qualified to hang here are all gods. There are countless gods in the universe. They would have lost consciousness and were used by the Origin Wall, and they would also attack those with ulterior motives who dared to approach. Only a few beings blessed by those great gods are safe from threats. But now, everything seems so quiet. At this time, a rainbow bridge of 9-color light suddenly came to Lu Yuan. At the same time, 9 voices exuding an ancient atmosphere sounded. The big family of emotional spectrum welcomes you to join. Intelligent life has been locked. Someone in a certain star field. He should have said Lu Yuan's birth star field and name, but it can't be detected. Your heart is surging with anger, because originally Lu Yuan has already with the power of a red light. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Intelligent life has been locked. Someone from a certain planet. The reason is the same as above. Your desire is difficult to fill. The reason is the same as above. You belong to the Orange Lantern Corps. Intelligent life. You belong to the Green Lantern Corps. Intelligent life. You belong to the Purple Lantern Corps. Intelligent life. Shut up for me, do you have to say all 9 voices? Who can stand this? Lu Yuan interrupted the voices of the 9 ancient breaths, and spit out a rude voice. These 9 voices are exactly the power from the emotional spectrum: red anger, orange 610 greed, yellow fear, green will, blue hope, cyan mercy, purple love, white life, and black death. Normally, the Legion of the Ring of Lights has a total of 7, that is, the emotional power of the 7 colors except white and black. But there are 9 colors in the real emotional spectrum. It's just that Black Death and White Life are not controlled by Ware, and even the Asgardians of Ware's universe cannot control it. Those who should have been selected by the ring first and qualified with the emotional spectrum of the above colors will become members of the Legion. However, because Lu Yuan originally possessed all the powers of the 9 emotional spectrums, it was bestowed by DC God himself. So when he came to the Wall of Origin, all the emotional spectrum was activated together. Even they are not the so-called lamp beasts, but the most primitive sounds of the emotional spectrum. While feeling the power of the emotional spectrum, Lu Yuan rudely refused. I won't say an oath, and I won't join any of you. But maybe this power is not bad. I'll accept it rudely. Already, With that said, the 9-color spectrum in Lu Yuan's body burst into a more dazzling light, and then submerged into the place of origin outside the wall of origin, and finally brought a more dazzling light of emotional spectrum, which was completely integrated into Lu Yuan's body. Even if there is no lamp ring, there is no need for the approval and support of the lamp beast. Lu Yuan has completely mastered the power of the emotional spectrum, which is all. The voice of the emotional spectrum faded away, but there is a new force coming from outside the walls. That is more comprehensive origin power, and more origin power. Those originating forces contain the forces that created the DC universe, and everything that exists as the DC universe. Needless to say about time and space, as well as the power of origin as the embodiment of the endless family, including fate, death, Sandman, destruction, desire, despair, and fanaticism. The 7 greatest desires of humanity, even known as the 7 deadly sins. Even the most primitive darkness and light, and everything else. At the moment, because Lu Yuan let go of his body and mind, and stood on the wall of origin, with the traction of his own power, everything, and all the power came to Lu Yuan continuously, and was observed by him and also absorbed and mastered by him. Even the power of the Omega effect that made Darkseid, and even the Anti-Monitor, may not be able to grasp the full power of the anti-life equation. All the sources were blooming in front of Lu Yuan, like a huge firework, colorful, as if the DC universe had just been born. All the powers, super abilities that have appeared in the DC universe, or the highest physical research, science, and technology that exists now, Lu Yuan has produced enlightenment. Everything is good, or everything is bad, everything that should be mastered, and even everything that should not be discovered. In the end, even a piece of the wall of origin collapsed, and there were 7 sealed mysterious powers that were also obtained by Lu Yuan. That is an extremely powerful force. For example, the static force, also known as the static force, is in opposition to the speed force. If the speed force represents the speed, the stronger the performance, the faster the performance, then the static force represents the slowness. Not inverse speed force, but pure slowness. Inverse supernatural speed force, that is, inverse lightning speed, is also fast, and only static force can express real slowness, or even stand still. There is also a power of ultraviolet light called the invisible spectrum, known as gamma rays, which represents hatred. This power is inextricably related to the power of the emotional spectrum, that is, the visible spectrum, but it is far more than the 9 major spectrums. In addition to the function of separating each single universe, the wall of origin is actually a protection. For example, once these 7 mysterious powers are mastered by people with ulterior motives, they can even easily destroy the laws of the universe. But now, it was all under the control of Lu Yuan. In the end, even Lu Yuan was a little surprised, because even in the Marvel universe, he finally mastered so many laws through his own observations of universes one after another, and even because he learned about the birth and death of several Marvel universes. The power of, and I have personally seen the ability of every mutant, so I have so many super abilities. He even took the Ancient One as his teacher in order to master magic. But only now did he feel that the way to gain power was too simple, right? Lu Yuan has mastered almost all the powers known and still unknown in the DC universe, and he has completely mastered the power of origin. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan may have given DC God a little bit of thinness in the past. After all, this is the DC universe. It's completely useless now. At the same time, he has all the law power of DC and Marvel worlds, and also has many Lu Yuan who does not belong to the power of these 2 worlds. How powerful he is now, including Lu Yuan himself, can't estimate. But Lu Yuan immediately became suspicious again. DC God must know it would turn out like this. Why does he have to remind himself of 2.0? At that time, the DC God had hesitation undecided, but why did he still do it? Lu Yuan felt weird and worried. Is there any conspiracy here? Should he doubt, or should he question? But in the end, he chose to silently put away all these powers. Although he has mastered it now, he still needs to adapt. To put it bluntly, although I have passed the driver's license test, I can't immediately become a veteran driver, let alone on the highway. Still need to practice. After all, practice makes perfect. Moreover, Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at a river of time. It's time to bring her back, and it's time to reconnect with her. This time, no one can stop us from being together. Alice said. 100,000 years ago, Krypton was once powerful to its limit. Yes, it's the limit. At the moment Krypton has not only reached the limit of the so-called ordinary human beings, but also reached its own limit. Who would have thought that 100,000 years ago was the most glorious time, and the next 100,000 years, a full 100,000 years, will continue to decline? Lu Yuan entered the mirror world at the moment, so no one could see his presence. Lu Yuan went back to 100,000 years ago and crossed such a long river of time, but it was nothing to him at all. Flying in front of Krypton in the current timeline, Lu Yuan looked at Krypton, which still exudes vitality. As long as he thinks of what will happen in the next 100,000 years, his stomach hurts. 100,000 years ago, because he didn't have the current power at that time, he had to wait for a while before he could go to the solar system at the other end of the galaxy, so he got the yellow light of the solar system and became Superman, in order to get the power of Superman. Even because of the current high spirits, Lu Yuan was a little overwhelmed, and he didn't even notice the small movements of those people in the dark. Damn, he should have noticed it the first time he wanted to marry Alice and was stopped. As the patriarch of the Al family and the supreme commander of the entire Krypton, let alone who dares to stop their own family, the Zod family must not dare to offend themselves, right? At that time, the Zod family fawn was too late, and it was too late to take the opportunity to relieve the grievances of the two families. How can you refuse? Careless. Or maybe he was so focused on that universe-wide colonization plan that he wanted to be Superman too much. After all, before the Kryptonians were transformed into Superman, they were just ordinary humans, no different from Earth people. They are also ordinary, just with a higher level of technology. Under the premise of knowing all the advantages of the plot, it is impossible for Lu Yuan not to be interested, right? What's more, he is still a soldier in the end, and he really disdains and doesn't understand the methods of politicians. To put it bluntly, the idea is too naive. He thought that everyone, like himself, could sacrifice personal interests, and even his own life, for Krypton. Unexpectedly, for some people, they have become the biggest threat and stumbling block. It really deserves death. Some old guy. Just when Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and hesitation, he wanted to send an air cannon to Krypton himself now. Suddenly, a group of green rays of light flew quickly from a distance. Looking closely, it was not thousands of soldiers of the Green Lantern Corps who used their power to create a huge amount of spaceship, which was carrying several blue people, the so-called cosmic Asgardians. Lu Yuan wondered, did they come to attack Krypton at this time? Kryptonians, we are the cosmic Asgardian of Aura, this is all our green light fighters, we are here to dissuade you, stop your madness in continuing to expand and colonize the entire universe, shouted a cosmic Asgardian. Through the frequency of the ship, this message reached Krypton. As mentioned earlier, the Kryptonian Presbyterian tradition has lasted for 100,000 years, and the later life code became a guarantee for them to keep their power. So 100,000 years ago, it was the Council of Elders that really controlled the supreme power of Krypton, and even the maker of the law, at the moment is definitely also negotiated by the Presbyterian Council. As the most honored great elder, a beard is snow white, his hair has almost fallen out, and he is wearing a thick, gorgeous, cumbersome, and ancient robe. He communicates with the Universe Asgardian in person by video. Talk. The elder said, please don't get me wrong, we Kryptonians are lovers of peace, and we naturally won't start a war easily. But there is a military ruler on our Krypton planet, who wants to start this war, if possible. I hope your strongest army in the universe can stop him and help us catch this traitor. The second elder, an old man who looks similar to the first elder, also said, we have also prepared a virus, which can subdue the dictator and his 100,000 loyal subordinates at a critical moment. But we are worried that once our plan, if he fails, he'll even get worse. By then, the entire planet of Krypton will be in justice because of him. So, Asgardians of the universe, please take up your mission and help us deal with that Kryptonian traitor together. Lu Yuan watched all this in shock and anger. Damn it, no wonder these little blue people who pride themselves on being righteous lead the Green Lantern Corps to stop them. It's these two old immortals who are doing the hell out of it. Even, what they call a virus or something is actually a biological weapon, that is, a plan to create a doomsday, right? Was it a plan to frame or even murder yourself from the very beginning? No wonder Lu Yuan was made into Doomsday immediately after his death in battle. Was it all a planned conspiracy? Lu Yuan was furious, and now he was finally sure that the elders headed by the first elder and the second elder would stab him in the back. Yes, Lu Yuan's status can no longer be improved. He is the third seat just by joining the Council of Elders. What if he wants to improve again? If he is not an elder, that is the Emperor, who will rule Krypton completely. And he just became the third elder. If he wanted to go further, he could only kick out the first two elders. It turns out that 610 is like this. Is this how they exclude dissidents? Lu Yuan finally understood everything. Closing his eyes in extreme disappointment, Lu Yuan still couldn't hold back. After the video meeting was over, before anyone came in, a single thought made the two grown UPS become the most primitive atomic particles. He didn't need to ask them why they did that. There was no need to just take away their souls and throw them into the hell realm that he was still taking with him. Then the transcendent beings on the opposite side of Lu Yuan, who could even threaten the existence of Lucifer, ordered, I want you to torture them forever, until after 10,000 universe epochs. It can be seen that Lu Yuan hates them for 3 points. If a cosmic era is measured in tens of billions of years, then this is 10,000 billion years. What's more, this is greatly underestimated. The age of the sun alone can easily live for tens of billions of years, not to mention a universe. Lu Yuan is no longer afraid. What else does he have to worry about? Now that he has come to 100,000 years ago, he no longer wants to be afraid. I am the only one, and since I am the true one, no one can erase my existence, and no one can threaten it. Since I exist, it is the truth. Therefore, it is better to make a scene. The world will repair itself anyway. At most it is just a creation, a parallel universe. Lu Yuan originally just wanted to go back to this era and take Alice away. However, he suddenly discovered that there had been a conspiracy against him as early as 100,000 years ago. Even in the next 100,000 years, it was the culprit that caused Krypton to decline step by step, and finally had to fall to the point of self-destruction. It is the Council of Elders who are engaged in these conspiracies. Lu Yuan was extremely remorseful and regretful. Back then, He was too naive. He thought he had joined the Presbyterian Church and had already stated that he would not become an emperor. However, the Council of Elders still did not trust him, especially the first and second elders were worried that their status would be threatened, so they did so many methods regardless of the interests of the entire Krypton. It's also that Lu Yuan is too complacent. At the moment, Lu Yuan should have become a Superman, right? He also led the group of 100,000 subordinates who were most loyal to him to become Superman. Now Lu Yuan is returning with this excitement. He wants to bring this good news back to Krypton, lead all Kryptonians to become Superman, and even further challenge Apocalypse to become a new Protoss. But what about the next battle? First intercepted by the Green Lantern Corps and OA, and then attacked by Apocalypse and the new Protoss, everything will be wiped out. But before that, I won't sit still. Lu Yuan showed a cruel sneer, stepped into Krypton's atmosphere, and finally touched the surface. Kryptonite at the moment is full of kryptonite. For ordinary Kryptonites who have not yet become Superman, the harm of kryptonite is not great. Just as Kryptonians have been basking in the red sun since childhood, the impact is actually not great. Only after becoming Superman, kryptonite is a deadly poison, and the red sun can also weaken all Superman's power to a minimum. If Lu Yuan is just an ordinary Superman, he will also be threatened. But Lu Yuan's true identity is Doomsday, even more so. So Lu Yuan didn't care, stepped on the ground paved with kryptonite, glanced at the current environment that was more familiar than the future, and walked towards the position of the presbytery with his hands behind his back. The headquarters of the Presbyterian Church is actually in Kandu City. Why are there 3 elders among the survivors? The reason is here. If the Presbyterian Council has a total of 10 main seats and many secondary seats, then at least 3 Presbyterian councils are resident in Kandu City. A first elder, a second elder, and a third elder Lu Yuan. It stands to reason that the 2 elders have been killed by him, but Lu Yuan still came to the headquarters of the Presbyterian Church in Kandu City. At Lu Yuan's current level, does he still need him to do it himself? That's too fishy. In fact, Lu Yuan didn't have to go to the door at all, but his mind moved. After locking the position of each elder, the power of the quantum field came out, and blue lightning struck every target instantly. The elders of Krypton Star immediately vanished into ashes and was wiped out by the group. After doing this, Lu Yuan came to the headquarters of the Presbyterian Church. As the third elder, he easily obtained the highest authority now that all the elders had perished. Then Lu Yuan began to read the conspiracy of the Presbyterian Church, and it turned out that he really knew the truth about Doomsday's plan. It turned out that the original Doomsday was not to create any biological and chemical weapons. After all, this plan was without precedent. In fact, Doomsday's plan was a deadly poison, and the target was Lu Yuan and his most loyal subordinates. The Council of Elders wants to bring doom and destruction to Lu Yuan and his subordinates. This is the real purpose of this plan called Roar. It was a deadly biological toxin, and Lu Yuan was not transformed after death, but was injected with this toxin before his death. It turned out that they had been recruited long before Lu Yuan led his army to the solar system. But as Lu Yuan and the others became Superman, the toxins in their bodies were also suppressed, and finally they stood up again after death and became an existence like Doomsday. Lu Yuan laughed in anger. Is this the guy who keeps saying that he would rather sacrifice his life to protect Krypton? Is this their true face? Okay, great. Lu Yuan shot again in anger. This time he targeted everyone who participated in this plan. Anyone who participated in it would die without a place to be buried. Lu Yuan was ruthless. If the only thing that made him feel relieved was that ordinary people were not implicated, that is to say at least those ordinary civilians he desperately protected, no one was hostile to him from the beginning. In addition, neither the L family nor the Z family died because of this, which means that in the 2 major families, no one betrayed them. Otherwise he would be so sad. At this moment, when someone finally found out that all the members of the Presbyterian Church were killed. Warning, Krypton has been attacked. Warning, Krypton has been attacked in all directions. A group of enemies who call themselves the Apocalypse New Protoss has surrounded us. Hurry up, issue an emergency signal to all the soldiers who carry out the colonization plan of the whole universe, and open the defense mode. Suddenly, a siren rang out over Krypton. Apocalypse and the new gods finally attacked under the leadership of Darkseid. Because it was too old, Lu Yuan also forgot some details. He suddenly became interested, and quickly flew out of the atmosphere of Krypton. I still remember that the red sun and kryptonite will weaken the power of Superman, but this battle was fought in the fixed star system where Krypton is located. It stands to reason that this battle will be defeated by Krypton. But in the distant space, there was a red and blue figure headed, and then led a Superman army to form a torrent, when a full 100,000 people returned. Suddenly, the entire fixed star system was enveloped by a green light. It turned out that the Asgardians of the universe led more than 3,000 Green Lantern fighters, and they stimulated the power of all Green Lanterns at a critical moment, and then shrouded the light of the red sun with green. Although the green light cannot, 9550 let the Kryptonians get Superman's power, but at least it will not weaken Superman's power like the red light. As a result, Lu Yuan, who was 100,000 years ago, led his army of 100,000 to cross the entire galaxy at the fastest speed like a god descending to Earth, rush back at a critical moment, and form the strongest defensive wall around Krypton. Darkseid, I am Lu Yuaner, the Supreme Commander of Krypton. You dare to offend my Krypton civilization? Today is either your death or mine, Lu Yuan 100,000 years ago, shouted loudly. The entire galaxy, although the enemy is Darkseid, is still fearless. On Lu Yuan's side, there is a man who is marked on his chest with the Zod family emblem, but the overall battlesuit style is exactly the same as Lu Yuan's, with long golden hair floating, a beautiful figure and perfect facial features, even beautiful big eyes. It is a blue, beautiful female Superman. She is Lu Yuan's childhood sweetheart, Alice said. Maybe I really forgot a lot of details. Lu Yuan raised his head in hindsight. At the moment, the entire galaxy where Krypton is located is dyed green, because more than 3,000 Green Lanterns collectively work together to dye the red sun this color with their huge green willpower. The light of the red sun is the fatal weakness for the Kryptonians who have become Superman. Now Lu Yuan and the army of 100,000 Superman are not entering the atmosphere of Krypton, only the red sunlight is the fatal weakness. Lu Yuan had been thinking about going to liquidate Ouyuaxing and the Green Lantern Corps not long ago, but he has always been suspicious. There is one thing he can't remember. Why was he able to fight Darkseid in the galaxy of the Red Sun? It's talking about before it becomes Doomsday. That battle was so bad, maybe even his memory was lost in part? Or did it turn into doom and forget for a while? What's more, I don't think about it. With the characteristics and combat power of the Green Lantern Corps, it is impossible to fight against an army of 100,000 Superman. Since Ouyuaxing still exists later, the Green Lantern Corps has also been extended, which is enough to show that the blocking battle did not start. So the truth is that the Green Lantern Corps were allies from the start? So many things can be explained. It is no wonder that in the next 100,000 years, even if Krypton was going downhill, I didn't hear that Ouyuaxing and the Green Lantern Corps were making trouble. I see. 610. Since that's the case, maybe I'll have to repay the favor in the future. Having said that, Lu Yuan looked forward, and a war was about to break out. Because whether it is Lu Yuan or Darkseid himself, he is not the kind of person who likes nonsense. So after the opening remarks, Darkseid's body with invincible faith, and Lu Yuan, who also has invincible self-confidence, began a head-to-head confrontation. I have to say that Darkseid is very strong, and he is still the body, not comparable to those duplications. Even Darkseid's duplication is the existence of level single universe, and Darkseid's body and even the appearance of light can lead to the collapse of the single universe. But Lu Yuan is not weak, as he has become a Superman. He has made his debut 100,000 years ago. In addition, Darkseid's body was also the first time he encountered Superman's steel body, and the two fought hard for a while. In addition, Darkseid had not formed his own Dark Elite at that time, and he only had a limited number of new Protoss powerhouses such as Steppenwolf. And Lu Yuan is also surrounded by heroic generals. Especially Alice said, this female Superman is not only beautiful, but also brave and good at fighting. Lu Yuan is dealing with Darkseid's body, and she is facing Steppenwolf. Kryptonians have only become Supermans, and the new Protoss has been a god for many years, and Steppenwolf has become its general as early as the period of Yugakon. But Alice, with the power of a girl, was not afraid at all, and instead she was defeated by the Steppenwolf? Darkseid, who saw this scene, couldn't help but be surprised. What's so surprising? If it wasn't for me, she would be the supreme commander. Even in terms of combat power, I'm not even my Alice's opponent. Lu Yuan was very proud. Although this seems nothing to be proud of, Alice spat out even while she was busy. Who is your family? Don't be sloppy. If you don't fight well, you will kneel on the washboard when you go back. Lu Yuan in the world in the mirror recalled with a puzzled look, saying that they were already together at that time? Don't you dare to live together? By the way, after they go to the solar system together, because they don't need to take care of others, so. In fact, they didn't live together, but the relationship has been confirmed, which is true. Originally, Lu Yuan and Alice had already decided that they would not care about anyone's opinions when they came back this time. Even if the elders would stop them, they could no longer be hesitation. They were already planning to get married. So I have this plan to come back in a hurry this time. Unfortunately, at this time, the battlefield ushered in a turning point. Darkseid's body was a little surprised because he first came into contact with the powerful combat power of Kryptonians after they became Superman, because even the Apocalypse Star new Protoss couldn't get benefits in front of the Superman army. On the contrary, many new Protoss warriors were beaten and retreated, and that was 100,000 Superman. But Darkseid is Darkseid after all, and the body here is still the body. Finally, he has to show his true skills, and his eyes lit up and instantly released 2 rays of light. That's Omega rays. In the past, Lu Yuan was also unambiguous, and immediately released a pair of heat ray. But Lu Yuan forgot that heat ray is a straight line, and Omega ray has a powerful setting. That is, it can change direction at will according to Darkseid's will. So Darkseid didn't mean to fight Lu Yuan head-on, but bypassed Lu Yuan's heat ray and instantly traditional Lu Yuan's chest. Even for Superman's body of steel, facing the Omega rays of Darkseid's body, Lu Yuan's eyes widened, his heart disappeared, and a terrible blood hole appeared in his chest. No, Alice's sad roar sounded in the universe. But don't forget that this is on the battlefield, and she is facing a battle-hardened Steppenwolf. The Steppenwolf was so irritable that he had been suppressed for a long time, so how could he miss this great opportunity? He immediately picked up a god-level battle axe, and chased him from behind, killing Alice with one axe. Snapped. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared, a giant axe that grabbed the Steppenwolf, and easily endured the Steppenwolf's divine power without moving. Lu Yuan's body slowly emerged from the mirror world, and the surrounding space barriers were also peeled off like pieces of glass. He didn't just watch things go on according to the original plot. If Lu Yuan would develop according to the plot and be led by the plot, it wouldn't be him. Lu Yuan, 100,000 years later, appeared here. Standing in front of Alice, Lu Yuan ignored the Steppenwolf on the opposite side and threw him somewhere in the universe with a wave of his hand. Now it is equivalent to Alice facing the direction where Lu Yuan of this era fell, and Lu Yuan turned his back to that direction and made a face-to-face with Alice. I have crossed 100,000 years, I have crossed countless rivers of history, I came to see you, just to see you again, Alice, my love, I can't let go of my obsession and concern for you, Lu Yuan was emotional said. As a result, Alice slapped it directly, rogue. She thought it was someone else, because Lu Yuan was wearing a platinum shirt. Although he was handsome, he was completely different from the Lu Yuan in her memory and impression. Lu Yuan helplessly grabbed Alice's slap with one hand, raised his other hand to tap her forehead, and instantly shared his memory without reservation. Taking advantage of Alice's dazed effort, Lu Yuan raised his head, looked at Darkseid who was also looking at himself, and said plainly, I'll let you go today, and in 100,000 years, I will follow up with this battle. Going to find you. When the time comes, either you will die, or you will die, go away. Lu Yuan, 100,000 years ago, was still too naive. What is meant by either you die or I die? It's obviously either you die or you die. But Lu Yuan didn't shoot Darkseid immediately, but chose to let him go. Because Lu Yuan wants to solve this fetter himself, instead of going back to the past to kill Darkseid in the past. Darkseid's body stared deeply at Lu Yuan. He was the body standing here, and its appearance alone was enough to make a single universe collapse, and the breath it emitted was enough to shake the entire multi-universe. Darkseid's body is at least at the multi-universe level, so he can see that Lu Yuan has the law of the power of time on his body. He is a man from the future. It seems that I didn't really kill you this time, Darkseid made such a judgment. Lu Yuan turned his head to look in the direction of Krypton. He was already dead in this era, and he fell to the surface of Krypton under the influence of Krypton's stronger gravity than Earth. With his death, the biochemical agents of the Doomsday plan secretly injected into his body began to take effect, and Lu Yuan in this era was changing in the direction of Doomsday. Darkseid has actually killed him, but Lu Yuan will be reborn as Doomsday. This battle ends here, but after 100,000 years, I will seek revenge for you. When that day comes, I will also let Apocalypse and your new Protoss feel the shame I have suffered today. Lu Yuan was not afraid at all. Darkseid will threaten the current Krypton in these 100,000 years, and made a threat unceremoniously. After 100,000 years, this war must have a real ending. He will definitely take revenge for the shame he has endured today. The most important thing is that there is a bond between Lu Yuan and Darkseid. Different from Hokage's beautiful description of fetters, the real meaning of fetters is more like the shackles of each other or even forcibly binding the two like a rope. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan and Darkseid are more like each other's heart disease or heart knot. Darkseid has not suffered a defeat since he became the God King of the new Protoss of Apocalypse, and only suffered his first setback after encountering the Superman army of Lu Yuan and Krypton. Lu Yuan even died in the hands of Darkseid, and had to return in a state of destruction. There must be a war between them. Definitely, with Lu Yuan's current strength, Darkseid is actually no longer a level. But Lu Yuan will still wait for the right time. He will lead the warriors of the new Krypton, recreate the battlefield 100,000 years ago, and take back the victory in person. Darkseid took another deep look at Lu Yuan, as if to remember him, and then issued an order to let the Steppenwolf returning from a distance open a sonic boom channel with the technology of Apocalypse, and lead the army to retreat neatly and neatly. He has already realized that with his current strength and the current battle strength of the new Protoss, he is definitely not the opponent of the person in front of him. In the same way, Darkseid also has a feeling that the relationship between them is no longer an ordinary relationship. There is a bond between the two, which has become a shackle of each other. They will have a fight to the death afterward. Then, let me prepare well, Darkseid thought. So from this day on, Darkseid let people train and find powerful warriors from the Apocalypse Star New Gods, and formed a Dark Elite and a Nemesis force. All members of the Dark Elite are the strongest in the new Protoss, and some of them are even stronger than Steppenwolf and are very close to Darkseid. Nemesis is also Darkseid's most capable go-getter. He even developed a bioweapon technology that can transform all life of an entire planetary civilization into a creature called a demon while destroying a planet. The individual strength of the demon-like can definitely not be compared with the terrifying biochemical weapon of the Doomsday, only the physique and strength of human beings. But the magic-like victory is in large numbers and is not afraid of death, and it is easier to change, and will become the main force of Darkseid in the future. New Protoss can't be regarded as small soldiers and trash fish, it is the foundation of Apocalypse and Darkseid. Since then, Darkseid has continued to fight or conquer one civilization after another in the universe. But Darkseid never came to threaten Krypton again. Because Lu Yuan and Darkseid knew each other well, the real end of this battle would have to wait for 100,000 years. After driving away the new Protoss army of Darkseid and Apocalypse, Lu Yuan looked back at Darkseid, who still closed his eyes and immersed himself in his memory. Lu Yuan did not rush to wake her up, but raised his head to look at the army of 100,000 Superman who came to him spontaneously and quickly formed a huge and neat square. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. This is the subordinate he relies on the most and is also the most loyal to him. This is what he trained with countless efforts, an invincible army. Don't look at there are only 100,000 people, but these 100,000 people are all from Superman in the same universe as Darkseid's body, and they can even be regarded as Superman in the Silver Age, which is terrifying. Because Superman is the first superhero in the world after all, no matter how many powerful characters and opponents are added for the sake of the story, at least in the early period, Superman is invincible, and there is no upper limit to ability. This is indeed an invincible division. Looking at Lu Yuan, no one said a word. In fact, some people have seen Lu Yuan fall to the surface of Krypton in this era, but they have an intuition, unconditional, and are willing to believe the handsome in front of them. 0. I am your commander-in-chief, but I came back from 100,000 years later. Lu Yuan chose to tell the truth. He didn't hide it, but said that he returned from 100,000 years later. No one expressed any doubts, and the entire phalanx did not fluctuate at all, as if Lu Yuan was facing a group of bronze statues, not real life. This is the warrior he trained, so it is said that only the soldiers under Lu Yuan will know how terrifying he is. But Lu Yuan also loves soldiers like a son. He never tossed his subordinates for no reason, and he never made mistakes with rewards and punishments, which is the charm of his personality. In fact, we lost this battle. If it wasn't for my influence, we would have lost terribly. In this battle, I killed every one of you, including my own life. But I survived again, and today I will return. Coming here will take every one of you, and after 100,000 years, we will fight back in this battle. Also, because of my negligence, I never noticed that someone was always up to tricks. Over the next 100,000 years, Krypton will gradually go downhill. But I don't intend to change or influence, neither of you nor I. I will not stay in this era. I will take you back to 100,000 years later, and what you want to protect has become Krypton in 100,000 years. You guys, are you willing to believe me? Lu Yuan asked loudly. And the only answer to him was roar, who joined together, a whole 100,000 people in unison, follow to the death, swear allegiance to the death. Even Lu Yuan couldn't help feeling a little excited when he saw his subordinates from 100,000 years ago again. This is his most loyal subordinate, and it can be said that everyone is his confidant. 100,000 years ago, or right now, this battle was originally very tragic. 100,000 people were wiped out, and after their death, they all turned into Doomsday. But only Lu Yuan could keep his sanity and calmness, and everyone else went berserk. In order to protect Krypton, Lu Yuan had to kill each of them with his own hands. Recalling the bloody picture that day, and seeing everyone in front of him now looking at him with trusting eyes, and roar calling for his subordinates who swear allegiance and follow him to the death, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be moved. By the way, you have to strip out your Doomsday elixir. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that he already knew the conspiracy of the Presbyterian Church, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to the 610 square. No one doubted, no one moved, just stood there silently. With Lu Yuan's method, when he waved his hand and swept away, the foreshadowing buried in the soldiers' bodies, that is, the kind of biochemical potion that could turn the dead Superman into a Doomsday, were all swept away by him. Even Darkseid, who was still awake, was relieved of that medicine by him. But at this moment, an angry roar came from Krypton. Lu Yuan hurriedly turned his head and saw that he who fell on the ground, that is, Lu Yuan 100,000 years ago, had fallen into madness and rampage for some reason. What happened? Didn't he always have a sober will after he became Doomsday 100,000 years ago? But looking at it now, the self 100,000 years ago, just like the other days of destruction, completely lost his mind after becoming the day of destruction. Even the Kryptonians who came to rescue Lu Yuan were attacked. Is that still the self that Lu Yuan once remembered? Isn't he the only most special one? How could this be? But the current situation no longer allowed Lu Yuan to ponder. He quickly reached out and used psychokinesis to control himself 100,000 years ago, and dragged himself out. If Doomsday Lu Yuan continues to make a fuss, even Krypton may be destroyed by himself. How could this be? Lu Yuan was lost in thought. His original memory was not like this. Is it because he changed history across time and triggered the butterfly effect? Or, is it actually supposed to be like this? Lu Yuan said to himself thoughtfully. Was it because of his arrival that the butterfly effect was caused, or was it originally supposed to be the future self that spanned 100,000 years and returned to the present to change himself? In the end, even Lu Yuan was going to be confused, because it was his own business, and even the super cosmos consciousness couldn't figure out the situation for him. In desperation, Lu Yuan had to use his own means to forcibly restore his sober will for himself who had just become the Day of Doom. But in order not to let the past self continue to be in chaos, Lu Yuan thought for a while, stretched out his hand to carry the past self, and with a single thought, he directly crossed the countless light-year distances of the entire galaxy and came to the solar system. At the moment, the solar system was still 100,000 years ago, and the human civilization on Earth was still in a primitive society. Lu Yuan did not go to the Earth, but came to the core of the sun. Just when he was going to put his Doomsday self here and let himself sleep for 100,000 years, suddenly two people appeared in front of them. One was covered in golden light, and the other was a bearded old man. Marvel's OAA and DC God? How could they? Wait. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he finally came to his senses. You're finally here. OAA was the first to speak and greet Lu Yuan roar. DC God also nodded to Lu Yuan. It's time to start. What to start with? It is definitely the layout after the start of 100,000 years. Could it be that I set all this up? Could it be that I set all this up for myself? Lu Yuan was about to be confused. Could it be that the cause of everything is actually a foreshadowing that he planted? Did the self in 100,000 years send the self from 100,000 years ago to Marvel? Then contact these two big guys to start the real layout after 100,000 years? It turns out that the three of them are the mastermind behind everything. It turned out to be a game set up by the three of them, and in the end, the giant beast, the Hand of the Void and the Oboe were miserable? Is co-authoring them the final boss? But this is a time paradox, isn't it? Because Lu Yuan has to be made supreme first, so that he can cross time and go back to the past. Time paradox. OAA seemed to have guessed Lu Yuan's thoughts, and OAA showed disdain, not targeting Lu Yuan, but the so-called time paradox. DC God also said, actually you can already do it yourself. If you want, you can exist in the past, present and future at the same time every minute and every second 0. In other words, every minute and every second is now for you. Simply put, Lu Yuan can see the future every second, anytime, anywhere. In fact, the first time we saw not the present you, but the future you, OAA relayed the answer. We talked to the future you, but not the present you. Once I can only talk to you who has crossed time and space, and only now can I really face you. There is no time paradox at all. You can think that the future you really crossed time and space to talk to us, or that we can see the future, so we arranged all this in advance. Alternatively, the Supreme Being is all the only true one, that is, our existence is the truth, including if you kill Darkseid now, you can still face this battle in the future. Lu Yuan also began to gradually understand. Simply put, many people mistakenly believe that changing the past can change the future, but in fact this is impossible, including the so-called grandmother paradox. The grandmother paradox refers to going back to the past. Because of its own influence, the historical differences between the elders have occurred, which may lead to the fact that they will not be born. But since he was not born, how could he go back to the past and change history? If you don't change history 2.0, then you can definitely be born. The question is, since I can be born, I can go back to the past and change history. In fact, these are all assumptions, and the real explanation should be that existence is truth. That is, even if you go back to the past and affect the historical differences of your elders, as a result, you cannot be born. But since you have been born, your existence is the truth and cannot be rewritten. What is really rewritten is that there will be another future in the world that you influence, which is a parallel universe to put it bluntly. That is, a world in which you were born, and a world that was changed by you, without you. The world and history you influence will not become your future. What you change is only the future of that world, so what you return to is still your own future world. Lu Yuan patted his head. Sorry, it's a little messy. After the dialogue with the two supreme beings, Lu Yuan was still a little confused. He was about to think, who killed me? Who am I killing again? I killed myself? But it has to be explained in one sentence. Their existence is too detached, which leads to the theory of existence is truth. Or it can be thought that OAA and DC gods say the future through time. Maybe at the first time, they completed the dialogue with Lu Yuan, who came across time and space, and then arranged everything. Now it is because Lu Yuan has indeed completed their layout. Lu Yuan has become an exception, and even a transcendence, and then he really meets the two supreme beings of this era. What's next? Lu Yuan was a little dumbfounded, and he didn't know what to do next. In fact, he could have opened the omnipotence and omnipotence. As OAA and DC God said, then Lu Yuan is equivalent to existing in the past, present and future at the same time. He can observe every minute and every second of the long river of time at will. In the same way, Lu Yuan can also know what will happen in the future and decide what to do, but he would feel that life would be no fun at all, so he never did that. 06. Even the super cosmic consciousness will only be activated when it is needed, otherwise all things in the universe and all the laws of truth will automatically revolve around him. Then leave it to me, OAA said proactively. I will take you to my universe, and it will be the end in 100,000 years. But before that, you should have something to do, right? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan understood what OAA meant. He raised his hand to implant a memory for himself 100,000 years ago, which was also Lu Yuan's memory. It's the same sentence, because Lu Yuan's indiscriminate entry still affected history. But Lu Yuan didn't want his past self to change too much, so he implanted the memories of his own experiences into his past self's mind, overlapping his own memories. Not only that, Lu Yuan also conjured kryptonite, and even a small red sun, to personally adapt to this weakness for his past self. Otherwise, although the Marvel world does not have kryptonite, the final battle with number 2 will change in the future. The integrate of Lu Yuan and number 2 is very important. He couldn't even lose to number 2. After all the arrangements and preparations were made, Lu Yuan personally watched OAA open the gates of the two universes with himself 100,000 years ago and went to the Marvel universe. The wheels of history are back on track. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Even he was about to lose track of the messy timeline. But it's finally resolved. DC God looked at Lu Yuan with a smile and said, existence is truth, you just need to remember this. Don't worry about anything, even if you change your history, it won't affect you, the present, because your existence originally proves this. At most, you in the past will disappear due to errors, but your history is still preserved. In fact, when you reach this state, your history and everything have become detached. In a word you understand, it is beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. It jumped out, Lu Yuan corrected. It means jumping out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. It's all the same, it's all the same. In a word, even if you are yourself, you can't change your own history. Even if you don't want to be the supreme being, you can't rewrite this past, the past and history that really belongs to you. Even other supreme can't affect it either, DC God continued. To put it simply, it is the history that truly belongs to Lu Yuan. Obviously, it cannot be easily touched, and even other supreme beings cannot be affected. Otherwise, as I said before, as long as the 5th dimension can play with time at will, as long as you go to the time when the supreme being is still weak and kill it, won't it change history? But can't do that. Can't do it either. Okay, it's time for me to leave, DC God said. Roar also said goodbye to Lu Yuan and returned to his sanctuary. Lu Yuan stood here for a while, and finally shook his head with a wry smile. To put it bluntly, his mentality still hasn't gotten used to it. It can be seen from his attitude of participating in the worldly world that he still retains the mentality of being a human being. Otherwise, do you see how often OAA and DC God have appeared? Even their existence is mysterious, and almost no one has the opportunity to meet and talk to them in person. Because they are omnipotent, what will happen every second? Not even the slightest hint of trouble can escape their super cosmic consciousness. Whether it is OAA or DC God, their consciousness exists in all infinite multi-universes at the same time, and they can observe the occurrence and development of all things at will. They are not only involved in it, but also detached from the outside world. They don't need to experience it in person at all. They just need to watch it out of the way. This is the mentality of the detached, and it is also the pattern of the supreme. Lu Yuan is different. He has always been involved, and sometimes his vision is limited. Especially when it comes to myself, I can't think about it. But in the end, he accepted it naturally, no longer tangled too much, and reflexively returned to the fixed star system where Krypton was located. The 100,000 army still maintains a meticulous attitude and a complete army on standby, as if Lu Yuan doesn't give another order, they will wait forever, even if they die. This is Lu Yuan's charisma and the result of his well-trained training. At this time, Alice Sid finally came to her senses. She looked at Lu Yuan who was walking towards Yusu 610 with complicated eyes, and sighed, "Are you married?" Lu Yuan's footsteps suddenly became chaotic. He shared almost all of his memories with Alice, not only to allow Alice to adapt as quickly as possible, but also to let her know what he had encountered, including that he had already started a family and started a business, even had a child's experience. Lu Yuan didn't plan, nor would he hide from Alice. In fact, I can't hide it even if I want to. Could it be that Alice and Ancient One and the others will not meet in the future? Impossible. Next, Lu Yuan will lead 100,000 confidants back to 100,000 years later, and go to New Krypton. It is impossible not to meet by then. You still plan to marry me? Alice tilted her head and looked at Lu Yuan with an incredible look. Aren't you afraid that I will make trouble with them? Don't forget that I am an unreasonable female general. Cough, cough, Lu Yuan coughed dryly. In retrospect, this was actually a joke that their young couple used to play 100,000 years ago. He would always joke about Alice's status as a general, saying that she was too strong. Reasonable female general. 100,000 years have passed, and I didn't expect Alice to joke about it again. No, this is where Alice is now. It's been so hard for you for so many years. Alice finally couldn't bear to be embarrassed by Lu Yuan, hugged Lu Yuan actively, and said softly and softly. Lu Yuan suddenly felt that everything was worth it. When awakening came, it was already 100,000 years later, and there was only one person by my side, and even the universe changed from DC to Marvel. One can imagine how lonely Lu Yuan had been at the time. That's why Lu Yuan can't wait to rush to the earth, and even before he wakes up, he adapts to his own strength. At that time, he had clearly become the apex of the 5th dimension, and he was infinitely close to the 6th dimension. The 6th dimension is already the existence of the Creator God, the Creator, far exceeding the 5th dimension. The 5th dimension can at most rewrite reality at will, while the 6th dimension can create reality. At that time, Lu Yuan didn't have time to take care of this, and he appeared on Earth in the form of a monster of Doomsday, which caused a lot of trouble after that. For these, Alice only felt distressed. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, hugged Lu Yuan tightly, and said softly, "Okay, everything is over. You don't want to take me back 100,000 years and want to marry me? Okay, as long as you're not afraid of chaos at home every day." Alice was General Zod after all. She was the delicate daughter of the Zod family in this era 100,000 years ago. She was also the representative of the Zod family and a candidate for the patriarch of the Zod family. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's constant pressure on her, Alice would be the best in this era. Also because of Lu Yuan's relationship, she has always been a candidate for the patriarch, not the real patriarch. After all, no one in the Zod family can guarantee that since when did the patriarch become the patriarch's wife of the L family? so she is very neat. She already knows Lu Yuan's intentions, they have already reached the level of private life, so why are they hypocritical? Lu Yuan is also very happy that this marriage and relationship that he missed 100,000 years ago has finally resumed after 100,000 years. Moreover, Alice is blonde and blue-eyed, with a beautiful body and perfect facial features, and she is also a female Superman. As mentioned earlier, the role she replaces is the female Superman, but Lu Yuan must not be able to take action on Kayla, so he replaced it with Alice. After all, role status is also very important. Just when the two of you were fighting for each other, an uninvited guest came. A little blue man flew in front of the two of them, coughed dryly and said, "Would you like to take care of us a little bit? This battle has come to an end, can we stop turning your red sun into green?" It turns out that the Green Lantern Corps has been continuously converting the light of the red sun into green, otherwise the army of 100,000 Superman will be weakened by their own sun into ordinary people and will die in space. However, the war was clearly over, and the Asgardians of the universe even saw Lu Yuan and that General Zod hugging each other, but no one came to tell them what to do next. Almost crooked my nose. Brother, we still have thousands of people hanging around the sun. Even Green Lantern dare not approach Fixed Star easily, otherwise a single solar flare that Fixed Star has would be enough to kill many people. Especially the huge gravitational force of Fixed Star, once it is accidentally absorbed into it, it is really a dead place. Thousands of Green Lanterns are also risking their lives to help. Let's see what Lu Yuan and the others are doing. Alice quickly let go and stepped aside, pretending to play with the little red skirt and red cape on her body. As mentioned earlier, Alice's battlesuit is basically the same as the Superman battlesuit except that the family emblem is the mark of the Zod family. The reason is definitely Lu Yuan's relationship. That means she was wearing a dark blue tight top, red little skirt and over-the-knee boots, and then a red cape too. A proper female Superman dress. Including Lu Yuan's 100,000 subordinates, they are all in the most classic costumes of Superman, and even wear the S mark as Lu Yuan's confidant. Those are already Lu Yuan's private soldiers. No wonder he could become emperor. Lu Yuan reluctantly wanted to grab Alice's little hand, but was glared back by the latter. Although the two are childhood sweethearts, they are also rivals. During the competition period, Alice bullied Lu Yuan a lot, because Alice was trained with the goal of being a general since she was a child, but Lu Yuan wanted to be a scientist, and suffered a lot. It may be that the psychology has left a shadow, and Lu Yuan sneered and didn't insist. But Alice sighed and took the initiative to take Lu Yuan's wrist, and muttered, "You're so old, you're still like a child." Lu Yuan was deeply affected, he had indeed surpassed 10 hail. The little blue man finally couldn't bear it any longer, and scolded, "You guys are really enough, so showing love in front of 100,000 people, don't you have the slightest sense of shame?" As a result, Lu Yuan asked his subordinates generously, "Do you have any opinions?" 100,000 people shouted in unison, "Don't dare." It's not a question of whether there is an opinion or not, but a question of whether or not to have an opinion. It is definitely not dare, after all, the handsome man in front of him is a ghost. That's right, Lu Yuan's title of Ghost Seeing Sorrow is their exclusive name. Lu Yuan is very satisfied, although he is now supreme, he still can't let go of these 100,000 confidants. These bastards, there are also many female Supermans, Alice's exclusive unit, also give him special face. Well, Asgardian Ganther, I am very grateful for the support and assistance of the Green Lantern Corps and OU Axing. Now you can stop the influence and change of the sun's rays, and you can go back. Lu Yuan seemed to finally remember the name of the little blue man Asgardian in front of me is now. Or maybe it was the super cosmic consciousness who spontaneously told Lu Yuan the name of Ganser. But Ganser was so angry with his attitude that he let them go back so lightly. Don't say thank you. By the way, Lu Yuan suddenly said without giving Gans a chance to have a seizure, I almost forgot to say it. In fact, I am from the future 100,000 years ago, and in my memory, I once remembered that you were right, blank. 9550 Krypton has some targets. I hope you can save this history when you go back, because in 100,000 years, I will go to where to find you. To put it bluntly, if I want to destroy you, it will be easy. Lu Yuan still hasn't changed his mind on OU Axing, he still retains a skeptical attitude. So Lu Yuan plans to find an opportunity to visit OU Axing in person after returning to 100,000 years. He wants to investigate OU Axing's Book of OUA and see what they have done 100,000 years ago and during this time. What? Then decide whether to liquidate OU Axing. In the end, Ganser was so angry that he threw his sleeves away. It was unreasonable. They all helped so much. Even if the Green Lantern Corps did not participate in the war, the contribution of thousands of Green Lanterns should not be ignored. Otherwise, the Superman army would still have fighting power. When the war begins, he will be weakened into ordinary people by the rays of the red sun. In the end, this is what they got in return. Maybe Lu Yuan did offend people, but he didn't care. If OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps are really worthy of thanks, he will give them back in some way or something in the future. But until now, Lu Yuan still suspected that OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps might have had something to do with the destruction of Krypton. Maybe they are playing tricks too? How did that sentence come from? The heart of harm cannot be without the heart of defense. Lu Yuan won't be so naive anymore. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Lu Yuan turned around, pulled Alice's hand and rushed to the bottom of Shiwen's heart. Alice looked sideways at Krypton. She already knew everything from Lu Yuan's memory, including those conspiracies about the Presbyterian Church that Lu Yuan had not finally investigated until now. Alice felt distressed for Lu Yuan. He guarded Krypton so much that he sacrificed his own life for this, but was treated like that in the end? This made Alice not want to go back and say goodbye. As for the 100,000 subordinates, they swore their allegiance to Lu Yuan and followed them to the death. So Lu Yuan didn't hesitation. At the moment when the Asgardians of the universe and the Green Lantern Corps put away the power of the Green Lantern Ring, he involved himself and everyone around him for a long time. They crossed the time span of 100,000 years and returned to the time when Lu Yuan came. That was 100,000 years later. At the moment 610's fixed star system, because of the explosion of Krypton at the beginning, the whole became a ruin, including that the Red Sun has also died prematurely, and is evolving into a black hole to devour everything. The 100,000 Superman fighters still had some shocks. They have always been taught by Lu Yuan to give everything, including their own lives, to protect Krypton. But now Krypton has been destroyed? Alice asked angrily. They, referring to the Presbyterian Church, worked so hard, but what did they protect in the end? They rejected you, and even killed you, but what happened in the end? Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. As long as Alice cared about himself, he was already relieved. And Krypton didn't go extinct. I have moved the survivors of Kandu City, at least hundreds of millions of Krypton survivors, to my universe, Lu Yuan said, and opened the portal in front of him. The gate of the universe, on the other side of the gate is the new Krypton. Lu Yuan took Alice's hand and walked over first, followed by 100,000 troops forming a complete army behind him. When Lu Yuan led such a well-trained army to Kandu City suddenly, many people were not frightened, but cheered roar and came out singing and dancing to meet their patron saint and savior. Lu Yuan has become the god of today's Kandu City and New Krypton, and there is no doubt about the piety of his beliefs. Although Alice already knew what happened in Lu Yuan's memory, she couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan curiously. The new god of New Krypton? Are you not afraid that Lord Ruiou jumped out of the coffin and hit you? Ruiou is not only the more ancient god of Krypton 250,000 years ago, but also the ancestor of the Air family, but now Lu Yuan has seized Ruiou's theocracy and belief, which is simply outrageous. Lu Yuan just smiled and shook his head. He was originally a god, and he didn't need the beliefs of the Kryptonians. Instead, he could favor the survivors of the new Kryptonians and make them easier. So it was the Kryptonians who really benefited, not Lu Yuan. Next, the new Kryptonian leaders, such as Darkseid, Joel, and Zoel, came to greet them one after another. When they learned that this army of Superman was brought back by Lu Yuan from 100,000 years ago, everyone was stunned. Does this work too? You really are a god, Joel said, dumbfounded. He is a scientist, but now many things can't be explained by science. Zoel even said, I'm going to change careers to become a priest. Why don't I come and be the first pope for my ancestor? Since it has developed into a mythical religion, then naturally a pope can also be established? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Build a new Krypton for me. Yes, Zoel did not dare to go against the wishes of the ancestors, and quickly agreed obediently. At this time, Alice came to Darkseid. The latter felt a little guilty for some reason, and even began to sweat coldly on his forehead. As Darkseid's adjutant, Fiora used to be extremely arrogant, but now he lowered his head, as if he did not dare to look at this young and beautiful woman. Alice looked at Darkseid, then at Joel, and finally snorted, I can't beat the L's child? It's a shame. As a general, Darkseid was slapped in the face by a scientist from Joel when he launched a rebellion more than 30 years ago. This made Alice very unhappy, but just a little bit of toughness as a general was enough to make Darkseid speechless in shock. Alice is Lu Yuan's adjutant. Although she is an adjutant, she is equivalent to the highest general under one person and more than 10,000 people. It is enough to obey Lu Yuan, the supreme commander. And General Zod is far from the height of this grandmother. Otherwise, Darkseid would not have encountered the interception of other Kryptonian troops, and was finally defeated by other Kryptonian generals. Alice looked at Darkseid and said, since you already know that I am from 100,000 years ago, you should have guessed my identity, right? Darkseid wiped his cold sweat and agreed, you are Alice Zod, my ancestor. Humph, it's good to know. Alice nodded with satisfaction, and asked again, how many descendants of the Zod family are there now? Darkseid said with a wry smile, I'm alone. Alice paused, the L family has 2 brothers, didn't you expect that the Zod family only had this one descendant? Originally, she wanted to continue to teach her a lesson, but now she can't bear it anymore, and muttered, it's really becoming more and more useless. Who asked you to do some life code? Isn't this killing your own family? Darkseid didn't dare to talk back. Others, including Lu Yuan, are not good at interrupting Alice to teach her descendants. Alice snorted again, I don't care, anyway, the Zod family can't be cut off by your generation. Don't you have a beautiful adjutant? Give me the Zod family to carry forward again. Fiora lowered her head so hard that she did not dare to express her opinion. Darkseid was even more dumbfounded, that was just his adjutant, not his wife. However, Darkseid and Fiora did have their children at one point, replaced Superman in some worlds, and even had a daughter, and almost married Clark. As for the reason why Alice would rather be difficult for Darkseid than herself, the child she gave to Lu Yuan in the future would definitely not be the Zod family, but the L family or the Lu family's child. so I can only rely on Druzid and Fiora to spread the branches. Okay, Alice, it's time to take you to meet them. As soon as Lu Yuan's words came out, even Alice as strong as Alice felt a little guilty.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.